Sufficient Provision for Seekers of the Path of Truth, Volume 5, translated from the Arabic by Muhtar Holland. Allah is the truth. Quraan 22:6. Contents. Chapter 15. Concerning the modes of conduct proper to spiritual seekers, adab al-muridin. Concerning 1. What is required of the beginner on this spiritual path tariqah at the very outset. 2. His conduct with the Shaykh. And 3. What is required of the Shaykh in training the seeker murid. Chapter 16. Concerning the fellowship of spiritual brothers, subad al-Ikhwan, and fellowship with strangers, as suhba ma'a al-Janib, as well as the nature of fellowship with the rich agniya and the poor fuqara. Chapter 17. Concerning the sacred struggle, mujahada. Concerning some of the most important virtues. 1. Absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul. 2. Goodness of moral character, huzn al-khalq. 3. Thankfulness, shukr. 4. Patience, sabr. 5. Contentment, rid. 6. Truthfulness, sidq. So remember me, and I will remember you. Quraan 2:152. Chapter 15. Concerning the modes of conduct proper to spiritual seekers, adab al-muridin. Referring to those genuine spiritual paupers, fuqara, who follow the path of Sufism, tariq az-Sufiyya, meaning those who have come to be clear, safa, of the influence of whims and passions that lead astray, and who have forsaken immoral traits of character, so that they have entered the company of the spiritual deputies, Abdul, and the people of sainthood, al-walaya, and have acquired the distinctive attributes of essentiality, itisafu bilania. The subject is treated in summary and concise fashion, for fear of causing boredom and ennui. Concerning the spiritual search irada, the seeker murid, and the one who is sought murad. As for the spiritual search irada, it entails the abandonment of the usual approach to life ada, and its actualization tahqiq occurs through commitment of the heart to the quest for the Lord of Truth. Glory be to Him, and detachment from everything apart from Him. When the servant of the Lord forsakes the usual approach to life, which is concerned with the luxuries of this world and the hereafter, only then does his commitment to the spiritual search irada become absolute. The wish to seek irada comes first and foremost. Then it is followed by the intention cast, and then by the action feel. It is therefore the beginning of the path tariq for every spiritual traveler, salik, and the name of the first stage for every intentional seeker, qasid. Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, said to His Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, and do not drive away wala tatrudi ladina. Those who call upon their Lord yadayuna rabbahum at morning and evening, bilgadadi wa elashiyi, seeking His countenance. Quraan 6:52, yuriduna wajh. He thus forbade His Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, to drive them away and keep them at a distance. Then, in another Quranic verse, ayah, He said, exalted is He, and keep yourself patient with those wasper nafsaka ma'a ladina, who cry unto their Lord yadayuna rabbahum at morning and evening, bilgadadi wa elashiyi, seeking His countenance, yuriduna wajahu, and do not let your eyes wala ta'adu ainaka overlook them, seeking the pomp on who turidu of the life of this world. Quraan 18:28, Zanata el-hayati di dunya. Thus did He command His Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, to practice patience, sabr, with them, to stay with them, and to keep himself patient in their company. He also described them as seeking His countenance. Then He went on to say, and do not let your eyes overlook them, seeking the pomp of the life of this world. From this it is clear that the real meaning of the spiritual search hakikat al-irada is the search for the countenance of Allah and nothing else. That is the true beauty of life in this world and the hereafter. As for the seeker murid, and the one who is sought, murad, the seeker, is someone who has all this within him and who fits this description, so that he is always dedicated to Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, engaged in worshipful obedience to Him, indifferent to anyone but Him, and responsive to no one but Him. He listens attentively to His Lord, Almighty and glorious is He, so he acts in accordance with what is in the book of Allah and the Sunnah, the exemplary practice of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, while he remains completely deaf to everything apart from that. He sees by the light of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, so he sees nothing but his action. At work, on himself, and on the rest of his creatures. He is blind to everything else, for he sees none other than him, Almighty and glorious is he, as an effective cause, faal, in reality. He regards anything else as merely an instrument and a means, sabab, that is, moved, managed, and put to use by his action. The Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, once said, "Your love of the thing makes you blind and deaf." That is to say, it makes you blind and deaf to everything other than the thing you love, because of your total preoccupation with the object of your love. The servant does not experience love until he becomes a seeker, and he does not become a seeker until his commitment to the search is absolute. His commitment to the search does not become absolute until the firebrand of Reverend Jamrat al-Kashia has been cast into his heart and has burned everything it contains. Allah, Almighty and glorious is he, has said, "Kings, when they enter a township, Inna el-Muluka idadaku, ruin it and make the noblest Kariatin afsad yuha waja'alu, of its people the lowest." Quraan 27:34, Aizada aliha adhila. A fit of love's ardor, la dwarfs any fit of terror, ra as the saying goes, so he must only sleep when slumber overwhelms him, eat out of dire necessity, and speak in extreme emergency. He must always admonish his lower self, nafs, and refuse to grant it the things it loves and the worldly pleasures it craves. He must also give sincere advice to his fellow servants of Allah, while he enjoys intimate converse with Allah in private. He must be steadfast in refraining from all forms of disobedience to Allah, exalted is he. He must readily accept the verdict of Allah, regard Allah's commandment as the best, and feel a sense of shame under Allah's scrutiny. He must devote every effort to promoting the causes that Allah loves. He must always seize any opportunity that will connect him to Allah, Almighty and glorious is he. He must be content with obscurity and absence from public view, for he must not try to attract the praise of his fellow servants of Allah. He must endear himself to his Lord through the frequent performance of supererogatory acts of worship, nawafil, devoting himself sincerely to Allah, so that he may attain to contact with Allah, Almighty and glorious is he, and join the company of the beloved friends Abab of Allah and his seekers, Muridihai. He will then be called a Murad, one who is sought. He will shed the burdens borne by the travelers on Allah's path, Saliki Tarakilla, and bathe in the water of Allah's merciful compassion, his gentle kindness, and his gracious favor. A house will be constructed for him in the vicinity of Allah, and robes of honor of many kinds will be conferred upon him. This means nothing less than direct experience, marifa, of Allah, intimate friendship, uns, with him, and peace and tranquility in his presence. He will utter the wisdom, hikmah, of Allah, and the secrets, asrar, of Allah, after receiving explicit permission, or rather, direct communication. Kabar, from Allah, Almighty and glorious is he. He will be awarded some of the titles, al-Qab, by which distinctions are conferred among Allah's beloved friends, and so he will enter the special elite kawas of Allah. He will also be called by names known only to Allah. He will be privy to secrets made accessible only to him, so he must not divulge them in the presence of anyone other than Allah, Almighty and glorious is he. He will hear from Allah, see because of Allah, speak because of Allah, and strike with the strength of Allah. He will strive in obedience to Allah, rely entirely on Allah, and sleep in the company of obedience to Allah. He will remember Allah in the protection of Allah, and in Allah's safekeeping, for he will be one of Allah's trusted agents, umanae, and witnesses, shahadae, one of the mainstays, autad, of his earth, and the savior, munji, of his servants and his lands, his loved ones and his bosom friends, akilae. The Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, once said, acting as a spokesman for Allah, exalted is he. My believing servant continues to draw near to me through supererogatory acts of worship, nawafil, until I love him, and when I love him, I become his hearing, and his sight, and his tongue, and his hand, and his foot, and his heart. So through me he hears, through me he sees, through me he speaks, through me he understands, and through me he strikes. The mind, akal, of this servant is now controlled by the Supreme Intelligence. His instinctual movements have been subdued in the grasp of the Lord of Truth, Almighty and glorious is he, and his heart has Become the treasure house of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. So, this is the one who is sought by Allah, Miradullah, if you wish to recognize him, O servant of Allah. According to some of our predecessors among the servants of Allah, exalted is He, the seeker Murid, and the sought Murad are one and the same, for if it were not the wish Murad of Allah Almighty and glorious is He, that He should seek Him, He would not be a seeker. Murid. Nothing comes into being except what He wishes, because it is only when the Lord of Truth Hak wishes something in particular that He causes it to be in compliance with His wish Arada. Others have said, the seeker Murid is the beginner, and the sought Murad is the one who has reached the final stage. The seeker Murid is the one who is made to suffer the very essence of exhaustion and is thrust into the hardest of hardships. As for the sought Murad, he is the one who goes about his business without any difficult problems. The seeker Murid is made tired and weary, while the sought Murad is treated gently and made comfortable. For those who deliberately set out Qasidin as beginners, Mubtadi'in, on the course prescribed by Allah, exalted is He, progress is therefore most likely to be made through strenuous efforts, mujahad, supported by the enabling guidance, tawfiq, of Allah, exalted is He. This will eventually lead them to Him, and to the unloading of their burdens. They will then obtain relief from many of their supererogatory duties, nawafil, and from having to abstain from all pleasures. Their duty will be limited to the performance of the elements that are obligatory, faradai, and customary sunan, in all acts of worshipful service, ibadat, and to the preservation of their hearts, observance of the rules, respect for the dignity of their station, and keeping their hearts detached from everything other than the Lord of Truth, Almighty and glorious is He. Their outer beings, iwahir, will thus be with the creatures of Allah. Exalted is He, while their inner beings, bawatin, are with Allah. Almighty and glorious is He. Their tongues will be governed by Allah's wise decree, hukm, and their hearts by the knowledge, ilm, of Allah, since their tongues are for giving sound advice to Allah's servants, while their innermost beings, israr, are for the safekeeping of Allah's deposits. They will henceforth enjoy the peace of Allah, His greetings, His blessings, His mercy, and His salutation, as long as His earth and His heaven endure, and as long His servants practice obedience to Him, respect His right, and observe His rules. When someone asked al-Junaid, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, about the seeker Murid and the sought Murad, he replied, the seeker Murid is governed by the management of knowledge, siyasat, al-ilm, while the one who is sought Murad is governed by the protective custody of the truth hak, because the seeker Murid travels on the surface of the earth, while the sought Murad flies through the air. When will the traveler air catch up with the flyer tire? The difference becomes apparent through comparing Moses, Musa, and our own Prophet Muhammad, Allah bless him and give him peace. Moses, peace be upon him, was a seeker Murid, while our Prophet Muhammad, Allah bless him and give him peace, was sought Murad. The overland journey of Moses, peace be upon him, ended on Mount Sinai to Sinai, while the airborne journey of our Prophet Muhammad, Allah bless him and give him peace, ended at the heavenly throne, Arsh, and the well-kept tablet, al-Mahfuz. The seeker is in pursuit, al-Murid talib, while the sought is being pursued, al-Murad matilab. The service of the seeker is a strenuous effort, ibadat al-Murid mujahada, while the service of the sought is a talent, ibadat al-Murad mawiba. The seeker is existent, al-Murid majudi, while the sought is non-existent, al-Murad fan. The seeker works with a particular purpose in view, while the sought does not notice the work, but only the enabling guidance, tawfiq, and gracious favors of Allah. The seeker works to make progress along the path, while the sought stands at the junction of every road. The seeker sees by the light of Allah, while the sought sees because of Allah. The seeker stands up at Allah's command, while the sought stands up through the action of Allah. The seeker opposes his passion, while the sought is free from the influence of his self-will and his desires. The seeker draws near, while the sought is drawn near. The seeker is grim and stern, while the sought is playful, pampering, nurturing, and indulgent. The seeker is protected, while the sought is entrusted with his protection. The seeker Murid is still in progress, taraki, while the sought Murad has arrived and reached the Lord. who is the one who causes progress, al-Muraki, and he has obtained, in his presence, everything that is rare and precious, delicate and pure, and permissible to every servant who is obedient, worshipful, attentive, pious, and devoted to his duty. What is the fledgling Sufi Mutasawwif? And what is the full-fledged Sufi? As for the fledgling Sufi Mutasawwif, he is someone who has set himself the task of becoming a Sufi, and who is prepared to work hard at becoming a Sufi. Once he has committed himself, adopted the method of the Sufis Tariq al-Qam, and made it his own, he is called a Mutasawwif, just as someone who takes to wearing a kameez shirt is called a mutakamis, and someone who takes to wearing a durat loose outer garment with sleeves slit in front is called a mutadariye. By the same token, someone who embarks on the practice of zud, pious abstinence, is called a mutazid, fledgling ascetic. If he persists in his abstinence, zud, right through to the final stage, things will be made to hate him, and he will lose all interest in them. So each will forsake the other, and he will then be called a zahid, full-fledged ascetic. Once he has reached that stage, things will come to him, even though he does not wish to acquire them. Instead of hating them, however, he will simply obey Allah's commandment concerning them and wait to see what Allah does with them. This explains the use, in a parallel context, of the terms mutasawwif, fledgling Sufi, and Sufi, full-fledged Sufi. The form of the word Sufi corresponds to fu'ala, the pattern of one kind of passive verb, of which fa'ala is the active form, and it is derived from the same root as muzafa, favorable treatment. It therefore signifies a servant whom the Lord of Truth, Almighty and Glorious is. He has treated favorably Safa. This also explains why, as someone put it, the Sufi is someone who is clear Safi of the blights of the lower self, nafs, devoid of its blameworthy characteristics, traveling to one whose ways are praise worthy, adhering to the true realities, haqaiq, and not relying with his heart on any mere creature's kalaik. Literally, the method of the people of the spiritual path. The following sayings are also worthy of note. Sufism, tasawwuf, means being truthful with the truth, haq, and on your best behavior with his creatures, kalk. As for the difference between the fledgling Sufi mutasawwif and the full-fledged Sufi, the former is the novice, while the latter is the graduate. The fledgling Sufi mutasawwif is the one who is just starting out on the road, while the full-fledged Sufi is the one who has traveled the road and arrived at the one who makes both the traveling and the arrival worthwhile. The fledgling Sufi mutasawwif is a carrier mutahamil, while the full-fledged Sufi is carried mahmul. The fledgling Sufi mutasawwif must carry every burden, both heavy and light, until his lower self, nafs, dissolves, his passion fades away, and his self-will and self-reliance are annihilated. He thus becomes pure, safi, and worthy to be called a Sufi. He has finished carrying, so he now becomes the cargo of destiny, Mahmul al-Qadar, the polo ball of the divine will, Karat al-Mashi'a, the protege of holiness, Maraba el-Quds, the fount of all kinds of knowledge and wisdom, Mambade al-Alam Wa'al Hikam, the house of safety and success, Bait al-Ayman el-Fas, the cave of the saints and the spiritual deputies, Kaf al-Aliyah wa al-Abdul, and their refuge, their resort, their breathing space, their place of rest and happy relaxation. For he is the gem of the necklace, the pearl of the crown, and the spyglass of the Lord. As a fledgling Sufi mutasawwif, the seeker murid is still income bared by his lower self and nafs, his passionate desire, his devil shaitan, the creatures of his Lord, and his worldly and otherworldly interests. He is trying to serve his Lord, Almighty and Glorious is he, through detachment from his surroundings and from things, by refusing to act because of them, conform to their demands, and yield to their pressures. And through the purification tasfiyah of his inner being Batin, by ridding it of its inclination toward them and its preoccupation with them. He must therefore oppose his devil shaitan, abandon his worldly interests, and part company with his cronies and all the other creatures of his Lord, at his behest, Almighty and Glorious is he, in order to pursue his interest in the hereafter. Then he must struggle with, literally, from the 6 directions, before and behind, right and left, above and below, his lower self, nafs, and his passionate desire at Allah's command. Almighty and glorious is he until he achieves detachment from his interest in the hereafter, and that which Allah, Almighty and glorious, is he, has prepared therein for his saints, al-Jillani, including the Garden of Paradise, because of his greater longing for his master, Mawla. He will thus depart from all the created realms of being, Aquan 4. He will be purified, Yusafa, of all phenomena, Adath, and exist in his essential nature because of the Lord of humankind, Yadajawar al-Irab. Al-Anim. He will experience detachment from all ties and secondary causes, asbab, including family and children. All ordinary directions will be closed off from him, and the direction of directions, Jihad al-Jihad, will be opened in his view, as will the gate of gates, Bab al-Abwab. This is the state of contentment with the verdict of the Lord of humankind, Rab al-Anam, and the Lord of Lords, Rab al-Arbab. It is the state in which he is operated by the action of the one who has full knowledge, al-Alim, of what has been, and what is yet to come, the one who is fully aware, al-Kabir, of all things secret and hidden, of what motivates the limbs and organs of the body, and of what hearts and intentions conceal. This gate will then open up toward him, a gate called the gate of nearness to the sovereign, al-Malik, the judge, ad-Dayan. Then he will be raised up from it to the sessions of intimate friendship, majalis, al-Uns. Then he will be seated on the pedestal of the affirmation of oneness, tawhid. Then the veils will be removed from him. He will enter the abode of uniqueness, Dar al-Fardaniya, and majesty, Jalal. And splendor, Iyama, will be revealed to him. As soon as his gaze alights on the majesty and splendor, he will be left without himself, extinct to his own person and his attributes, to his own power and strength, to his movements, his will, his desire, his interest in this world, and his interest in the hereafter. He will come to resemble a crystal container filled with pure water, in which only phantom shapes are visible, for nothing controls him other than the divine decree Qadar, and nothing compels him other than the divine command Amr. He is extinct, fan, to himself and to his fortune, hey, existing Majudi, only because of his master Mawla and his command. He does not seek privacy, Kalwa, because privacy is only important to someone who exists in this world. He is like the infant who does not eat until he is fed, and does not wear clothes until someone clothes him, for he is completely resigned and committed. He is like those of whom Allah, Almighty and glorious is he, has said, and we turned them over to the right, Wana Kalabahum Dada El Yamani, then over to the left, Wadada Sh Shimal, while their dog Wakalbaham was stretching out its paws Basitun Dirani high on the threshold. Quraan 18:18, Bilwasid. Though he does still exist among creatures, in physical form, he is separate from them in their actions and deeds, their secret thoughts and external behavior, their consciences and their intentions. Once he has reached this stage, he is rightly called Sufi, in the sense that he is kept in a state of purity, Yusafa, unsullied by the dirt of the created universe and the creatures it contains. If you wish, you may call him one of the spiritual deputies, Badal min al-Abdul, one of the eminent individuals, Ain min al-Ayan, someone who really knows Araf, himself, and his Lord, the one who is the reviver of the dead, Muhai el-Amwat, the one who rescues his saints, al-Yadeh, from the gloom and darkness of their lower selves, nafas, their natural urges, passions and errors, and leads them to the courtyard of remembrance, Dikr, direct experiences, Ma'arif, all kinds of knowledge, Alam, mysteries, Israr, and the light of nearness, and then to his own light, Almighty and glorious is he. 4. Allah is the light of the heavens, and Allahu Nuru es-Samawati wa al-Ari, the earth. The similitude of his light, Mathalu and Urihai, is as a niche wherein is a lamp, Kamishkadan Fiham Misbadaj. The lamp is in a glass, Al-Misbahu Fizajaja. The glass is as it were a shining star, Izizu Jajada Kayanaha Kakaban. This lamp is kindled Darayan Wayakadu min Shajaradin, from a blessed tree, an olive Mubarakatan Zaytanatin, neither of the east nor of the west, La Sharkiyatin wala Garbiyatin, whose oil would almost glow forth Yakadu Zaidaha Yuyo, of itself, though no fire touched it. Wala lam tamses hu in ar. Light upon light. Allah guides in Uran Allah Nur, Yadi Lahu, to his light whom he will. Li and Juri Haiman Yashe. And Allah speaks to mankind wa yaraballahu al-amthala. In allegories for Linen as. Allah is knower of all things. Wallahu by kulli shay'in alim. Quraan, 2400 hours 35. Allah is the protecting friend Allahu waliyuladina. Of those who believe, He brings them alman yukrijahum. Out of the darkness into the light. Mina iyoyamadi ila inyar. Quraan 2:257. Allah, exalted is He, has thus undertaken to bring them out of the darkness into the light. Allah, almighty and glorious is He, has made them aware of what the hearts of His servants conceal and what their intentions involve, for my Lord has appointed them to be the spies, jawasis of hearts, and the trustees umanae of secrets and hidden thoughts. He has also granted them protection from their enemies, in private and public situations alike. No misleading devil shaitan, and no passionate desire can succeed in tempting them to make mistakes. For Allah, almighty and glorious is He, has said, As for my servants, and I body, you have no authority over them. Laisa laka alayhim sultanan. Quraan 15:42. The sufi is neither controlled by a self that is always inciting to evil, nafs amoribus sua, nor dominated by a compelling lust that would urge him to pursue destructive pleasures at the lowest levels, beyond the pale of the people of the Sunnah and the Orthodox communities. Jama'at. Allah, almighty and glorious is He, has said. So it was, that we might turn evil kadalika linas rifa, and lewdness away from him, on hu ssua wa lfa sha'a. He was surely one inahu min, of our devoted servants. Quraan 12:24, ibadina el-muklasin. This means that my Lord has rendered them immune, and that He has curbed the stupid follies and addictions of their lower selves, nufus, by the authority of subjugating power, Jabrut. He has thus established them in their spiritual degrees, and enabled them to fulfill the necessary requirement, just as He enabled them to fulfill the requirement of truthfulness, sidq, in the course of their journey, and of patience, sabr, at the stage of their isolation and dire need. They discharged the obligatory religious duties, faradai, observed the rules and the commandments, and steadfastly adhered to the degrees of spiritual progress, until they were rectified, corrected, purified, educated, cleansed, improved, enriched, augmented, encouraged, and fortified, so they received the full benefit of Allah's friendship and protection. As He has said, exalted is He. Allah is the protecting friend Allahu waliyuladina. Of those who believe. Quraan 2:257, Aman yukrijahum. And He befriends wahyuwa, and protects the righteous. Quraan 7:196, Yadawala es-salihin. From their various degrees of progress, they were transported toward the owner of sovereignty, Malik al-Mulk, for He arranged the process for them in His presence. Their secret conversation, Najwa, came to be a face-to-face encounter, kifid, in which they confided in Him with their hearts and their innermost beings, Israr. They made Him the sole focus of their attention, to the exclusion of everything apart from Him. They were banned from their own persons and from every single thing. For He is the Lord and Master of everything whatsoever. He kept them within His grasp, bound them to their rational faculties, and appointed them to be His trusted agents to Manae. They are therefore safe within His grasp, His protective custody, and His guardianship. They savor the fragrant sin of nearness and live their lives in the amplitude of the affirmation of oneness, Tawhid, and merciful compassion, Rhma, for they are not concerned with anything apart from whatever actions He permits them to undertake. When the time comes for their bodies to be active, rather than their hearts, they must proceed to act with caution, to avoid the harmful influences exerted by their devils, shayatin, their lower selves, nafas, and their passionate desires, awiya. Their actions will then be rendered safe by denying the devils a chance to exploit the foibles of their lower selves, nafas, such as ostentation, riya, hypocrisy, nifaq, vain conceit, ajb, the pursuit of worldly aims, agrai, the idolatrous worship, shirk, of some created thing, and reliance on human power and strength, halwakuwa. They must regard all that as a gracious favor from Allah. They must see it as an opportunity created by Allah and acquired by them through His enabling grace, tawfiq, so that they do not depart from the norms of right guidance, Sunan al-Huda, after being confirmed in this belief. Aqidah. Then, after fulfilling those commandments and completing those undertakings, they will be returned to their spiritual stations, too, which they have adhered in the meantime, in which they have maintained and preserved with their hearts and their consciences. Once they have been appointed trustees, umanae, they may be assigned to a particular situation, and each of them will then be addressed individually according to his situation. You are today in our presence, inika al-Yamaladina, established and worthy of trust. Makinan Amin. Quraan 12:54. In dealing with their assignment, they will not need to seek permis. Shown, because they have come to be like those who are entrusted with the handling of their business, for they are held within his grasp. Whatever course they may take in any of their affairs, this is confirmed by the saying of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, in which he relates, on the authority of Gabriel, Jibril, peace be upon him, that Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, declared, "My servant does not draw near to me through anything comparable to my obligatory duties far ai. He must surely draw near to me through supererogatory acts of worship, nawafil, until I love him, and when I love him, I become his hearing and his sight, and his tongue, and his hand and his foot, and his heart. So through me he hears, through me he sees, through me he speaks, through me he understands, and through me he strikes." We have mentioned this traditional report, Kabar, at several points in this book, because it is the basic text concerning this spiritual station. The heart of this servant must be filled with the love of his Lord. Almighty and glorious is he, with his light, with knowledge, ilm, of him, and with direct awareness, ma'rifa, of him, for it cannot otherwise be sound. Please consider the words of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. If anyone loves to see a man who loves Allah with all his heart, let him look at Salim, the freedman, Mawla, of Abu Hudhaifa, may Allah be well pleased with him. He said this because that man's outer being Ihir was moved and operated by the action of Allah, exalted is he, while his inner being, Ba-10, was filled by Allah, Almighty and glorious is he. Moses, Musa, peace be upon him, once said, "O my Lord, where must I seek in order to find you?" His Lord replied, "O Moses, what house is big enough to contain me? What place can support me? If you wish to know where I am in the heart of the abstainer Tariq, the one who says goodbye to worldly attachments, Wadiye, the one who is truly virtuous Afif. Abu Abdullah Hudhaifa ibn al-Yaman al-Baysai, may Allah be well pleased with him and with his father, was among the earliest to embrace Islam, and he came to be one of the most distinguished of all the companions of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. He was famous for his dedication to an abstinent way of life, together with Abu Darda and Abu Dar. May Allah be well pleased with them both. He was one of those companions who were called Sahib Suranabi, because of the secret knowledge imparted to them by the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. He died in age 36. The abstainer Tariq is someone who abstains by making an effort, and in whom there is still a surviving remnant of worldly attachment. Then his Lord treats him graciously, so he says goodbye to it by dying to it. Then it is totally obliterated, so he pays attention to nothing apart from his master, Mawla. Someone may well ask, so what is the gracious favor that his Lord bestows upon him? To this our reply will be, it means that he, Almighty and glorious is he, will establish him in the appropriate spiritual degree, with the stipulation of strict adherence to it, to ensure that he acts accordingly, provided he fulfills the precondition and does not attempt to act or function in any other way, but observes it strictly and commits no transgression. He will then transport him from that degree to reside in the domain of subjugating power, mulk al-Jabarut. He will thus subdue his lower self, nafs, and then tame it by the authority of the subjugating power, Jabarut, until it is rendered humble and submissive. Then he will transport him to the domain of authority, mulk, as sultan, so that he may go through basic training. He must be purged of those abscesses in his lower self, nafs, for they are the roots of those carnal desires, which have formed a solid tumor, gutta, therein. Then he will transport him to the domain of majesty, mulk al-Jalal, so that he may receive an education. Then he will transport him to the domain of beauty, mulk al-Jamal, so that he may be inwardly purified. Then he will transport him to the domain of splendor, mulk al-Yama, so that he may be outwardly cleansed. Then he will transport him to the domain of brilliance, mulk al-Bahai, so that he may be improved and refined. Then to the domain of resplendence, mulk al-baja, so that he may be enriched. Then to the domain of reverence, mulk al-haiba, so that he may receive advanced instruction. Then to the domain of merciful compassion, mulk ar-rahima, so that he may be mellowed, strengthened, and encouraged. Then he will transport him to the domain of individuality, mulk al-fardiyya, so that he may be treated as a unique individual. Gentle kindness will nourish him. Tender care will surround him and embrace him. Loving affection will strengthen him. Ardent longing will draw him close, and yearning desire will impel him to move toward him. The all-generous and all-glorious one, al-Jawad al-Aziz, will transform him and draw him near. Then he will accelerate his approach. Then he will slow him down. Then he will train him. Then he will converse with him in confidence. Then he will bestow his grace upon him in abundance. Then he will tighten his grip upon him, wherever he happens to be, in every empty space and in every circumstance. He will be close to his Lord, for he is held within his grasp, as one of those entrusted with his secrets and with what he must convey from his Lord to his creatures. Once he has reached this stage, descriptions fail, and words and expressions are no longer adequate, for this is the farthest point accessible to minds and hearts in the extreme limit attained by the spiritual states of the saints, aliyah. Whatever exists beyond that is reserved for the prophets and Baya'ah and messengers. Rusul, peace be upon them all, because the final stage of the saint, Wali, is the starting point of the prophet, Nabi. Upon all be the blessings of Allah, his salutations, his gentle kindness, and his merciful compassion. The difference between prophethood, nubuwah, and sainthood, walaya, is as follows. The role of the prophet is to deliver speech, kalam, that emanates from Allah, exalted is he, and to receive and transmit revelation, wahi. This is accompanied by a spirit, ruh, from Allah, for when he decrees the revelation, wahi, he stamps it with the seal of the spirit. It is received from him, exalted is he, so it must be accepted. It is that which must be believed, and whoever rejects it is an unbeliever, kafir, because he is rejecting the speech of Allah Almighty, and glorious is he. As for sainthood, walaya, it is the office of one to whom Allah Almighty and glorious is he has entrusted his explanatory narrative, Hades, by way of inspiration, ilham. He conveys it to the saint, who is thereby charged with its transmission. That narrative, Hades, emanates from Allah on the tongue of the truth, haq, accompanied by the state of pure serenity, sakina. It is thus received by the state of pure serenity, sakina, within the heart of the ecstatic, madhab, so he accepts it and relies upon its veracity. The speech of Allah is therefore the prerogative of the prophets. In Baya'ah, while the explanatory narrative, Hades, is the prerogative of the saints, aliyah. If someone rejects the speech of Allah, he is an unbeliever, kafir, because he refuses to accept his ability to speak and communicate his revelation, wahi. On the other hand, if someone rejects the explanatory narrative, Hades, he is not guilty of unbelief. Though he will not go unpunished, he will suffer serious disappointment and experience dreadful consequences, and his heart will be sorely perplexed, because he has rejected the truth, haq, which came to him with the loving affection of Allah, from one who carried the knowledge of Allah within him, for he had entrusted him with the truth and caused him to instill it in his heart. The explanatory narrative, Hades, is a manifestation of his knowledge, which emerges at the moment determined by his will, so it is expiry. Instead of personal communication, like a secret confidence. That explanatory narrative, Hades, is only conveyed through Allah's loving affection for his servant, so it reaches his heart together with the truth, and his heart accepts it in the state of pure serenity, sakina. Concerning 1. What is required of the beginner on this spiritual path, tariqah, at the very outset. 2. His conduct with the sheikh. And 3. What is required of the sheikh in training the seeker, murid. What is required of the beginner on this spiritual path, tariqah, at the very outset, is the sound belief that constitutes its foundation. His belief must be based on the doctrine, aqidah, of our pious predecessors, the people of the ancient tradition, the tradition sunnah, of the prophets and Baya'ah, and the messengers, mursalin, the companions, sahaba, and the successors, tabi'in, the saints, aliyah, and the champions of truth, siddiqin, as we have mentioned and explained elsewhere in this book. He must therefore adhere to the Book of Allah and the Sunnah, and observe them both in practice, root and branch, respecting every commandment and prohibition. He must make them his wings with which to fly along the road that leads to Allah, Almighty and Glorious is He. Then he must practice truthfulness, sidq, and then exercise good judgment, ijtihad, until he finds the guidance, hidayah, and direct tayan, irshad, he needs, and the signpost dalil, and a leader qaid to lead him. Then he must find a close friend, mu'anis, who will keep him company. He must also find a refuge to which he can resort when he is in a state of exhaustion, fatigue, and gloom due to the eruption of his carnal appetites and lusts, the foibles of his lower self, nafs, his misleading passion, and his natural constitution, with its propensity to cowardice and its reluctance to embark on traveling the road. Allah, Almighty and Glorious is He, has said, "As for those who strive in our cause, waladina jihad yufina, surely we shall guide them lanadiyanahum, to our paths." Quraan 29:69, Subulana. As the wise man said, he who seeks and makes a serious effort will surely find mantalaba wajada wajada. Through firm belief, i'atikad, he will obtain the knowledge of reality, ilm al-hakika, and through the exercise of good judgment, ijtihad, he will acquire the attitude and conduct appropriate to reality, suluk al-hakika. He will then be required to make a sincere covenant with Allah, Almighty and Glorious is He, promising that he will neither lift a foot nor set one down on the path toward him, except because of Allah. As long as he has not yet reached Allah, he must not turn aside from his commitment for any blameworthy purpose, because the truthful person, Siddiq, never goes back on his promise. Even if he is offered a charismatic gift of grace, karama, along the way, he must not stop to accept it as a substitute for Allah, Almighty and Glorious is He, since it represents an obstacle to his progress toward his Lord. Almighty and Glorious is He. Once he has reached his destination, charismatic talents, karamat, will do him no harm, since they are automatically conferred at the gate of empowerment, kudra, as the fruits and tokens thereof. This is not something that violates his integrity. How could it be, indeed, when he has now become an exemplary figure, qudwa, in the land, an extraordinary exception to the general rule, karkalada? His speech has developed into wisdom, hikmah, in the wake of ignorance, barbarism, ajma, stupidity, and inaccuracy. His movements and his pauses, and all his ways of doing business, have come to be a model for those who take note of them. The actions of Allah are at work within him and upon him in ways that dazzle people's minds. Having reached this stage, he will be commanded to seek charismatic grace, karama, and compelled to do so. He will be made to realize that his ruin and destruction lie in failing to seek it and in refusing to obey this commandment. He will be made to realize that everything is contingent on his seeking it and on his compliance with his Lord's command, his permanence, his survival, his worshipful service, his good work, the approval of his Lord and his closeness to him, and increase in the loving affection bestowed upon him by his Lord. How can charismatic talent, karama, do him any harm, now that he has this relationship with his Lord, Almighty and Glorious is He? He must not reveal this special relationship to any of the common people, awam, unless its disclosure is demanded of him irresistibly. Because one of the conditions of sainthood, walaya, is the concealment of charismatic talents, karamat, whereas one of the conditions of prophethood, nubuwah, is the manifestation of miracles, mu'ajizat. It is incumbent upon him to emphasize this distinction between prophethood, nubuwah, and sainthood, walaya. He must not linger in neighborhoods where misconduct is rife, nor must he mingle with dissolute types and idle layabouts, the sons of tittle, tattle, kilwakal, the enemies of good works and responsibilities, those who lay false claim to Islam and faith among those whom Allah, Almighty and Glorious is He, was addressing when he said, "O you who believe, why do you say ya ayyuha ladina amanu, that which you do not do? Lima takaluna mala tafaalun. It is most hateful in the sight of Allah kabura maktan dalahi, that you say what you do not do. And tackle you mala tafaalun." Quraan 61:2. Will you bid other people a tamuruna and nasa to righteousness, while you forget bilberry to practice it yourselves? What tansana infusicum? And you are readers of the book. Wa antum tatlana el-kitab. Have you no sense at all? Quraan 2:44, afa la ta'aqlan. He must not begrudge spending his available resources, nor must he be stingy with anything he has at his disposal, for fear that he may receive the same treatment when it comes to the iftar, the fast-breaking meal, and the sahur, the last meal before daybreak in the month of Ramadan. He must impress upon his lower self nafs and instill in his heart an awareness of the fact that Allah has never once created a saint, wali of his, in all the times gone by, who was stingy about spending available resources. He is obliged to be content with permanent humiliation, unfortunate deprivation, constant hunger, lack of recognition, criticism from other people, and seeing his peers, his counterparts, and his contemporaries receive priority over him in the bestowal of honors and gifts, and in the presence of the sheikhs and the sessions of the scholars, ulama. He must be ready to go hungry while the others eat their fill, and all of them enjoy respect. He must accept humiliation as his lot, while all the others bask in glory. He must actually prefer humiliation and regard it as his foreordained condition. If anyone is not content with this and cannot reconcile himself to it, he is most unlikely to receive any benefit from it, since complete progress and success can only be achieved through what we have described. He must not expect Allah to grant him any request, apart from forgiveness for previous sins, pardon for disobedience in the times that lie ahead, and help Tawfiq in observing the hours that he loves, and in performing the good deeds that will bring him into his presence. Such is the course he must follow in order to obtain his approval in all his comings and goings, and to endear himself to those sheikhs who are among the saints, al-Jillani, and the spiritual deputies, Abdul, since that is his means of entry into the company of the beloved friends. Abab, the people endowed with faculties of reason and understanding. Da'i el-Aqal wa el-Albab, who have learned from the Lord of Lords. Rab al-Arbab, who have recognized the warnings and the signs, ayat, and who have thus become pure in their hearts, their consciences, and their intentions, niyat. The description we have given is that which fits the seeker, murid. As long as his heart is not absolutely clear of all wishes and desires, and purged of all the other factors we have mentioned, such as needs and demands, he cannot be a seeker, murid, in the true sense of the term. Concerning the modes of behavior, adab, required of the seeker, murid, in relation to the sheikh. As for the modes of behavior, adab, required of the seeker, murid, in relation to the sheikh, it is incumbent upon him to refrain from disagreement with the sheikh in the external sphere, ihir, and to abstain from opposition to him in the internal domain, ba10. If he is guilty of flagrant insubordination, he is forsaking his proper conduct, adab, and if he is guilty of rebellion in his innermost being, sir, he is heading toward his destruction. Far from adopting such negative attitudes, he must always play the part of an advocate for his sheikh against his own lower self, nafs. He must restrain his lower self and prevent it from opposing him, both outwardly and inwardly, while frequently reciting the words of Allah. Almighty and glorious is He. They say, Our Lord, forgive us Rabbanag furlana, and our brothers who were before us wali akwanin aladina. In the faith, sabikuna bilimani, and do not lodge in our hearts wala tajay al fi kulubana, any rancor toward those who believe. Gila ladina aman you. Our Lord, you are all gentle, Rabbana inaka arayayufin, all compassionate. Quraan 59:10, Rahim. If the sheikh does something that strikes him as incompatible with the sacred law shara, he must ask him about it obliquely, by means of analogy and symbolic expression. He must not state his concern in blunt and explicit terms, since that might alienate him. If he notices some kind of fault in his sheikh, he must overlook it and turn the suspicion upon himself. He must try to interpret the sacred law shara in the sheikh's favor. Then, if he can find no valid excuse for him in the sacred law shara, he must seek forgiveness on behalf of the sheikh and invoke upon him the blessings of enabling grace, tawfiq, true knowledge, ilm, conscious awareness, tayak, impeccable virtue, izma, and zealous commitment, hamiyya. He must not believe that he possesses impeccable virtue, izma, and he must not tell anyone about this experience. If he goes back to him later, on another day, or at another hour, he must do so in the firm belief that this is a thing of the past, and that the sheikh has now been transported to a higher spiritual degree. He must be convinced that his previous condition was not permanent, but merely a temporary lapse, a minor incident, and an interlude between two spiritual states. There is always an interlude between two spiritual states, marked by a reversion to the special dispensations rukas and permissive license, ibaha, of the sacred law shara, and by a respite from the strict interpretation atzima in its most rigorous application. This resembles the corridor between two houses in the intermediate grade, between two ranks. It signals an end to the first situation and a step onto the threshold of the second situation, a transfer from one degree of sainthood, walaya, to another, the discarding of the robe of honor of one degree of sainthood, and the donning of the robe of honor of another degree of sainthood, which is loftier and more noble. This is an ongoing process, because every day they experience an increase in closeness to Allah, almighty and glorious is He. If the sheikh gets angry and frowns in his face, or seems to be avoiding him, he must not sever his connection with him. He must rather scrutinize his own inner being, B810, and examine any misconduct in relation to the sheikh, or negligence in relation to the commandment of Allah, almighty and glorious is He, such as failure to obey His commandment in violation of His prohibition. He must first seek forgiveness from his Lord, almighty and glorious is He, turn to Him in repentance, and resolve to abstain from repeating his offense. Then he must apologize to the sheikh, humble himself before him, treat him with affection, and endear himself to him by refraining from opposition to him in the future. He must always be on good terms with his sheikh and persist in maintaining that relationship, for he has accepted him as a link and a mediator between himself and his Lord, almighty and glorious is He, and as a method and means by which to attain to Him. His situation resembles that of someone seeking admission to the presence of a king, with whom he has no personal familiarity. He has no alternative to approaching one of the king's chamberlains, or one of his courtiers and favorites, who can help him to understand the king's policy, practice, and custom. From such an insider, he can learn how to behave in the king's presence and how to address him. He can obtain all kinds of useful guidance and acquire some curious bits of information, quite unlike anything in his existing store of knowledge, to which they will prove a valuable supplement, for he must enter the royal chamber through its proper door and not climb in through some back passage. A wrong approach would expose him to blame and contempt, and defeat his aim and purpose in seeking an audience with the king. Every newcomer to the spiritual path is bound to experience some bewilderment, so he needs to be treated with consideration and goodwill. He needs to have someone take him by the hand and seat him in a place like his own, or at least beckon him to come and sit down, so that he does not feel unwelcome. He must not be greeted with bad manners and stupid behavior. He must be assured that Allah, almighty and glorious is He, has caused it to be the normal state of affairs on this earth for there to be a sheikh and a seeker murid, an escort and one who is escorted, a follower and one who is followed, from the time of Adam till the advent of the final hour, as SIAA. Let us consider the case of Adam, peace be upon him. When Allah, exalted is He, created him, He taught him to recognize all things, and so He began the whole business with him, for He treated him like a pupil, tilmid, in the company of his master, ustad, and like a seeker, murid, in the company of his sheikh. O Adam, He told him, this is a horse, this is a mule, and this is a donkey, until He had taught him to identify every jot and tittle. Then, when He had taught him and trained him, He made him a master, ustad, a teacher, mu'alim, a sheikh, and a wise man, hakim. He clothed him in all kinds of garments and adornments, and crowned him with a jeweled headband. He seated him on a pedestal in the garden of paradise, and stationed the angels around him in rows. Then He said, O Adam, inform them ya Adamu ambayahum of their names. Quraan 2:33, by Asmayim, meaning now that their incompetence and their lack of knowledge, literally, a large bowl quasaa and a small bowl tusaa, have become apparent to you, and you have heard them say, Glory be to you, Subhanakah. We have no knowledge except that la ilmalana, which you have taught us. Quraan 2:32, ilama alamdana. The angels thus became pupils, talamid, to Adam, and Adam became their sheikh, for he taught them the names of all things in the manner to which the Qur'an bears witness. His superior status, peace be upon him, was thereby made manifest, and so he became the most excellent and the noblest of them all in the sight of Allah and in their sight. He became their leader, and they became followers, guided by a leader. May Allah's blessings be upon them all. But then, when it all happened, the eating from the tree, the expulsion from the garden of paradise, and the transition to another situation and another abode, it caught him unawares, and he was not yet equipped to understand it. That did not occur to his mind, and he did not imagine that it would happen to him. Then, when Adam reached his new abode and roamed about the earth, he found it strange and alarming. He experienced things there that he had never experienced before. He was made to suffer hunger and thirst and scorching heat and constriction, none of which he had previously encountered. He needed a teacher, a director, a master, a guide, a trainer, and an instructor. So Allah, exalted is He, sent Gabriel, Jibril, peace be upon him, who befriended him and helped him to understand what he found difficult about the situation. He gave him some wheat and told him what to do with it, so he sowed it. Then he told him what to do next, so he harvested it. Then he told him what to do next, so he winnowed it and ground it. He also prepared instruments for him to use. Then he told him to bake bread, so he baked it. Then he told him to eat, so he ate. Then, when the food was trying to leave his stomach, Adam was confused and did not know what to do. He needed a teacher once again, so Gabriel taught him how to evacuate his bowels, how to clean himself, and how to serve Allah, exalted is He. In the situation, he taught him how to restore the white complexion to his body, the color of which had turned from white and fair to black and dark. He ordered him to fast on the white days al-Ayam al-Bii. According to the classical Arabic lexicographers, al-Ayam al-Bii, the white days, like the even shorter expression al-Bii, the white ones, is simply an abbreviated way of referring to Ayam al-Layali al-Bii, the days of the white nights. They are so called because they are brightly illuminated throughout by the moon, which is then at or near the full, which occur on the 13th, 14th, and 15th of the month, and his color was thus restored to whiteness. He also taught him many other forms of knowledge, olam, and various modes of good conduct, adab. Adam, peace be upon him, thus became a pupil to Gabriel, and Gabriel, peace be upon him, became his master and his sheikh, after Adam had been his sheikh, and the sheikh and leader of all the angels, and more knowledgeable than any of them. All that was due to the change in his spiritual state, and the transition from one situation to another. The story then continues through the ages. Seth Shith, the son of Adam, learned from his father, Adam, then his sons from him. The prophet Noah, Nabi, peace be upon him, likewise taught his sons, and Ibrahim, peace be upon him, taught his sons. Allah, exalted is He, has said, the same did Abraham enjoin wawasa biha Ibrahimu upon his sons, and also Jacob. Bani Hiwa Yaqub. Quraan 2:132. In other words, he instructed them and taught them. Moses, Musa, and Aaron, Harun, peace be upon them both, likewise taught their own sons, and all the children of Israel, Bani Israel. Jesus, Asa, peace be upon him, taught the disciples, Hawarian. Then, Gabriel, Jibril, peace be upon him, taught our prophet Muhammad. Allah bless him and give him peace, how to perform the ritual ablution, wu'e, in the ritual prayer, salat, and advised him to use the toothpick, sawak. As he once said, Allah bless him and give him peace. Gabriel, peace be upon him, advised me to use the toothpick, sawak, almost to the point of making it an obligatory religious duty. Gabriel, peace be upon him, led me in the performance of the ritual prayer, salabai, beside the house of Allah, the Kaaba, on 2 occasions. On the first occasion, he led me in the ritual prayer of noon, when the sun had declined from the meridian. We have previously quoted this tradition Hades in full. Then the companions, Sahaba, may Allah be well pleased with them, learned from the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. Then the successors, Tabi'an, learned from them. Then the successors of the successors, Tabi'ut Tabi'in, learned from them, century after century, and epoch after epoch. There has never been a prophet, Nabi, who did not have a companion. Sahib, who was guided by his guidance, emulated his example, followed in his footsteps and took direction from him, then eventually succeeded him and deputized for him. In the case of Moses, Musa, the son of Imran, for example, there was his servant, who was also his sister's son. Yusha ibn Nun, peace be upon him. 8 Jesus asa had his disciples, Pawarian, with our own prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, came Abu Bakr and Umar, may Allah be well pleased with them both, as well as Uthman, Ali, and the rest of the companions. Sahaba, may Allah be well pleased with them all. The master and pupil sequence continued without a break, through the saints Aliyah, the champions of truth Siddiqun, and the spiritual deputies Abdul. There was Al-Hasan al-Basri, for instance, and his pupil Abat al-Ghulam. Then there was Sari as-Sakati and his servant, who was also his sister's son, Abu Qasim al-Junaid. There have been many more, but it would take too long to list them all. The sheikhs are the road to Allah, almighty and glorious is He, the signposts to it, and the gate by which it is entered. For every seeker, murid, of Allah, almighty and glorious is He, a sheikh is therefore indispensable, as we have explained. It is true that there are some rare exceptions, though very few and far between, since it is possible for Allah to select one of His servants and then take direct charge of his training and education, while providing him with protection from the devil as shaitan, the foibles of the lower self, nafs, and passionate desire. Examples include the Prophet Ibrahim and Nabi, and our own Prophet Muhammad, may the blessings and peace of Allah be upon them both, as well as Uwais al-Qarani and others among them. Although not meant his prayer rug immediately, and be ready to serve his sheikh. If someone remains seated on his carpet, bisati, comfortably ensconced and relaxed, he is under no such obligation to others, for this is the state of the sheikhs, not the state of the seeker's muridin. He must try to avoid spreading his prayer rug on top of the rug of someone who is above him in rank, or even setting it close to that person's rug, except at his command, for that is considered bad manners in such company. If some question is raised in the presence of the sheikh, the seeker, murid, is obliged to remain silent, even if he feels sure that he could provide a satisfactory answer to it. He must rather seize the opportunity to hear what Allah may reveal, yaftahu, on the tongue of his sheikh, and then accept it and put it into practice. Even if he detects some inadequacy or deficiency in the sheikh's answer, he must not object to it. He must rather give thanks to Allah, exalted is He, for the special grace, knowledge, and light that He has conferred upon his sheikh, and keep all those other thoughts and feelings concealed within himself. He must not do a lot of talking, and he certainly must not say the sheikh is mistaken on that point. He must never contradict what the sheikh has to say, unless he is irresistibly compelled to do so, and the words simply pop out of his mouth. If that should happen, he must make amends for it at once, through silence, repentance, and a firm resolution to avoid any repetition, as we have previously mentioned. Tionid in the course of this book, when describing how he should implement his repentance of sins against Allah, almighty and glorious is He. Where the seeker, murid, is concerned, all goodness resides in his silence and everything connected with this path of his. While the spiritual concert, samane, is in progress, the seeker, murid, must refrain from making movements in the presence of the sheikh, unless he gives him the signal to do so. On no account should he manifest a state of ecstasy, unless he experiences an overwhelming rapture, which leaves him no option or choice. In such a case, as soon as the intensity of his experience has subsided, he must revert to his normal state of quiet calm, well-mannered behavior, respectful dignity, and concealment of whatever secret Allah, almighty and glorious is He has entrusted to him. We have seen fit to mention this subject here, although we have not been devoting much space to the spiritual concert, sama'e, chanting, call, the music of the reed flute, kasab, and dancing racks. In previous contexts, we have simply described such practices as undesirable. If we raise the topic now, we do so because the spiritual concert, sama'e, is a favorite practice of our Sufi contemporaries in their ghost houses, arbaita, and during their gatherings, and it cannot be denied that some of its practitioners are quite genuine. From the inner meaning of what is heard in the concert, the participant receives an exciting stimulus, which arouses the ardent fervor of his truthful nature, sick, so he is absorbed by his fervor, and loses his ordinary consciousness therein. Then his limbs and organs are set in motion, and he moves about among the people present, in a state of detachment from the physical pleasures and passions described in the chanting. This experience invariably evokes a sense of nearness to someone very dear to him, either someone who has died after a long and close relationship, or someone who, though still alive, is far away from him, and so his yearning is intensified. As for the truthful seeker al-Murid as-Siddiq, his fervor is never subdued, his torch is never dimmed, his beloved Mahbub is never absent, and his intimate friend, Anis, is never alienated, so he is always experiencing even greater nearness and closeness, delight and bliss, and nothing can change him or excite him out of his spiritual state, apart from the speech kalam of the one who is sought murad by him, and the tradition hades of the one who is his Lord, Rab, Almighty and glorious is he. This gives him an excellent alternative to the poems, the songs, the tunes, and the noisy clamor of the pretenders, the partners of the devils, the riders of passionate desires, the steeds of their own lower selves, nafas, and natural instincts, the followers of every shouter and screamer. The seeker murid is obliged to refrain from disputing with anyone during the spiritual concert sama'e. While it is in progress, he must refrain from pressing anyone to importune the chanter, the one who recites those pious and eloquent verses which arouse longing for the gardens of paradise, the heavenly brides, her, and the vision of the Lord of Truth, exalted is he, in the hereafter, while inspiring abstinence from this world, its lustful pleasures and its carnal appetites, its sons and its women, and encouraging the patient endurance of its misfortunes, its trials and its tribulations, its rejection of the sons of the hereafter, and its devotion to its own sons, and so on. He must entrust all that to the sheikh in attendance, for the people present are in the sheikh's care, unless at that moment, O Allah. Allahumma, the listener is one of those who are specially entitled mustahikan. He must therefore observe well-mannered behavior on the surface, while inwardly disowning his affectation, for there can be no doubt that Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, will either appoint someone to importune on his behalf, or inspire the chanter to repeat his recitation again and again, so that the truthful listener can accomplish his eager wish and desire. Still more concerning the proper conduct adab of the seeker murid in relation to the sheikh. If the seeker murid wishes to receive training from a sheikh, he must have a faith, iman, a belief, tasdik, and a firm conviction, iatiqad, that there is no one better qualified than he in all the neighboring districts to help him fulfill his aspiration. He must feel sure that the sheikh will accept him for the sake of Allah, Almighty and glorious is he, and that his innermost being, sir, will be safe with Allah. Exalted is he, when he enters the sheikh's service and commits his search irada to his care by becoming his pupil. He must feel sure that nothing will be uttered by the tongue of his sheikh except that which is in his best interest. He must be very careful not to contradict him, because opposition to the sheikhs is a deadly poison, and its harmfulness is far-reaching. He must not disagree with him in explicit terms, nor by implication. He must make every effort to avoid concealing anything from his sheikh in connection with his spiritual states and secrets, and he must not tell anyone else about the instructions he receives from his sheikh. He must not resort to applying for concessions, rukas, or revert to something he has abandoned for the sake of Allah Almighty and glorious is He, for that is one of the major offenses, kabair, in it amounts to the cancellation of the search irada, according to the people of the spiritual path tariqah. Allah's messenger, Allah bless him and give him peace, is reported as having said, "The person who goes back on his gift is like the dog that vomits, then goes back and licks it up." The seeker murid is obliged to practice strict adherence to the instructions he receives from his sheikh in order to ensure that his training is effective in correcting his bad behavior. If he is guilty of any shortcoming in the performance of his sheikh's directions, he is obliged to inform his sheikh about it so that he can advise him accordingly, and pray for him to be granted the blessings of enabling grace, tawfiq, facilitation, taysir, and success, fala, concerning what is required of the sheikh in the process of training the seeker murid. As for what is required of the sheikh in the process of training the seeker murid, he must first of all accept him as his pupil for the sake of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, not for his own sake. Then he must relate to him on the basis of sincere advice, nasiha, and regard him with the eye of tender loving care. He must treat his pupil with gentle kindness when he finds it hard to cope with rigorous exercise, riyad, for he must train him as a mother trains her child, and as a gentle, wise, and understanding father trains his son and his servant. He must therefore set him fairly easy tasks and not burden him beyond his capacity until he is ready for more difficult tests. He must start by commanding him to refrain in all his affairs from obeying the dictates of his instinctual nature and to practice the special dispensations rukas of the sacred law shara until he is thereby delivered from the control and domination of his natural instincts and comes to accept the control and bondage of the sacred law shara. The sheikh must then transfer him from the special dispensations rukas to the strict application atsima, one thing at a time, by erasing one practice from the category of dispensations and replacing it with a practice from the category of strict application. If he detects in his pupil, at the very outset, a genuine capacity for strenuous exertion, mujahada, and adherence to the strict application of the law atsima, and if he perceives that quality in him by the light of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, through revealed insight and understanding conferred by Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, in accordance with what has always been the custom sunnah of Allah in dealing with his believing servants, such as the saints Aliyah, the beloved friends Abab, the trusted agents Umana, and those well versed in knowledge of him, Al-Alama by high. In a case like this, the sheikh is not required to treat him in the indulgent manner described above. If the pupil fits this description, the sheikh must set him the most difficult exercises, riyad, knowing that he does not lack the strength of purpose they demand, since he is convinced that he was created for that kind of training, that he is worthy of it, and that it is what he really needs. He must not cheat him by treating him too lightly. The sheikh must not take advantage of the seeker murid, under any circumstance, by profiting from his wealth or his service. Nor must he expect any recompense from Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, or anything at all in exchange for the training he provides. His only motive for training and educating him must be compliance with Allah's will, Almighty and glorious is He, by carrying out His commandment and accepting the pupil as a special present and unusual gift from him. For the seeker murid is one who has come, not through any process of selection or procurement initiated by the sheikh, but by a pure decree of destiny kadarmati, through the direction irshad, guidance, hidayah, and saving grace, inkad, bestowed upon him by Allah exalted is He. He is therefore a present from Allah, and the sheikh must accept him and treat him well, by giving him an excellent course of training and education. It would therefore be wrong for the sheikh to take advantage of him or profit from his wealth, except at Allah's command, exalted is He. He must employ him for good purposes and accept what the seeker brings with him of the wealth that Allah, exalted is He, has provided for his well-being and safe passage, and of which he has allotted a portion to the sheikh, for he then has no cause to refuse and reject it. He must be very wary of trying to choose what the seeker murid ought to experience. He must leave that to the action of Allah and His decree qadar, for it was Allah, exalted is He, who brought the seeker to him, without any effort on his part, without selection by his heart, and without his personal interest being involved. He will then be assisted and guided in training him, and the seeker's progress and success will be accelerated. The sheikh must therefore be on guard, to ensure that his personal desire does not become involved, for then he would lose the enabling guidance, tawfiq, along with the protection he enjoys in relation to the seeker murid. It is incumbent upon the sheikh to train him through his spiritual influence, himma, and to repent on his behalf, in his innermost being. Sir, if he discovers any fault or weakness in him, it is also incumbent upon him to keep the inner condition of the seeker's muridin a secret to himself, so he must not share with anyone else the insight he has obtained through observing their spiritual states, whether by means of an esoteric faculty of knowledge, ilm laduni, a talent conferred by Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, or by means of a private disclosure, a confidence imparted to him by the seeker. When he is told something in confidence, he must not divulge it to anyone else, because it is a deposit entrusted to his safekeeping. As the saying goes, the breasts of free men are the tombs of secrets, Sudyar al-Arar Kubyar. Al-Asrar. The sheikh must be a place of comfort for the seeker's muridin, and a storeroom and vault for their secrets. He must serve as a refuge for them, and a cave. He must be a source of encouragement, strength, and assistance, and someone who keeps them firmly on the path. He must not scare them away from the path, their mutual fellowship, and their commitment to Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. If he notices that the seeker, murid, is guilty of something reprehensible, in terms of the sacred law Shara, the sheikh must admonish him in private and correct his behavior. He must forbid him to repeat that offense, whether it be a violation of the roots and branches of the sacred law, or a pretentious claim to a spiritual state he does not possess, or a vain conceit with regard to his deeds and his power of perception. The sheikh must save him from the pitfall of vain conceit and belittle his deeds and states in his eyes, so that he does not perish, for arrogant pride will cause the servant to fall from the gracious side of Allah Almighty, and glorious is He. If the sheikh wishes to deliver the admonition to the whole community, Jama'ah, he must assemble them and address them in these words. It has come to my attention that there is someone in your midst who lays false claim to such, and says such, and is guilty of such and such. He must then go on to describe what is at stake in terms of the corrupting effects of such behavior and the beneficial results of abstaining from it. He must remind them of the dangers and put them on their guard. In delivering this admonition, however, he must not identify any specific individual amongst them as being the guilty culprit because of the inherent risk of causing alienation. If he behaves and speaks in a boorish manner, divulges their secrets, slanders them, strips them down, and mentions all their bad sides, their hearts will feel an aversion to approaching him and keeping him company. That will cause them to adopt a suspicious attitude toward the people of the spiritual path tariqah and toward the seed of the saints aliyah of Allah, exalted is He, that had been planted in their hearts. The sheikh must therefore be very wary of such behavior. If it comes upon him irresistibly, and he cannot control it, he must dismiss himself from the office of sheikh and resign from his saintly position of authority. Walaya. He must isolate himself from the seekers, muridin, concentrate on the struggle with his own lower self, nafs, and its rigorous exercise, and look for a sheikh who will educate him, correct him, and put him through a strict course of training. It is utterly useless for him to be a sheikh while accompanied by all these calamities, so he must not interrupt the progress of the seekers, muridin, on their spiritual path. Tariqah toward Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. Chapter 16. Concerning the fellowship of spiritual brothers. Subat al-Ikhwan, and fellowship with strangers. As suhba ma'aa el-janib, as well as the nature of fellowship with the rich igniya and the poor fuqara. 1. Concerning fellowship with one's spiritual brothers. As suhba ma'aa el-Ikhwan. As for the seeker's fellowship, suhba, with his spiritual brothers. Ikhwan, it is a matter of preferential treatment, athar, chivalrous conduct, fudawa, overlooking their faults and failings, and regarding his relationship with them as a binding contract of service. He must not see himself as having any right, over any one of them, nor must he claim that any debt, is owed to him by any one of them. He must regard each one of them as having a right, over him, and he must not fall short in according them their due His fellowship with them must include the obvious demonstration of agreement with them in all that they say or do. He must always side with them against himself, interpret things to their advantage, and find excuses for them. He must refrain from contradicting them, arguing with them, quarreling with them, and bickering with them, and he must turn a blind eye to their faults. He must always take good care of his brothers' hearts and avoid doing anything that would find unpleasant, even if he knows that it could be of some benefit to them. He must not harbor a feeling of spite toward any one of them. If the heart of one of them is permeated with animosity toward him, he must behave with him politely until that feeling dissipates. If it still persists, he must treat him in an even friendlier and more engaging manner until it finally evaporates. If he finds his own heart affected by a sense of alienation from one of them, and by a feeling of annoyance due to backbiting, ghibah, or some other cause, he must not let that show from himself, but rather present the opposite appearance. 2. Concerning fellowship with strangers. As suhba ma'aa el-Janib. When it comes to fellowship with strangers, the spiritual seeker must keep his innermost being secret from them. He must regard them with the eye of kindness and compassion, and see to it that their goods are delivered to them safely. He must keep the rules of the spiritual path, tariqah, out of their sight. He must be patient with their bad habits and refrain from close association with them as far as he can. He must not attribute to himself a degree of virtue superior to theirs. Speaking of them, he must say, they are among the people who enjoy immunity, al-salama, so Allah will let them pass unchallenged. Speaking to himself, on the other hand, he must say, you are one of those who are subject to strict review, al-madayaka, so you will be held responsible for the slightest snap of the finger's knacker and the merest trifle, cheatmer, for both the small change and the major sum. You will be called to account, not only for matters of great importance, but also for minor details. Allah, exalted is He, overlooks certain things in the case of the ignorant person, but He does not overlook those same things in the case of someone endowed with knowledge. He takes little notice of the common folk, awam, but the special few, kawas, are in grave jeopardy. 3. Concerning fellowship with the rich. As suhba ma'aa el-Agniya. As for fellowship, suhba, with the rich, you must relate to them with an attitude of dignified detachment, free from greedy ambition, and nursing no hope of acquiring what they have at their disposal. You must keep all such people outside of your heart and preserve your religious commitment, din, from the damage caused by fawning upon them to win their favor. As we learn from the tradition of Hades, it was the Prophet himself, Allah bless him and give him peace, who said, when someone fawns upon a rich man because of what he has at his disposal, 2/3 of his religion, din, are gone. Let us therefore take refuge with Allah from any action that diminutive issues our religious commitment, as indicated by the tradition Hades. You must shun the fellowship of those types of people whose influence is detrimental to religion, din, and tends to sever its binding ties, and whose possessions and worldly interests may be dazzling enough to extinguish the light of faith, iman. There may be occasions, of course, when their fellowship, suhba, is unavoidably inflicted upon you, in the course of a journey or an expedition, or in the congregational setting of a mosque, masjid, or a guest house, ribati. In situations like these, your behavior should conform to the best standard of conventional conduct. This is a general rule, applicable to fellowship, suhba, with the rich and the poor alike, for you must not attribute to yourself a degree of virtue superior to theirs. On the contrary, you must be firmly convinced that all your fellow creatures are better than you, in order to avoid the pitfall of arrogant pride. You must not claim the special merit of poverty for your own self-nafs, nor attribute any great importance to it, either in this world or in the hereafter. You must not see it as having any value or weight, for, as the saying goes, if someone ascribes any value to his own self, he has no value, and if he ascribes any weight to it, he carries no weight. In the case of the rich man, Ghani, proper conduct, adab, is a matter of treating the poor man well, which means taking money out of his purse and handing it over to him. He must be detached from his wealth, dealing with it in the capacity of a custodian, mustaklaf, rather than that of a proprietor, mutamalik. In the case of the poor man, fakir, proper conduct, adab, is a matter of keeping the rich man out of his heart, which means that his heart must be detached from the rich man and his wealth, and indeed, from this world and the hereafter altogether. He must not provide a home or a lodging in his heart, nor an entrance thereto, for anything whatsoever. It must become absolutely pure and empty of all of that. Then he must watch and wait for it to be filled by his Lord, Almighty. And glorious is He, so that nothing but He has any presence, and nothing else can exert any power or strength. Once that has been accomplished, he will receive the gracious favor of Allah Almighty. And glorious is He, and he will then obtain wealth through Him. Almighty and glorious is He, without weary labor and anxious concern. 4. Concerning fellowship with the poor. As suhba ma'aa el-fuqara. As for fellowship, suhba, with the poor fuqara, it is a matter of according them preferential treatment, ithar, of putting them before yourself in respect of food and drink, clothing, gratification, entertainment, and everything that is precious. You must regard your own self, nafs, as being beneath them, and you must not see it as having any superiority over them, not in anything whatsoever. Abu Sa'd ibn Ahmad ibn Asa is reported as having said, I kept fellowship with the poor fuqara for all of 30 years, and never was anything spoken between me and them that would have hurt or troubled them, nor did anything disturbing happen between me and them that would have caused them distress. When someone asked him, how is that possible? He replied, because I always sided with them against myself. Whenever I entered their presence, I brought them happiness and kindness. I dealt with them on the basis of morality, propriety, good manners, and flexibility. You must not regard such behavior as entitling you to some advantage over them. On the contrary, you must take it as a compliment from them that they accept such treatment from you. Beware of bestowing that treatment upon them in a patronizing manner, or seeing it as something that comes from you. You must rather give thanks to Allah. Almighty and glorious is He, for having entrusted you with His enabling grace, tawfiq, and so made that possible for you, and for having rendered you capable of service to His people, His special elite, Qasa, and His dearly beloved friends Abab. The paupers, fuqara, and the righteous, Salihin, are Allah's people, and His special elite, Qasa, as the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, has told us. The people of the Qur'an are Allah's people and His special elite, Qasa. The people of the Qur'an are those who put the Qur'an into active practice. As for those who read it without acting upon it, they are not included among His people. The Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, also said, a person does not believe in the Qur'an if he treats as lawful the things it has declared unlawful. You must therefore remember that, when someone accepts a gift from you, the benefit is the recipient's, not yours. The following refinements of behavior, adab, must all be cultivated. In fellowship with the poor, suhba ma'aa el-fuqara. You should not make it necessary for them to ask you for anything they need. If it happens nevertheless, and the pauper, fakir, asks you for something in the form of a loan, you should lend it to him in the outer sense here. Then, in your inner feeling, ba10, you should absolve him from the obligation to repay. You should let him know about this as soon as possible, but without making him think that the gift comes with invisible strings, so that he will not carry the embarrassing feeling that you have done him a favor. It is important to respect the feelings of his heart by supplying what he needs immediately, instead of giving him a hard time by keeping him waiting, because the pauper is the son of his present moment, ibn waqti hai. In the words of the traditional saying, the son of Adam is the son of his present day, and he has no time to spend on waiting for the future. If you are well aware that he has dependents and young children to care for, you must not devote all your kind attention to him personally, as if he were a separate individual. You must rather extend your kindness to include his broader situation and the people with whom his heart is preoccupied. You must listen with patience, sabr, while the pauper tells you about his situation. While he talks to you about it, you must let him see a cheerful, welcoming expression on your face. You must not scowl or frown at him, nor utter a word that might discourage him. If he asks you for something that is unavailable at the time, you must wear a pleasant expression as you direct him to whatever assistance may exist within the realm of possibility. You must not reduce him to despair by dismissing him abruptly in case he goes away with a sense of futility, feeling that it was pointless to present his need to you, and regretting the fact that he divulged his secret to you, all to no avail. This could have serious consequences, and that his primitive instincts might overwhelm him, and his lower self, nafs, might seize control of him. If that should happen, he might yield to outright foolishness, not only hating you, but remonstrating with the Lord, Almighty and glorious is He, and protesting that, while He consigned him to dependence on other creatures, he treated them with excessive generosity. His heart would thus become blind, and the light of his faith would be extinguished. You would then be to blame for all of that, since you were a cause of that commotion in his heart through a lack of good manners in the way you dismissed him. He might also be cut off from the spiritual reward, the insights, the lessons, and all the other benefits that are concealed within his begging from fellow creatures. If he had persevered with patience and persisted in good behavior, those hidden benefits would have become apparent. The need to beg from his fellow creatures would then have departed, and he would have obtained the riches of the hand, the heart, and the home. The troops of Allah's bounty would then have come to him, along with his blessings and his gracious favor. He would have been guided by the hand of gentle kindness, compassion, comfort, and safekeeping. He would have become a living proof of his assertion. Almighty and glorious is he, and he befriends Wahyua and protects the righteous. Yadawala es Salihin. Quraan 7:196. He would have been protected and jealously safeguarded. He would have been independent of things because of their creator. Things would have come to him, and he would not have gone looking for things. When visitors called to see him, they would have been touched by his radiant vibrations and his innermost being, sir, and improved by his goodness, though he would have been quite unaware of their presence. He would have been in a state of absence, gaped from them, wholly preoccupied with his master Mawla and the force of attraction, Jadab, that drew him toward him, saving him from the gloom and darkness of mingling with creatures, complying with the dictates of the lower self, nafs, following the passions, and being subject to the will of things, both worldly and otherworldly. See, those who are worthy inna ashaba al-Jannati al-Yama, of the garden of paradise, fi shugulan, are busy this day in their rejoicing. Fakiyan. Quraan 36:55. They became the people of the garden of paradise because, herein, this world, they sold their persons and their goods to their Lord. Almighty and glorious is he, in exchange for the garden of paradise. As he has told us, glorious is and exalted is he. Allah has bought from the believers in Allah Hashtara their persons and their goods, mina el mu'aminina infusahum, the garden of paradise, being theirs wa amwalahum, for the price. Quraan 9:111, by Anallahumu el Jannah. They patiently endured the pain of bankruptcy, iflas, in this world, and transferred the management of their persons, their goods, and their children to their Lord. Almighty and glorious is he. They surrendered everything to his direct control. Magnificent is his majesty. Apart from their responsibility to observe the commandments and prohibitions of the sacred law, they obeyed the commandments and observed the prohibitions while they surrendered in the face of destiny's decree. Maktuar. They viewed the created universe with wary circumspection and kept themselves detached from the will, from desires, and from ambitious tendencies in general. He therefore caused them to enter the garden of paradise and kept them occupied with that which no eye has ever seen, of which no ear has ever heard, and the very notion of which has never occurred to the human heart. As he has told us, glorious is and exalted is he. See, those who are worthy inna ashaba al-Jannati al-Yama, of the garden of paradise, fi shugulan, are busy this day in their rejoicing. Fakiyan. Quraan 36:55. If the pauper fakir does all that in this world, he will likewise be entitled to the garden of paradise, as the Qur'an clearly states. He must then sell the garden of paradise immediately in exchange for his Lord. Almighty and glorious is he, and seek the neighbor jar before the house star. He will thus be following the advice of Rabi'a al-Adawiyya, may Allah bestow his mercy upon her. For it was she, Rabi'a bint Ismail al-Adawiyya, may Allah bestow his mercy upon her, was sold into slavery. As a child, she later settled in Basra, where she attained great renown as a remarkable saint and effective preacher. Devoted to loving intimacy with Allah, exalted is he, she never married. The date of her death is given as H 135/752 C by some authorities, while others assign it to the year H 185/801 C. Who coined the expression, the neighbor before the house al-Jar, Qabla Didar. As Allah, Almighty and glorious is he, has told us, in the Qur'an, they seek his countenance. Yuriduna Wajh. Qur'an 6:52. And as Allah, Almighty and glorious is he, has said in one of his earlier books of scripture, Kitab, of those who are dear to me, the dearest of all is a servant who worships me, without expecting any favor, but only to give lordship, Rububiyyah, its due. The Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, once said, if Allah, exalted is he, had not created the garden of paradise and the fire of hell, nobody would have worshipped him. It was Ali, ibn Abi Talib, may Allah be well pleased with him, who said, If Allah, exalted is He, had created neither the garden of paradise nor the fire of hell, He would not have been one who deserves all to be worshipped. Allah, almighty and glorious is He, has said of Himself, He is worthy of true devotion, huwa Allah ti taqwa, and qualified to grant forgiveness. Wa Allah el-Maghfirah. Quraan 74:56. Well then, if the pauper fakir fits the description outlined above, so that he is truly bankrupt of everything apart from his master Mawla, and his heart has been cleansed of dependence on things, and he has ceased to exist as far as they are concerned, and he has really become a seeker, murid, and he is absent from everything apart from his Lord. Almighty and glorious is He. It will be incumbent upon the noble nature of Allah to befriend and protect him, to guide him, and to treat him with gracious favor in this world until the time of the rendezvous liquide. Then He will grant him even more than that. He will bestow new favors upon him, including robes of honor of various kinds, radiant lights, comfort and ease, the good life, and nearness to what He has prepared for His saints, Aliyah, and His beloved friends Abab, as He has hinted in His words, almighty and glorious is He. So no soul knows what comfort Afila ta'alama nafsun is kept secretly in store for them, ma'akfiya laham, as a reward min karati ayun, for what they used to do. Quraan 32:17, Jazan bima kanu yu'amalan. There is also the saying of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. Allah, almighty and glorious is He, says, I have prepared for my righteous servants that which no eye has ever seen, of which no ear has ever heard, and the very notion of which has never occurred to the human heart. Whenever Abu Huraira, may Allah be well pleased with him, heard this, he used to say, recite, if you wish, the Quranic verse, ayah. So no soul knows what comfort Afila ta'alama nafsun is kept secretly in store for them, ma'akfiya laham, as a reward min karati ayun, for what they used to do. Quraan 32:17, Jazan bima kanu yu'amalan. Allah will punish you if you turn away the pauper, who, though empty-handed, is rich at heart, and who is carrying out the order of his master, Mawla, and telling you about his condition for the sake of his dependence or for his own sake, obedient to his Lord, almighty and glorious is He, in doing that, and afraid of displeasing Him, and who did not refrain from begging from you, since Allah charged him with that task, and imposed it on him as a test. Allah, almighty and glorious is He, has told us, and we have appointed some of you waja'alna bi'ayatkum, a test for others, libi'ai and fitna. Will you be steadfast? Quraan 25:20, Tasbaran. This is not a permanent condition. It will actually end quite soon. And the pauper will be transported to the lasting wealth and honor that has been allotted to him in the nearness of his master Mawla. Allah will punish you, O you who are wealthy-handed, but poor at heart, ignorant of both yourself and your Lord, of both your starting point and your ultimate destination. He will punish you by stripping the wealth from your hand, so you will come to be empty-handed, as you used to be poor at heart. You will always be poor where things are concerned, since your appetite for them can never be satisfied. You will always be greedy for them, seeking them, agonizing over the desire for them and the means of obtaining them, only to find that they have not been allotted to you. As one of the wise has said, the harshest of all punishments is the quest for that which has not been allotted by destiny. Such will be your fate, unless Allah wraps you in His mercy and thereby alerts you to your sin, so that you seek His forgiveness, turn to Him in repentance, and confess your negligence, and He relents toward you and forgives you. So repent to Allah, for He is the most merciful of the merciful. Arham Arrahiman, ever forgiving Ghaffar, all compassionate, Rahim. Concerning the modes of behavior required of the spiritual pauper in his poverty. Adab al-Fakir fi Fakri High. The spiritual pauper, fakir, should devote his tender loving care to his poverty, just as the rich man devotes his tender loving care to his wealth. Just as the rich man does everything he can and spares no effort to ensure that his wealth does not vanish away, it is incumbent upon the pauper to do likewise, to ensure that his poverty does not disappear. This means that he should neither ask Allah Almighty and glorious is He to translate his poverty into wealth, nor focus his attention on livelihood and income, on ways of earning money, and on the means of getting rich. If he has any interest in acquiring more wealth, it should only be for sake of his dependents and to safeguard his personal virtue under the stress of difficult circumstances. To meet the required standard, the spiritual pauper, fakir, must settle for what is sufficient for his needs and not reach beyond that level of sufficiency. By settling for that amount, you will be in compliance with the commandment of Allah, exalted is He, and on guard against the danger of committing the sin of suicide, cattle, and nafs. Allah, Almighty, and glorious is He, has told us, and do not kill your own selves. Wallah taqtul you infusikum. Surely Allah is ever compassionate and Allah kana unto you. Quraan 4:29, by Rahima. It is unlawful for him to deny his lower self, nafs, its due, which is the right to be nourished with food and drink, provided with clothing, and supplied with whatever is necessary to support its physical constitution. He must not be too weak to carry out the commandments of the sacred law, such as the fulfillment of the preconditions of the ritual prayer, Sharia salat, its basic essentials arkan, and its necessary elements, wajibat, as well as every other religious duty. For a comprehensive account of the preconditions Sharia, basic essentials arkan, and necessary elements wajibat of the ritual prayer salat, while giving the self its basic due haq, he must leave out anything that constitutes a luxury. Hey, if something belongs to him as his predestined allotment, kisma, it will be conveyed to him inevitably, not through his own involvement in the process, but through the action of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. This means that he must never concern himself with luxuries unless he happens to be sick, and some kind of luxury is prescribed for him as a form of therapeutic treatment. In such a case, the luxury, hey, becomes a right, haq, in the context of his sickness, just like nourishment in the context of his good health. The following points are also extremely important to note. The pleasure he takes in his poverty must be greater than the rich man's delight in the existence of his wealth. He must actually prefer his humble status, his obscurity, and the fact that people do not invite him to their homes, do not come to visit him, and do not gather around him in crowds. In order to meet the required standard, his heart must be in a stronger state of spiritual purity, safade al-hal, when he is materially empty-handed. In other words, whenever the financial successes are few and far between, the goodness of his heart should multiply, along with its strength and its radiance, and his delight in the banner of the righteous, Salihin, should increase. If that casts a shadow of gloom upon his heart and makes him feel bitter and displeased with his Lord, he must realize that he is a madman who has committed a heinous sin in his poverty. He must therefore repent to Allah. Almighty and glorious is He, and seek His forgiveness. He must concentrate on exposing the lower self, nafs, to searching examination, thorough investigation, and stern reproach concerning the conduct required of the spiritual pauper, fakir, who has many dependents. Whenever the spiritual pauper, fakir, has many dependents, his heart should be all the more firmly stationed at the door of the business of sustenance, and all the more reliant on his Lord. He must comply with the commandment of his Lord by earning to support them in the outer sphere, ihir, and he must rely on the promise of his Lord in the inner domain, ba10. He must be convinced that provision is assigned to them in the presence of Allah, sustenance that He has promised and foreordained, and that He will convey it to them, either by His hand or by the hand of someone else. He must therefore renounce the role of middleman and not act as an uncommissioned agent, fuyuli. Instead of intervening between his fellow creatures and their Creator, he must obey the commandment in his dealings with them. He must not be at variance with the Lord, nor be resentful and suspicious of Him, and he must not doubt His promise. He must not complain to anyone. His complaint should be addressed to his Lord, and his need must be presented to Him, Almighty and glorious is He. His speech and his begging should be addressed to Him as a request for His enabling guidance, tawfiq, so that he may be patient, so that he may fulfill the commandment concerning what is due to his dependents, and so that he may be content to accept the hardship that He has decreed for them, and the fact that He has obliged him to carry their burden. He should beg Him to make their sustenance smoothly and easily available, for He is near Karib and responsive Mujib. When He subjects His servant to trial and tribulation, He is merely using the affliction to bring him back to Himself. Almighty and glorious is He. because he loves those who urgently beseech him with their begging. It is begging that distinguishes the Lord, Rab, from the slave, Marbub, the master, Sayyid, from the servant, Abd, the one who is rich, Ghani, from the one who is poor, Fakir. It is begging that moves the servant away from pride, haughtiness, self-aggrandizement, and arrogance, and brings him to modesty, humility, and recognition of his state of need. Once the servant has truly undergone that transformation, the response to his plea will be realized quickly, here in this world, not to mention the reward that will be held in store for him in the hereafter. Further modes of conduct required of the spiritual pauper, Fakir. He must not take any interest in the time that is still in the future. He should rather be wholly concerned with his present moment. Instead of looking forward to the next moment ahead, he must concentrate on preserving his spiritual state, its limits, its stipulations, and its rules of proper conduct, studiously focusing his gaze to avoid being distracted by anything else, whether above it or below it. He must also beware of coveting the spiritual state of anyone else, for it might harbor his destruction, even though it represents safety and well-being for the other person. This bears comparison with foodstuffs, for certain foodstuffs make a particular individual healthier than ever, but they may bring sickness and misfortune to another, so the invalid must not include any part of them in his diet, except by order of the physician. It is equally important for the spiritual pauper, Fakir, to refrain from choosing a particular state for himself, so that, if he does enter into it, he will do so, not of his own volition, but through the action of the Master Mawla. Almighty and glorious is He, the one who operates by pure decree and absolute will. He must not deliberately intrude his own self, nafs, into any of the spiritual states, halat, and stations, makamat, and cause it to settle therein, for then he would go astray and perish. He must wait until the command comes to him from the one who causes death and brings to life, and until he is relocated by the action of the one who withholds and gives, impoverishes and enriches, makes men laugh and makes men weep, because that is more proper for him, and nearer and closer to his Lord. Such is the instruction that was followed and handed down by our predecessors, the masters of knowledge, Ulalaim, among the people of the spiritual path, al-Tariqa, as the only course they saw fit to pursue, for the Lord of the created universe is the ultimate goal. He must be prepared for the arrival of death, in a state of readiness for it, watchful and on the lookout at all times. That will be helpful to him, in being content with his poverty and in bearing any troubles that befall him, because it will enable him to curtail his expectation. The lower self, nafs, will be subdued thereby, and it will cease to glow with the intense heat of worldly appetites. The Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, has told us, you must make a frequent practice of remembering the wrecker of delights, Hadam al-Ladhad, by which I mean death. He must rid his heart of all recollection of created beings. He must behave politely with the rich man when the latter pays him a visit, by offering him whatever food or fruit he has at his disposal, even if it is something very plain and simple. Since he is wary in his heart of all material means, asbab, it is incumbent upon him to be altruistic, more than it is upon the rich man, who is held in captivity by his wealth. This advice does not apply, however, if he has dependents in straitened circumstances, for he must not make life hard for his dependents by according that preferential treatment to the rich man, unless he has already learned from his dependents themselves that they happily endorse his altruism, that they willingly choose patience, contentment, inner wisdom, ma'arifa, and certainty, yakin, and that radiant lights shine from their hearts to illuminate their tongues, their physical bodies, and their souls, anfas. If such be the case, he is not torn between giving freely and withholding, between generosity and restraint. He must not abandon the practice of pious caution, wara, not even in the state of empty-handedness. He must not risk trespassing the mysteries, da'i el-Israr. There is then no need for him to stand on ceremony, because his Lord will control him, prepare him, and tell him what to do and what not to do. In keeping with the situation, his Lord will put the hearts of the community, jama'ah, at his disposal, incline them toward him, and fill them, sometimes with love for him, and sometimes with awe and respect. It is likewise inappropriate for him to raise his voice for any other reason when speaking in their midst. While he is with a particular group, it is inappropriate for him to hold a secret conversation with anyone outside the group. When conversing in the company of his fellow paupers, fuqara, he should refrain, as far as he can, from talking about worldly matters, foodstuffs, and the like. He must also refrain from doing any writing in the company of his fellow paupers, fuqara, if he can possibly avoid it. He should rather concentrate on the work prescribed, maktub, lit, written, meaning the supervision of his heart, the preservation of his spiritual state, and the contemplation of these two duties. He must not engage in numerous supererogatory devotions nawafil in their presence. If the whole community, jama'ah, is fasting, he should fast along with them, and if they are not fasting, he should likewise act in harmony with them. He must not separate himself from them by fasting in isolation. He must not sleep in the company of his fellow paupers, fuqara, while they are all awake, unless slumber overwhelms him irresistibly. If that happens, he should withdraw from them and lie down to rest, as unobtrusively as possible. He must do his best to avoid imposing his personal wish and preference on his fellow paupers, fuqara. If a fellow pauper, fakir, requests something of him, he must not refuse him, not even slightly, and he must not injure his heart by making him endure a lengthy wait. If one of them seeks his advice, he must not cut him off with a hasty response. He should rather allow him plenty of time, so that he can give full expression to all that is in his heart. Then, when he does respond, it should not be with rejection and negation. If, after hearing the whole story, he considers it to be incorrect, he must start by expressing some agreement. He should first say, "Well, that is one way of looking at it." He should then go on to explain the view that is more correct in his opinion, and he should do so with gentle kindness, not in a harsh and frosty manner. While engaged in eating, they must neither praise nor criticize the meal. Concerning the proper modes of conduct, adab, to be observed by the spiritual pauper, fakir, in relation to his wife and children. These are some of the modes of conduct, adab, to be observed by the spiritual pauper, fakir, in relation to his wife and children. He must relate to them on the basis of good morality, husn al-khulq, and provide them with fair treatment, ma'aruf, to the best of his ability. If he has just enough in his possession on a given day to meet his daily requirements, and he needs to use that amount for immediate purposes, he should not hold anything in reserve for the morrow. If he does end up with something to spare, he must keep it for another day, but for the sake of his dependents, not for his own sake. He must not eat unless they have already eaten. In relation to his dependents, he must be like a trusted agent, wakil, and a servant, and like a slave, mamayuk, with his master. He must carry the firm conviction that, by serving his dependents, laboring to support them, and looking after their interests, he is fulfilling the commandment of Allah in worshipful obedience to him. He must set service to himself aside and consider his dependents more important than himself. When it comes to eating, he must adjust his diet to suit their tastes and not oblige them to follow his own appetite. If he has in his possession some item that is useful to him in the winter, and he needs the price he can get for it in the summer, he must exchange it to meet his summertime need. If he finds that he has enough for the present day to meet the needs of his dependents, and there is still time left to earn enough for the coming day, he should not concern himself with that. He should rather stop at what is sufficient for the present day, because sticking to sufficiency's kafayat is a necessary duty, wajib, and he must postpone the management of tomorrow until tomorrow. If he has the strength required for absolute trust, tawakkul, and the patience, sabr, it takes to endure the hardship of scarcity, hunger, and deprivation, but his dependents lack that kind of strength, it is not permissible for him to urge them to match his own spiritual state. He must rather bestir himself and earn what he can for their benefit. If he sees that the members of his family are disposed toward obedience to Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, good conduct, and worshipful service, ibadah, it is incumbent upon him to earn an income that is lawful, halal, and to provide them with food that is permissible, mubh, in order to encourage that obedience and righteousness, salah, to grow and flourish. He must not provide them with food that is unlawful, haram, for that would encourage the growth of disobedience and sinfulness, junah. He must exert himself strenuously to improve his own behavior, his truthfulness, sidq, and the purity of his inner being, ba10, so that Allah may improve his relations with his dependents in terms of excellent patience, excellent obedience to himself and to Allah Almighty, and glorious is he in compliance with his will. The blessed grace, barakah of his righteousness will thereby accrue to his dependents. 4. The Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, has told us, if someone improves his relationship with Allah Almighty and glorious is he, Allah exalted is he, will improve his relations with his fellow human beings, and his family and dependents are included among his fellow human beings. If a guest comes to visit him, he is obliged to provide his dependents with the same fare that he offers to his guest, provided he has the capacity and ability to do so, in which case he must supply them also abundantly that, far from being merely satisfied, they have more than enough to eat. On the other hand, if poverty, scarcity, and empty-handedness prevail, and he knows that he can count on the altruism and approval of his dependents, he must give preferential treatment to his guests. Then, if there is anything left over, they can enjoy it as a blessing. Allah, exalted is he, will surely recompense them and grant them broader opportunities, for the guest arrives with a blessing and carries away the sins of the household, as we are told in the traditional saying Hades. If someone invites the spiritual pauper fakir to a meal when he has dependents to look after, and he does not have anything to improve their situation, it is not part of the code of chivalry feudal that he should neglect his dependents, go off to accept the invitation, and treat his own appetite as more important than the dire need of his dependents. Nor is it in keeping with the spiritual path tariqah and the sacred law, Sharia, to subject one's dependents to misery and disappointment because of an invitation. He should therefore refrain from attending and stay patiently at home with his family. If the person who issues the invitation has any chivalry feudal inside him, and he knows that the invited guest has dependents in his care, it is incumbent upon him to do more than ask him to attend in person. He must relieve the guest's heart of concern for his dependents by sending them enough to satisfy their needs, and by letting his guest know that he is doing so. It is the duty of the spiritual pauper fakir to train his family to adhere to the outer aspect of religious knowledge, ihir al-ilm, and the sacred law, Sharia, and to ensure that they do not act contrary to religious knowledge, whether seldom or often. He must not consign his children to the marketplace and the study of business crafts. He should rather teach them the rules and principles of the religion, akam ad-din, and induce them to abstain from the pursuit of worldly interests. This does not apply, however, if he is overwhelmed by poverty, lack of patience, vulnerability, degradation, and dependence on his fellow creatures for food and everything else he needs. In such a case, it is necessary for his whole family, his wife, his children, and himself to concentrate on acquiring the means to gain independence from other people while keeping within the limits prescribed by the sacred law, for he should be more virtuous than others. He must make his children aware of the duty to respect the right of parents, haq al-walidain, and to avoid undutiful behavior, akuk, toward them, as explained in an earlier section of the present work. Undutiful treatment of one's parents, akuk al-walidain, may mean any or all of the following: failing to respect their solemn warnings, striking them when they speak to you reproachfully, refusing to give them something when they ask you for it, or refusing to feed them when they are hungry and begging you to feed them. He must teach his wife to respect the right of Allah, as well as his own right, haq, and make her understand the virtue of patience with him, obedience to him, and so on, as we have explained in the chapter concerning the rules of good conduct pertaining to marriage, adab and nikah, concerning the proper modes of conduct, adab, to be observed by the spiritual pauper fakir in the course of a journey, as we have explained in an earlier section of this work, entitled The Book of Good Manners, Kitab al-Adab. The proper attitude to going on a journey is best described in the language of spiritual experience, ala lisani el-marifa. The traveler is moving away from his blameworthy characteristics, asaf madamuma, in the direction of his praiseworthy attributes, sifat hamida, so he must leave his passions hawa behind as he sets out to win the approval of his master Mawla by correcting any shortcomings in his dutiful devotion, taqwa. The first obligations he must therefore discharge when he proposes to travel away from his hometown are the following. He must placate his adversaries in litigation, kuzum. He must obtain the permission of his parents or of other senior relatives, such as his paternal uncle, maternal uncle Kal, grandfather, Jad, and grandmother, Jada, to whom he owes the same kind of respect. If they grant their approval, he may embark upon his journey. If he has dependents in his care and is traveling away from them, would cause them serious hardship and deprivation, his journey cannot be sanctioned until after he has improved their state of affairs, or unless he treats them as his traveling companions and takes them along with him. The Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, once said, "It is sin enough for a man to deprive those whom he ought to be sustaining. When the spiritual pauper, fakir, undertakes a journey, he does so with the stipulation that his heart must travel with him. His heart must not be hankering after some attachment left behind him, nor must his heart be attached to some attraction in front of him. Wherever he may stop along the way, his heart must always be with him. His heart must be free and uncluttered by things, as illustrated by the following story, in which it is related that Ibrahim ibn Daha said, I once went out into the desert with Ibrahim ibn Shaiba, and he said to me, you must throw away whatever attachments you have with you. I promptly discarded everything, apart from 1 dinar gold coin. So he said, you must not disturb my innermost being, sir. Get rid of what you still have with you. I thereupon discarded the dinar, but he said, again, you must throw away whatever attachments you have with you. I then remembered that I did have some shoelaces with me, so I threw them away, and, by Allah, whenever I needed a shoelace along the way, I always found one right in front of me. Ibrahim ibn Shaiba told me, that is how it is for someone who deals with Allah, exalted is He. On the basis of truthfulness, sidq. In the course of his journey, he must not perform any fewer litanies, aurad, word, than he usually performs at home. Since the journey represents, in addition to his spiritual states, it is not appropriate for him to make his journey an excuse for leaving gaps in his religious practices and his spiritual states. Dispensations rukas are meant for the weak and for the common folk. It is not for the strong and the special alike kawas to avail themselves of dispensations. The strict rule aima is always applicable to them in all their states and circumstances. Enabling grace, tawfiq, enfolds them, merciful compassion descends upon them. Protection stands beside them, and safekeeping is constantly present for them. The friend, Habib, is sitting in their company and intimacy. UNS, with him is ever on the increase. Through him all needs are satisfied, and through him resources are continuously supplied. Victory, for them is inevitable, and the angelic troops are massed and disciplined. Formation, obediently arrayed in their presence. As far as their true purpose is concerned, traveling is therefore a stronger, more fitting, and worthier experience than staying at home, since it entails distance from the material means asbab, which may become lords, arbab, and from fellow creatures, who may become idols. Asnam, more misleading than the Christian, crosses sulban, and even worse than the devil ash-shaitan. It is important for the spiritual pauper, fakir, to pay close attention to his heart at the beginning of his journey, and not to start out in a state of heedlessness. He must also exert himself strenuously throughout the course of his journey to ensure that his heart does not become forgetful of his Lord. His journey must not be undertaken for any worldly purpose in any respect whatsoever. The purpose of his journey must rather be the fulfillment of some act of worshipful obedience, ta'aa minati ta'at, such as the pilgrimage, hajj, a meeting with a sheikh, or a visit to one of the noble holy places. If the spiritual pauper, fakir, is traveling and his heart is enraptured by a certain place, and he sees that his heart is clearer there, and less confused, and that his daily life there would be more complete, he must stay in that place. He must not move away from it, except in response to a positive command, or the action of a pure force, or a decree of destiny qadar, in which case he must move on. He must do whatever he is commanded to do, and go wherever destiny sends him, assuming that he is one of those who are acted upon maf'alan fi him, one of those who are no longer controlled by passion, willful inclinations and desires, one of those who are completely detached from worldly ties, and one of those who are loved and sought, al-Murad and al-Mabubin. If a spiritual pauper, fakir, is accorded high rank and deferential treatment in a particular place, he must depart from it. He must train himself to feel acutely uncomfortable with that kind of treatment, so that it does not lead to his banishment and separation from Allah, and to his being left with nothing but mere creatures. This only applies as long as passion, hawa, still exists. Once passion is defunct, creatures have no significant existence, and the treatment they accord has no effect, for they are outside of the heart. Now there are screens to shut creatures out and guards to keep the heart safe from their intrusion, thereby denying access to polytheistic association shirk and preventing the affirmation of divine oneness, tawhid, from disintegrating. It is also important for the traveler to relate to his companions on the journey in a good-natured manner and with courteous affability, avoiding confrontation and argumentativeness in all things. He should make every effort to be of service to his companions on the journey, and he should not ask any of them to act as his servant. He should maintain a state of ritual purity, tahara, throughout his journey, and if he cannot find water, he must perform the dry ablution, tayammum. It is incumbent upon him to do the best he can in this regard, just as it is commendable for him to maintain a state of ritual purity, tahara, at home, because the ritual ablution is the weapon of the true believer, al-Wuiyu'a al-Mu'min, as we are told in the traditional report Kabar, for it serves as a security against the devil's shaitan and every other harmful influence. Especially on a journey, he should avoid the company of beardless young men, for they are often in league with the devils, whose influence inclines them to wickedness, temptations, the indulgence of passionate desire, selfish foibles, and suspicion. Their companionship poses a grave danger, unless the spiritual pauper, fakir, is one of those who are guided by the example of the sheikhs, the scholars who are versed in the knowledge of Allah, the spiritual deputies, Abdul, of his prophets, and by the protected ones, the leaders, Aima, the guides, the Lord's own people, Rabbanian, the teachers of goodness, the educators, those who warn and instruct their fellow creatures, the ambassadors, between the Lord of Truth, Hak, and his creatures, Kalk, and those with expert skills, Jahabada. If he is one of these, he need not worry about those whom he befriends, whether they be young men or elders. If he enters a town in which there is a sheikh, he should approach him immediately, salute him with the greeting of peace, salam, and place himself at his service. He must look upon him with respect, modesty, and admiration to ensure that he does not lose the benefit he could receive from him. If he is presented with an opportunity, he must not seize it for himself, to the exclusion of his companions. If one of them cannot participate, for some compelling reason, he must stay with him and not desert him. Allah is the helpful guide, muwafiq, to right action. Concerning the proper modes of conduct, adab, to be observed by spiritual paupers, fuqara, in relation to the spiritual concert, sama. These are some of the modes of conduct, adab, to be observed by spiritual paupers, fuqara, in relation to the spiritual concert, sama. They must not feel obliged to participate in the spiritual concert, sama, nor should they attend it of their own accord. If the spiritual concert, sama, happens to start unexpectedly in his presence, the proper course for the listener is to remain seated and practice good manners, while remembering his Lord with his heart, and concentrating on preserving his heart from the perilous onslaughts of heedlessness and forgetfulness. If something in the recitation makes him prick up his ears, he must regard the reciter of the Quraan as an interrogator, mustn't tiq, who is examining him on behalf of the Lord of Truth, Almighty and Glorious. Is he, concerning the signals he is receiving from the unseen gabe, which may call for encouragement or discouragement, reassurance or reprimand, extra devotion to his service, Almighty and Glorious is he, or something else again. Whenever this happens, he must review his receiving at once and compare the indication with it immediately. Thus, while it may seem, at the outset of the spiritual concert, sama, as if the tongue of the Quran reciter is his own tongue, it will come to be as if he, the Lord of Truth, is uttering the words recited by the Quran reciter. Whenever he acts on the guidance he discovers in his inner feeling. In situations like this, the result must be consistent with the duty of servitude, abudiyya, and the norms of the sacred law. As a general principle, there is nothing in either the spiritual path, tariqah, or the knowledge of reality, ilm al-haqiqah, that is inconsistent with the norms of the sacred law, adab ash-sharia. If the group has a sheikh, who is present at the spiritual concert. Samane, the spiritual pauper fakir, is obliged to stay calm and quiet, as far as he can, and to respect the dignity of that sheikh. If he receives a compelling command from within, he is authorized to follow the spontaneous movement arising from that rapturous receiving galaba. Then, as soon as the rapture subsides, it is best for him to resume his quiet state and respect the dignity of the sheikh. It is not correct for the spiritual pauper fakir to take issue with the Quran reciter or the chanter qawwal if he substitutes a more familiar diction for one that is more proper, thereby adapting the Quran to suit contemporary linguistic usage. 4. If the participants are honest in their aspiration, their dedication, and their conduct, they will not receive movements in their hearts and in their physical limbs and organs, except through hearing the speech of Allah Almighty, and glorious is He, since that is the speech of their beloved Mahbub, and His peculiar attribute. It contains His remembrance dhikr, and the remembrance of the saints, al-Jillani, the moderns, the ancients, and those yet to come, the lover and the beloved, the seeker murid, and the sought murad, as well as censure and blame for those who merely pretend to love Him, and more besides. On the other hand, if their honesty and their aspiration are flawed, and their claim is shown to be devoid of proof, if their vigorous adherence to rule and custom is without inner substance, truthfulness of conscience, intuitive understanding, ma'rifa, spiritual discovery, mukashafa, extraordinary perceptions, awareness of the mysteries, and nearness, intimate friendship and contact with the beloved, if it is not the genuine spiritual concert, samane, which is the practice of listening to the prophetic tradition, hades, and a speech that represents the norm sunnah, established by Allah Almighty and glorious is He, in the company of those who are well-versed alamane in knowledge of Him, together with the special elite kawas among the saints, aliyue, the spiritual deputies, abdul, and those who have attained to eminence, ayan, and if their inner beings, bawatan, are devoid of all that, their attention will be focused on the chanter, qawwal, the stanzas and the poems which stir the natural instincts and stimulate the enthusiasm of the fraternal lovers, ashak, by exciting their natural constitution, not by touching their hearts and their spirits arwat h. It is incumbent upon the pauper fakir in general, by which I mean both the pauper whose need is for this world and the pauper whose need is for the hereafter in the transcendent realms of being acquainted to refrain from importuning the Quran reciter and the chanter, qawwal, to engage in repetition and reiteration. That is something he should rather entrust to the Lord of truth, glory be to Him. If he so wishes, He will appoint someone to importune them on his behalf, or He may inspire the chanter, qawwal, to repeat his words, if the listening pauper is sincere, and there is something to his advantage and benefit in the repetition. It is not appropriate for the pauper fakir to seek assistance from others while in the state of the spiritual concert samane, because that represents a weakness in the spiritual state. Nevertheless, if his fellow paupers, fuqara, ask him for help with the movement they are trying to follow, he should assist them. If the spiritual pauper fakir is listening to a Quranic verse, ayah, or a verse of poetry, bait, no one ought to jostle him. He should be allowed to take his time, but if he is jostled regardless, his best course is to yield to the one who is pressing him to move. If the spiritual pauper fakir keeps on moving, instead of pausing to hear the recitation of a Quranic or poetic verse, he should be allowed to take his time, even if the other participants find this distracting and consider him to be at fault. It is their duty to pardon him and be patient with him. Then, when a reasonable time has elapsed, he should be alerted gently or through the inner feeling, not with the tongue. This illustrates the need for strength of spiritual state, inner purity, subtle knowledge, keen awareness, perfect standards of behavior, and a laudably intense degree of heedfulness. If one of them casts off a tattered robe, kurka, or some other article of clothing, while in the state of the spiritual concert samane, there are two possibilities to consider. 1. He may have intended to ingratiate himself with the Quran reciter by dropping it at his feet, in which case it belongs specifically to the Quran reciter. 2. He may have discarded it in the middle of the room, in which case its fate will be determined by his response to the question, "What did you wish to see done with it?" If he says, "I intended to let my fellow paupers, fuqara, decide what to do with it," that means it was a gesture of friendship toward them on his part, so it belongs to them, in the category of providential opportunities, and it is up to them to consider what use to make of it. If he says, my intention was to match the behavior of a certain sheikh who discarded his tattered robe kurka, this explanation is very weak indeed. It is truly feeble because no one is qualified to follow the sheikh's example when it comes to divesting himself of his tattered robe kurka, unless he has already matched the sheikh in his ecstatic experience, in his spiritual state, and it is extremely unlikely that two of them would be in one and the same spiritual state. His explanation is at odds with what is customary among the spiritual paupers, fuqara, and what is nowadays their regular common practice. In the matter of discarding the tattered robe kurka, it is therefore without foundation. Since his action sprang from his weakness, the fate of his tattered robe kurka must be left for that sheikh to decide, on the basis of customary practice, not of religious knowledge, ilm, and the sacred law, sharia, or in accordance with the spiritual path, tariqah, and the experience of reality, hakika. If the owner of the tattered robe, kurka, says, my intention was to harmonize with the other people present, this explanation is even weaker than the previous one, because joint participation in action is only appropriate when there is congruity of spiritual state and ecstasy. That is experienced only as a rare coincidence by the people of the path, until they share an equal level of mystical inebriation, shurb, and spiritual state. He should therefore consult the members of the group, ascertain how they deal with their tattered robes, kirak, and take that as his model. If he says, at that moment, there was no particular purpose or intention, he should be told, in that case, the decision is now up to you, so you may settle the matter as you see fit. It is absolutely incorrect for the others present to influence that decision, including the sheikh, if he is in attendance, since none of them has any justification or reason for doing so, and there is no basis for it in the spiritual path, tariqah. If he says, at that moment, I simply received the signal to step out of the tattered robe kurka for no specific purpose, this may well have a basis in the spiritual path, tariqah, for the following reason. If the sultan confers a robe of honor, kilaa, upon someone, it is incumbent upon the recipient of that honor to remove the garment he happens to be wearing and don the robe of honor. The situation of the spiritual pauper, fakir, is therefore analogous, since he is obliged to step out of his tattered robe, kurka, and don what has been conferred upon him by the Maker, Bari, almighty and glorious is he, in the way of radiant lights, nearness, and gracious favors. As for the disposal of his tattered robe, kurka, that should then be decided by the sheikh, if he is in attendance. If not, the spiritual paupers, fuqara, who are present should assign the task to the Quraan reciter or the chanter, kaval. According to some, however, the decision should be left to the spiritual pauper, fakir concerned, since he is better qualified than others to determine the fate of his tattered robe, kurka. As another alternative, the worldly types who are present may offer to buy the tattered robe, kurka, and then return it to its owner, but this is not commendable in the spiritual path, tariqah. It is not an acceptable solution, O Allah, Allahumma, unless the buyer has an element of chivalry, futawa, within him, and some faith in the people of the spiritual path with whom he wishes to ingratiate himself. In that case, it could be seen as a kind of recompense and a way of requesting favorable treatment. It is very reprehensible, nevertheless, considering the nature of the spiritual pauper's experience. By shedding his tattered robe, kurka, in the state he was in at the time, he demonstrated his genuine commitment to the spiritual state. It would be a shameful act on his part, amounting to calling himself a liar, if he were to resume the tattered robe, kurka, so that cannot be an acceptable solution. It is never appropriate for one who has stepped out of his tattered robe, kurka, to recover it and resume wearing it. If he receives a signal from a sheikh instructing him to take it back, he should take and wear it in public, in compliance with the sheikh's command. He should then divest himself of it later on and give it as a friendly gift to someone else. If something is dropped the middle of the room for the benefit of the congregation, it should be distributed among them equally. If a sheikh is in attendance and he sees fit to specify a particular group or a single individual among those present, the sheikh is entitled to make that decision, and his opinion must be respected. If a participant discards his tattered robe, kurka, only to have it returned to him contrary to the rule of his own spiritual path, tariqah, which requires him not to revert to anything he has discarded, and if the other spiritual paupers, fuqara, resume their tattered robes, kirak, how should he handle the situation? The answer depends on whether or not he has a sheikh. If he does have a sheikh, he is entitled to refrain from reverting to his tattered robe, kurka, and to stick to his own spiritual path, tariqah, instead of violating his own spiritual state by conforming to the states of the other members of the congregation. If, on the other hand, he is simply an individual among the spiritual paupers, fuqara, the most graceful course for him to take, and the one best suited to his spiritual state, is for him to act in harmony with the state of the congregation. He should therefore revert to his tattered robe, kurka, so as not to offend and embarrass the group, and thereby incur their displeasure. Then, later on, he should leave it behind for the other participants. That is the best course, though it is also permissible for him to hand it over to someone who is absent from the session. Conclusion. This brings us to the end of the material we have managed to compile, briefly and succinctly, and under the constraints of time, concerning the modes of conduct, adab, proper to the people of the spiritual path. As for matters connected with admission to their gusthouses, rubuti, pl of ribati, their water-bearing practices, sikiyat, their style of foot wear, and various things they have invented, fashioned, and named among themselves, those subjects are best explored by observing their actual practice, spending time in their company, and asking them to explain and demonstrate, so we have not recorded them in this section of the book. We have discussed most of these topics, however, in the section entitled The Book of Good Manners, Kitab al-Adab. We shall now conclude this book with a final chapter, devoted to the sacred struggle, mujahada, absolute trust, tawakkul, goodness of moral character, huzn al-khulq, thankfulness, shukr, patience, sabr, contentment, rid, and truthfulness, sidq. These 7 items form the foundation of this spiritual path, tariqah, and all of them are highly beneficial. Chapter 17. Concerning the sacred struggle, mujahada. As for the sacred struggle, mujahada, the basic guidance on the subject is contained in his words, Almighty and glorious is He. And as for those walidina who strive in our cause, jihad yufaina, surely we shall guide them lanadiyanahum in our ways. Quraan 29:69, Subulana. According to the report of Abu Naira, it was Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, may Allah be well pleased with him, who said, when Allah's Messenger, Allah bless him and give him peace, was asked to describe the most meritorious form of sacred combat, jihad, he replied, a word of truth in the presence of a tyrannical ruler. Abu Naira added, the eyes of Abu Sa'id, may Allah be well pleased with him, were filled with tears when he repeated these words of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. Abu Ali ad-Dakak, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, once said, if the servant adorns his outer being ihir with sacred struggle, mujahada, Allah will beautify his innermost faculties, sarid with direct perception, mushahada, for Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, has told us. And as for those walidina who strive in our cause, jihad yufaina, surely we shall guide them lanadiyanahum in our ways. Quraan 29:69, Subulana. And if any seeker is not dedicated to sacred struggle, sahib mujahada, during his initial stage, he will never experience anything of value on the spiritual path, tariqah. It was Abu Uthman al-Maghribi, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, who said, if anyone supposes that anything will be opened up for him on this spiritual path, tariqah, or that anything connected with it will be revealed to him without steadfast commitment to the sacred struggle, mujahada, he is seriously mistaken. Abu Ali ad-Dakak, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, once said, if someone does not perform a single act of standing up, during his initial stage, he will not experience a single act of sitting down, jalsa, in his final stage. He also said, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, movement is a blessing, al-haraka baraka. The movements of the outer bodies, harakat wahir, give rise to the blessings of the innermost beings. Barakat is sarir. According to Al-Hasan ibn Alawiyya, it was Abu Yazid, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, who said, "For 12 years I was the doorman of my lower self, nafs, and for 5 years I was the mirror of my heart. Then I devoted 1 year to self-examination, and I noticed a girdle, zuner, around my waist, so I worked at cutting it loose for the next 12 years. Then I examined myself again, and noticed a girdle, zuner, inside my inner being, ba-10, so I worked at cutting it loose for the next 5 years. I kept trying to see how I needed to do the cutting, until the answer dawned upon me. I looked at my fellow creatures, and saw them as dead, so I pronounced over them 4 takbirat declarations of Allah's supreme greatness. We are told that al-Jillani, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, once said, I heard As-Sari, as-Sakati, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, say, "O all you young men, you must make serious efforts now, before you get to my age, for by then you will be too weak, and you will fall short, as I have fallen short." At the time he said this, the young men were not joining him in worshipful service, ibadah. The zuner, a kind of girdle or waistband traditionally worn by non-Muslims, especially Christians, was often used by Islamic authors as a symbol of imperfect faith. In the 43rd Discourse of the Sublime Revelation, al-Fadh Arabani, Shaikh al-Qadir Jillani, may Allah be well pleased with him, says, "There is nothing to be said until you cut the waistband, zuner, renew your Islam, truly repent with your heart, and leave the house of your natural urges, tabe, your passions, hawa, your existence, wujudi, and your efforts to attract benefit to you and repel harm from you." It was Al-Hasan al-Qazaz, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, who said, "This business is built on 3 things. 1, that you do not eat unless you really need to. 2, that you do not sleep unless slumber overwhelms you. And 3, that you do not speak except in response to an emergency." Ibrahim ibn Adam, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, once said, "A man will never attain to the degree of the righteous, salihin, unless he traverses these 6 obstacles. First of all, he must lock the door of plenty and open the door of hardship. Secondly, he must lock the door of dignity and open the door of humility. Thirdly, he must lock the door of comfort and open the door of strenuous effort. Fourthly, he must lock the door of sleep and open the door of wakefulness. Fifthly, he must lock the door of wealth and open the door of poverty. Sixthly, he must lock the door of hopeful expectation and open the door of preparation for death." Abu Amr ibn Najid, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, once said, "If a person is honored by his own lower self, nafs, his religion din will regard him as utterly insignificant." It was Abu Ali ar-Rudbari, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, who said, "If, after 5 days, the Sufi says, 'I am hungry,' you must confine him to the marketplace and tell him to earn a livelihood." Dunan al-Misri, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, once said, "Allah does not dignify a servant of his with any dignity more dignified in his sight than when he guides him to self-humiliation, nor does Allah humiliate a servant of his with any humiliation more humiliating in his sight than when he prevents him from practicing self-humiliation." Ibrahim al-Khawaz, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, once said, "Whenever something terrifies me, I mount it like a riding animal." It was Muhammad ibn al-Fail, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, who said, "True comfort is freedom from the desires of the lower self, nafs." Mansur ibn Abdullah, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, once said, "I heard Abu Ali ar-Rudbari, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, say, spiritual damage is caused by 3 things. 1, the sickness of the natural constitution, tabi'a. 2, sticking to habitual custom, ada. And 3, keeping bad company, suhba. When I asked him, "What is the sickness of the natural constitution?" he replied, "The consumption of unlawful food, haram." When I asked him, "What is meant by sticking to habitual custom?" he replied, "Looking at things that are unlawful, haram, and lending an ear to backbiting, giba." When I asked him, "What is keeping bad company?" he replied, "Every time a lustful appetite arises in the lower self, nafs, and you go along with it." It was in Nusrabadi, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, who said, "Your prison is your own lower self, nafs. As soon as you escape from it, you will alight in the comfort of eternity, Rahat al-Abad. Abul Hassan al-Warraq, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, once said, in the early stages of our spiritual business in the mosque, Masjid of Abu Uthman, the most important of our principles, Akam, was that priority should be accorded to what was being freshly revealed to us, Yaftahu alayna, and that we should not get stuck on anything familiar. If someone confronted us with something disagreeable, instead of trying to avenge ourselves on him, we had to be apologetic toward him and relate to him with an attitude of modest humility. If a feeling of contempt for someone invaded our hearts, we had to stand ready to be of service to him. The sacred struggle of the common folk, Mujahad al-Awam, resides in the fulfillment of good deeds, Tafiyat al-Amal, whereas the sacred struggle of the special elite, Mujahad al-Qawas, resides in the purification of spiritual states, Tasfiyat al-Awal. It is relatively easy to bear the hardship of hunger, thirst, and having to stay awake. What is really tough and difficult is applying the treatment necessary to correct bad moral habits. Concerning some of the spiritual dangers posed by the lower self of fat and nafs. Among the spiritual dangers posed by the lower self of fat and nafs, one is its dependence on acquiring praise, a good reputation, and the approval of fellow creatures. To that end, it is even prepared to endure the burdens imposed by acts of worshipful service, ibadat. In order to do so, it must resort to ostentation, riya, and hypocrisy, nifaq. The symptom of this is apparent in its return to laziness and indifference as soon as the performance is over, along with the risk of criticism from other people. You will not become clearly aware of the spiritual dangers posed by your lower self, nafs, its polytheistic association, shirk, its pretension, and its falsehood, unless you undergo a process of intense examination and assessment designed to probe the roots of its pretentious behavior. This is because it will speak in the manner of the fearful as long as you are not compelled to experience fear, but if you need it, to respond correctly. In situations where fear is appropriate, you will find it feeling comfortably secure. It will speak in the manner of the righteous, abrar, as long as you are not being tested for true devotion, taqwa, but if you need it then, and call upon it to satisfy the preconditions of true devotion, taqwa, you will find it polytheistic, mushrika, hypocritically ostentatious, muraya, and vainly conceited, muajaba. It will seem to fit the description of those who truly understand Arifin, as long as you do not need to explain what something really means, but if you ask it to supply that information, you will find it telling lies. It will pretend to be one of those who are genuinely certain, imukanan, of their claim, as long as you are not tested for sincerity, ikhlas. It will insist that it is one of those who are modestly unassuming, mutawayin, as long as it is not presented with opposition to its passionate desire in an anger-provoking situation. It will likewise lay claim to generosity, magnanimity, altruism, liberality, affluence, chivalry, futuwa, and other such praiseworthy characteristics. The characteristics of the saints, aliyah, the spiritual deputies, abdul, and the spiritually eminent, ayyan, from motives of desire, frivolity, and foolishness. If you demand proof of all that and put it to the test, you will find that it resembles nothing more than the mirage sarab of an oasis, which the thirsty traveler supposes to be water, until he reaches it and finds that it is really nothing at all. If there had been any truthfulness, sidq, and sincerity, ikhlas, present, if its word had indeed been correct, and its tongue had spoken the truth, it would not have put on a fancy display designed to impress mere creatures who have no power to cause it either harm or benefit. Its actions would have been appropriate under the test conditions, and its words would have matched its deeds. Abu Hafs, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, once said, the lower self, nafs, is total darkness, but for the lamp of its innermost being, sir, meaning sincere devotion, ikhlas, and the light of its lamp is enabling guidance, tawfiq. So, if someone is not accompanied in his innermost being by enabling guidance from his Lord, his lower self is total darkness. It was Abu Uthman, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, who said, no one can see his own fault as long as he approves of anything connected with his lower self, nafs. To be able to see his own fault, a person must view his lower self with deep suspicion in all his states and circumstances. Abu Hafs, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, also said, "The swiftest of all people to perish is he who does not acknowledge his own fault, for sinful acts of disobedience are the postal service of unbelief." Barid al-Kafr. Abu Sulayman, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, once said, "Whenever I have been pleased with myself for doing something, I have been taken to task for it." Abdul is the plural of Badal. In the sixth discourse of Revelations of the Unseen, Shaikh Abd. al-Qadir, may Allah be well pleased with him, gives the following explanation: annihilation. Fana is the aim and object, the final destination of the journey of the saints. This was the direction sought by all previous saints and Abdul, to become extinct to their own will, and let the will of the Almighty and glorious truth take its place as a permanent transformation lasting until death. That is why they came to be called Abdul, lit. Substitutes, may Allah be well pleased with them all. It was As-Sari as-Sakati, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, who said, "Beware of the prodigious of the rich, the Qur'an reciters, Qur'an, who frequent the marketplaces, and the scholarly experts, Ulama, who serve the worldly rulers." Dunan al-Misri, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, once said, "Corruption has entered people's moral fiber by way of 6 things. 1. Weakness of the intention, niyya, to work for the sake of the hereafter. 2. Their physical bodies have been taken hostage by their carnal appetites. 3. Far-reaching expectation, tul alamal, despite the nearness of the appointed term, qurb al-ajal. 4. They have sought the approval of their fellow creatures instead of the good pleasure of the Creator. 5. They have followed their desires and discarded the exemplary practice of their prophet, Sunan Nabiyihim, Allah bless him and give him peace, dumping it behind their backs. 6. They have pointed to a few mistakes committed by their righteous forebears Salaf as evidence to justify their own misconduct, while burying many of the noble exploits and virtues of their predecessors. Concerning the basic ingredient of the sacred struggle, mujahada. The basic ingredient of the sacred struggle, mujahada, is opposition to passionate desire, hawa. The spiritual warrior must therefore wean his lower self, nafs, from familiar habits, carnal appetites, and the pleasures of the flesh. He must set it in opposition to whatever it may desire at every moment in time. If it threatens to become engrossed in lustful appetites, he must restrain it with the reins of pious devotion. Taqwa, in the fear of offending Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. If it is stubbornly obstinate and stops short of performing acts of worshipful obedience, ta'at, and dutiful compliance, muwafakat, he must goad it with the whips of fear, opposition to desire, and the withholding of luxuries, hu'e. Concerning the vigilant awareness, muraqabah, that is essential to the fulfillment of the sacred struggle, mujahada. The sacred struggle, mujahada, cannot be complete without vigilant awareness, muraqabah. It was to this that Allah's messenger, Allah bless him and give him peace, implicitly referred when he asked Gabriel, Jibril, peace be upon him, to explain the meaning of active goodness, ihsan. And he replied, active goodness, ihsan, means that you must worship Allah as if you could see him, for if you do not see him, he certainly sees you. Vigilant awareness, muraqabah, is the servant's recognition of the fact that he is always under the scrutinizing gaze of the Lord, glory be to him. When he maintains that recognition constantly, he is practicing vigilant awareness, muraqabah, of his Lord, and this is the root of all goodness. The servant only attains to this degree after self-examination. Muhasabah, timely correction of his spiritual state, strict adherence to the path of truth, tariq al-haq, maintaining good relations between the heart and Allah, exalted is He, and taking care of every breath he breathes in the company of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. He must realize that Allah, exalted is He, is watching Raqib over him, and that He is near Qarib to his heart, so that he knows his spiritual states, observes his actions, and hears his words. Before your vigilance can be complete, you must also be thoroughly familiar with 4 kinds of direct experience, ma'arifa, namely 1. Direct experience of Allah, exalted is He. 2. Direct experience of Iblis, the enemy of Allah. 3. Direct experience of your own lower self, nafs, the insider to evil, al-amra bisesua. 4. Direct experience of working for the sake of Allah, exalted is He. Even if a person devoted a whole lifetime to worshipful service, ibadah, with earnest dedication, but without being familiar with these, for, and acting upon them, he would derive no benefit from his worshipful service. He would be in ignorance, and his ultimate destination would be the fire of hell, unless Allah, exalted is He, bestowed His grace upon him through His merciful compassion. Direct experience, ma'rifah, of Allah. Almighty and glorious is He. As for the direct experience, ma'rifah, of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, the servant can only obtain it by keeping his heart focused on His nearness. Almighty and glorious is He, His control over him, His power over him, His witnessing of him, and His knowledge of him, never letting it forget that He is an ever-watchful guardian, Raqib Hafi, a glorious being. Wajid Majid, one who has no partner in His dominion, Mulk. He is always truthful, Sadiq, when He makes a promise, loyal, Wafin, when He gives a guarantee, and opulent, Malia, when He is appealed to and petitioned. He has a promise, Wa'ad, that He will surely carry out, and an honest threat, Wa'id, that He will surely implement. He has an abode to which all His creatures must come, and a source from which He disposes freely. He has the power to reward and to punish. He has no likeness and no equal. He is protective, Kafin, compassionate, Rahim, loving, Wadudi, all-hearing, Samia, and all-knowing, Alam. Every day, He is about some awesome business, Huafai Shan. No business distracts Him from any other business. His knowledge extends to what is concealed, Kafi, and beyond what is concealed, for He knows and understands the hidden conscience. Mir, the secret thoughts, Katarit, the devilish insinuation, was Wasa. The ambitious aspiration, Hima, the wish and intention, Irada. The wicked temptation, was, the motion, Haraka, the blink, Tarfa, the wink, Gamza, and the click in the throat, Hamza, as well as everything higher and lower on the scale, including things too subtle for us to identify and too sublime for us to describe, whether they have already happened or have yet to come into being. He is all-glorious, Aziz, all-wise, Hakim. The servant must therefore instill this in his heart, through deep-rooted certainty in beneficial action, and it must also be instilled in every limb and organ of his body, in every joint, every vein, every nerve, every hair, and every patch of skin. He must likewise be convinced that Allah, exalted is He, is supervising the whole process, in full awareness of it, for He surrounds him with a knowledge that no detail can escape. He must be convinced that He created him, and created him well, and that He formed him, and formed him well. Once all of that is firmly established in his heart, so that his commitment to it is unshakable, his understanding is complete, and self-examination, muasaba, has become a constant process within him, he will then receive the direct experience, ma'rifah, the proof will present itself to him, and he will occupy a noble station with respect to Allah. He must be convinced that protection accompanies him in all of this. So his physical organs and his heart are safeguarded. He will obtain nothing from this whole endeavor unless he abandons all concerns apart from that which led him to embark upon it in the first place. He must not detach himself from his heart in order to be on guard against frightening dangers, because his power will take care of him now, as it has in the past, and because of a sense of shame toward him, on account of his nearness. He must realize that no wish, intention, or thought occurs to him without his knowing all about it. He will thus become that knowledgeable expert alim who practices what Allah loves and abstains from what He loathes. He will not give expression to a thought, a glance, a notion, a wish, or a movement, unless the knowledge ilm of Allah is with him, present in his heart, before he expresses any thoughts or movements or ideas. This is the spiritual station of those who are well versed in the knowledge of Allah. Almighty and glorious is He, those who are afraid of His displeasure, those who learn by direct experience, arifin, those who are truly devout, akiyue, and those who exercise pious restraint, wari'in. At this point in the Arabic text, the author, may Allah be well pleased with him, reminds the reader, we have already provided a full account of this whole subject in the chapter concerning direct experience, ma'rifah, of Iblis. As for the direct experience, ma'rifah, of Allah's enemy, Iblis, Allah, exalted is He, has commanded His servants to wage war on him and struggle against him, in private and in public, whether they are in a state of worshipful obedience, or in a state of sin. Allah has informed His servants that Iblis displayed hostility toward Allah Almighty and glorious is He, in relation to Adam, peace be upon him, his servant, his prophet, Nabi, his chosen friend, Safi, and his deputy, Khalifa, on the earth, and that he injured him by harming his offspring. He has informed them that Iblis does not sleep when the human being Adami is asleep, that he does not become absent-minded when the human being is absent-minded, and that he does not lose consciousness when the human being loses consciousness during his sleep or while he is awake. Iblis is dedicated to the ruination and destruction of the human being. He misses no opportunity to cheat, deceive, and trick him, and his snares are the lustful appetites which tempt both the pious and the sinful. His real purpose is unknown to many of the creatures of Allah. Almighty and glorious is He, including those worshipful servants who are deluded and deceived, as well as many of those who are heedless. The real object of His desire is not merely to lure the human being, ibn Adam, into sinful disobedience or hypocritical display, riya'ah, or vain conceit. His real purpose is to take the son of Adam back home with him to hell Jahannam. As Allah, glorious and exalted is, He has told us. The devil summons his party only inamayadayu, that they may be his bahu, among the inhabitants liyakunua, of the blazing inferno. Quraan 35:6, min ashabi ssar. Once the servant has truly recognized Arafa, Iblis in this capacity, it is therefore incumbent upon him to instill that direct experience, ma'rifa, in his heart as a real and profound awareness, with no trace of heedlessness or absent-mindedness. He must wage all-out war on him and engage in the sacred struggle mujahada against him with the utmost intensity, in private and in public, outwardly and inwardly. He must pursue this without respite, so that he spares no effort in his combat with him and in his struggle to resist whatever temptation he may offer, whether it be good or evil. He must not refrain from appealing to Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, seeking refuge with Him and asking Him for help in all his operations and maneuvers, so that he will assist him against the foe. He must show Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, that he admits his own inadequacy and his urgent need of Him, for there is no effective strategy, hila, nor any strength, except through Him. He must seek the aid of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, through weeping and entreaty, and beg Him for support against the foe, in all earnestness and humility, by night and by day, inwardly and outwardly, in private and in public. His struggle will thus become less daunting in his sight, due to his familiarity, ma'rifa, with the foe, obtained through the enabling guidance, tawfiq, of Allah, exalted is He, for Iblis is the enemy of his master, Mawla. Of all his creatures, he was the first to disobey Allah. Of all his creatures, meaning all those disobey him, he was also the first to die. For everyone who disobeys Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, is dead. As we learn from the tradition, Hades, Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, has said, the first to die of all my creatures was Iblis. Iblis has also directed his hostility toward the saints, aliyah of Allah, including the prophets and Bay'ah, the champions of truth, Siddiqin, and his chosen friends, Asfiyah, among all of his creatures. The servant must know and understand that he is engaged in a tremendous holy war, jihad, that he is in a state of nearness to the Lord. Glorious is His splendor, and that the honor of His station cannot be described. He must therefore remain steadfast and not weaken, for if he grows weak or weary, he is likely to disobey his Lord, Almighty and glorious is He, fall into hell Jahannam, and incur the wrath of Allah. He may grant Allah's enemy what he wishes from him, and strengthen Allah's curse upon him. Iblis has no purpose, object, or goal with regard to the servant of the Lord, other than disbelief, kufr, in Allah. He simply transports him from one state to another until Allah becomes angry with him. Then he leaves him to his own devices, so he perishes and falls into the fire of hell, in the company of Satan as shaitan. No other creature treats the servant more harshly than he does. So beware, beware. The only alternatives are ending in destruction or salvation through the grace and mercy of Allah. May Allah grant refuge to us and to all the Muslims from the wickedness of Iblis and his troops. There is no might, nor any power, except with Allah, the All-High, the Almighty, la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahi el-aliyyi alim. Direct experience, ma'rifa, of the self that is always inciting to evil and nafs. Al-amra bisesua. As for direct experience, ma'rifa, of the self that is always inciting to evil and nafs al-amra bisesua, it means that the servant must put that self where Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, has put it. Describe it as Allah, exalted is He, has described it, and treat it as Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, has commanded him to treat it, for it is even more hostile toward him than Iblis himself. Iblis depends on it and its willingness to accept his control as the only means by which he can influence him. The servant must therefore learn by experience to identify its natural constitution, its aim and purpose, and the end to which it is directing him by inducement and incitement. He must recognize how weak is its moral character and how strong its greedy ambition and arrogant presumption. It has no interest in obedience to Allah, glory be to Him, but only in possessiveness and wishfulness. The only fear it knows is actually a false sense of security, amen, and its hope is pinned on nothing but desires, amani. Its honesty is untruthful and its claim is null and void. Everything about it is deceptive, nothing it does is worthy of praise, and nothing it claims is ever true, so he must not be deluded by anything it manifests to him, nor must he share the hopes it entertains. If he loosens its shackles, it will run amok. If he unties its fetters, it will bolt. If he gives it whatever it asks for, it will perish. If he neglects to keep it under close examination, muasaba, it will slip away. If he is incapable of subjecting it to opposition, it will drown. If he gives free rein to its passionate desire, it will head for the fire of hell and tumble into its flames. It has no sense of reality, hakika, and no recourse to anything good. It is the prime cause of misfortune, the main source of degradation, the treasure house of Iblis, and the refuge of everything bad. No one really knows and understands it, other than its creator. Almighty and glorious is He, for it exists in the capacity assigned to it by Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. Whenever it manifests a kind of fear, it is actually feeling a sense of security. Whenever it claims that something is true, it is actually false. Whenever it refers to its own sincerity, ikhlas, it is actually a display of hypocrisy, riya, and vain conceit. For when the facts are presented, and their truth is evident, its falsehood can be recognized. When put to the test, it reverts to its pretension. There is no grave misfortune that has not occurred because of it. So, the servant must subject it to examination, muasaba, vigilant awareness, muraqaba, opposition, mukalafa, and dedicated struggle, mujahada, with regard to everything it promotes and becomes involved in. No claim it makes is ever true. It is simply striving to achieve its own destruction and ruination. Whenever something is attributed to it, there is always more to it than what has been described, for it is the treasure of Iblis, his place of comfort, his entertainer, his conversation partner, and his friend. Once the servant is fully aware of its character, so that he really knows and understands it, he will find it easy to deal with, and he will have it under control, with the help of Allah. Exalted is He. When the servant has acquired these three good habits, he must ask Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, for help in maintaining them. He must not be negligent, and he must not obey his own lower self, nafs. Because if he succeeds in training his lower self and denying it what it desires, he will go on to master all the good habits, if Allah, exalted is He, so wills. He must therefore accord priority to firm reliance on Allah Almighty, and glorious is He, alone without partner. He must not incline, in all of this, toward anyone but Allah Almighty and glorious is He, for if he does that, he will not achieve a good result, and Allah Almighty and glorious is He will leave him to his own devices. It is therefore incumbent upon him to seek help from Allah, exalted is He, in all of this, and to win His approval by doing whatever Allah commands him to do, and refraining from whatever He forbids him to do. That is to say, the three habits mentioned above, in the paragraph beginning. As for direct experience of the self, his object must be to please no one but Allah Almighty and glorious is He, for then Allah will guide him, assist him, love him, shield him from the things he hates, and cover him with the protection of His chosen friends, asfiyah, those who are well versed in the knowledge of Allah, because through this very process they have attained to the knowledge of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. Direct experience, ma'arifa, of working for the sake of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. As for working for the sake of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, it means that the servant must know and understand that Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, has commanded him to do certain things, and that He has forbidden him to do certain things. That which He has commanded him to practice is worshipful obedience, ta'a'ah, and that which He has forbidden him to perpetrate is sinful disobedience. Toward Him, Almighty and glorious is He. He has also commanded him to practice sincere devotion, ikhlas, in both cases, and to follow the path of right guidance, huda, in accordance with the Book of Allah. In the Sunnah, the exemplary practice of the Prophet, Allah bless him, and give him peace. In everything the servant does, his conscience, dhamir, must be clear. Of everything other than Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. He must not be one of those who abstain from external acts of disobedience, but refuse to abstain from internal acts of disobedience, which are the mothers of all sins, ummahat adh dunub, and the roots from which they spring, because Allah, exalted is He, is not bound by any promise of forgiveness in that case, nor by any guarantee of reward in the abode of recompense in the hereafter. It is therefore pointless for the servant to apply great effort to the external performance of worshipful service, ibadah, while the intention, niyya, is invalid and the purpose is unsound, for all his apparently worshipful obedience is thereby converted into sinful disobedience. This will bring him nothing but the punishments of this world and the hereafter, along with physical exhaustion, little wish fulfillment, and the forsaking of carnal appetite and pleasure, so he will lose both this world and the hereafter. He must rather adorn his worshipful obedience with sincerity, ikhlas, true devotion, taqwa, and pious restraint, wara'ah, and his intention, niyya, with truthfulness, sidq, while keeping his purpose intact through self-examination, muhasabah. His concern must be focused on the quest for truthful intention, and his energy applied to the quest for sincerity, and the affirmation of oneness, tawhid, in all his words and deeds, and in all his states and circumstances, while he holds fast to worshipful obedience and steers well clear of sinful disobedience. He must keep this up until direct experience of the intention, ma'arifat and niyya, is firmly established, just as direct experience of the work of religious practice, ma'arifat al-amal, is firmly established. He must also remain on guard to ensure that the accursed Iblis does not deceive him with his cunning wiles, trip him with his snares, lure him into his traps, and carry him off through his cunning and treachery. For he has snares installed in our hearts, along with charming and enticing lures. To the ignorant, Iblis seems to offer light and certainty, when it is really doubt and darkness. He opens 100 doors of worshipful obedience with the intention of luring the servant into a most abysmal situation where his work will sink to the depths. So let the servant beware, and again beware. Let him exercise caution, and still more caution. If he is able to study the tricks of Iblis, just as he studies the Quraan, let him do so, for this is what Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, has commanded him to do. The servant must beware of Iblis in his worshipful obedience, just as he must beware of him in relation to his acts of disobedience. If some notion occurs to his mind, or if his lower self, nafs, invites him to undertake something, or prompts him to embark upon some course of action, he must not respond in haste, without full understanding and knowledge. He must treat his lower self, nafs, politely, practice the calm deliberation terrasul of the religious scholars, ulama, and attend the sessions of the experts in Islamic jurisprudence, fuqaha, those who are well versed in the knowledge of Allah, His commandments and His prohibitions, so that they may guide him to the path of Almighty and glorious is He, give him the instruction he needs, and show him how his illnesses can be diagnosed and cured. He must not be deluded by. At this point in the Arabic text, the author, may Allah be well pleased with him, reminds the reader, we have already provided a full account of this subject in the Discourse on Repentance, Majlis at-Tawbah, the apparent virtue of lengthy night vigil, qiyam, frequent fasting, siyam, and external performance of supererogatory devotions, nawafil. When he has no real understanding, ma'arifa, of these practices, if he takes all this advice and considers his action with the under Standing obtained through direct experience, ma'rifa, of his own lower self, nafs, of his Lord, Rab, and of his enemy, his action will be correct, for he will thus be endowed with real knowledge, ilm, and comprehension, fiqh. Whenever he contemplates an action, be it external, ihir, or internal, ba10, he must check to see whether it is intended for the sake of Allah, sincerely and truthfully, for only then will Allah accept it of him and reward him for it. If it is not performed for his sake alone, he will send it back to him, for no such action reaches him unnoticed, and nothing is hidden from him. If the servant acts on this advice, he will be granted every good attribute of character, his intelligence, aql, will be sound and correct. His work will be firmly based, his discernment, hilm, will increase, and he will be included among the saints, aliyah, and chosen friends, asfiyah of Allah, among those who see because of Allah, speak because of Allah, receive because of him, and give because of him. At the same time, he must always be suspicious of his own lower self, nafs, suspicious of his passionate desire, hawa, in personal matters and with regard to his religion, din, and suspicious of iblis. Then, in addition to all of that, he must be suspicious of his self-knowledge as it relates to his direct experience, ma'rifa, of his own lower self, nafs, concerning the 10 good habits, kaisal, that must be cultivated by those who engage in the spiritual struggle and the examination of conscience, al-mujahada wa al-muhasaba, and by those who possess a strong commitment to their sense of duty, ulu el-azam. For those who engage in the spiritual struggle, mujahada, and the examination of conscience, muhasaba, and who possess a strong commitment to their sense of duty, ul el-azam, there are 10 good habits, kaisal, which they must train themselves to adopt. Once they have put them into practice and mastered them, with the permission of Allah, exalted is He, they will attain to the noble spiritual stations. 1. The servant must not swear by Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, whether truthfully or falsely, deliberately or absent-mindedly. If he exercises this kind of self-control and trains his tongue accordingly, that will lead him to break the habit of swearing altogether, with or without premeditation. Then, once his new habit is firmly established, Allah will open unto him a doorway through which his radiant lights will stream. The servant will recognize the benefit of this in his heart. He will also experience an increase in his physical well-being, a promotion in his rank, and a strengthening of his determination and perception. He will earn the commendation of his spiritual brothers, ikhwan, and the respect of his neighbors, so that all who know him will regard him as a good example, and everyone who sees him will hold him in awe. 2. He must refrain from telling lies, whether in jest or in earnest. If he practices this self-control and his tongue gets used to being restrained. It is interesting to note that this subsection is almost identical in content with the 78th Discourse of Revelations of the Unseen, Fuh al-Gaib. Allah, exalted is He, will thereupon expand his feelings and purify his mind. He will reach the point where lying strikes him as intolerable. If he hears it from someone else, he will reproach and rebuke him for it within himself. If he prays for the person to be rid of it, he will thereby earn a spiritual reward. 3. He must beware of promising something to someone and then failing to keep his promise when he is capable of fulfilling it, unless he has an obviously valid excuse. He would do better to stop making promises altogether. This accords more strongly with his main concern and is more appropriate to his path Tariq, since breach of promise is tantamount to lying. If he acts on this advice, the door of generous favor will be opened unto him, and he will attain to the degree of humble modesty. He will be granted loving affection in the company of the truthful, sadiqin, and higher esteem in the sight of Allah, exalted be His praise. 4. He must refrain from cursing anything in the whole of creation, or hurting anything from a mere atom upward. This is one of the moral standards of the righteous, abrar, and the truthful sadiqin. It yields a good result for one who observes it, in that he enjoys Allah's protection in this world, along with the spiritual degrees He has in store for him. And He delivers him from the pitfalls of perdition, keeps him safe from his fellow creatures, blesses him with human compassion, and brings him near to Himself, Almighty and glorious is He. 5. He must refrain from invoking evil on any of his fellow creatures, even one who has done him wrong. He must not cut him with his tongue, nor act in ways designed to pay him back. He must respond with tolerant forbearance, For the sake of Allah, blessed and exalted is He, and not retaliate against him in word or deed. For these good habits, Kaisal will promote their practitioner to the high degrees. If he cultivates them, he will thereby attain to noble status in this world and the hereafter. He will gain love and affection in the hearts of all his fellow creatures, near and far. He will receive a positive response to his supplication, da'wah, exaltation and goodness, in the greatest respect in this world, in the hearts of all true believers, mu'minin. 6. He must not assert that he has evidence of polytheistic association, shirk, unbelief, kufr, or hypocrisy, nifaq, on the part of any member of the Muslim community, people of the Qibla. Such restraint is closer to merciful compassion, RHMA, and higher in spiritual degree. It is perfectly in keeping with the Sunnah, the exemplary practice of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. It is farthest from presumptuous intrusion upon the knowledge ailm of Allah, glory be to him, and exalted is he, farthest from the displeasure of Allah, almighty and glorious is he, and closest to the good pleasure and merciful compassion of Allah, exalted is he. It is therefore an honorable and noble gateway to Allah. May he endow his servant with compassion for all his creatures. 7. He must refrain from directing his attention and interest toward any form of sinful disobedience, both outwardly and inwardly, and he must restrain all his limbs and organs from participating in them. Such efforts bring the quickest reward to heart and body in the present life of this world, as well as the good things Allah holds in store in the hereafter. We beg Allah, exalted is He, to favor us all with the ability to put these good habits into practice and to expel our base desires from our hearts. 8. He must refrain from inflicting any burden or inconvenience, be it small or great, on any of his fellow creatures. He must rather relieve all his fellow creatures of any inconvenience he might cause them, regardless of what he needs or can do without, since this is the height of honor for worshipful servants, Abadan, and of nobility for the truly devout Muttaqin. From this he gains strength to fulfill his duty to enjoin what is right and fair, al-amr bil ma'ruf, and forbid what is wrong and unfair, and nahi anil munkar. All his fellow creatures should be of one status in his sight, endowed with the right haq to equal justice. If he conducts himself accordingly, Allah, exalted is He, will transport him to the realm of transcendence, fana, certitude, and confidence in Him, almighty and glorious is He. He does not promote anyone because of his desire, and all human beings are entitled to equal justice in His sight. This is quite certainly the cause of honor for the believers and of nobility for the righteous, and it is the nearest doorway to sincere devotion class. For an extensive account of the duty to enjoin that which is right and fair, al-amr bil ma'ruf, and forbid that which is wrong and unfair, and nahi anil munkar. 9. He must stop expecting human beings to satisfy his greed, and not let himself covet what they have at their disposal. Thus he will achieve the greatest honor, peculiar enrichment, vast dominion, splendid glory, pure certitude, and frank, unequivocal trust tawakkul in the Lord. This is one of the doors to confidence in Allah, almighty and glorious is He. It is also one of the doors to abstinence, sad. It is the means by which he can attain to pious caution, wara'ah, and perfect his performance of religious duties, nusuk. It is one of the distinctive features of those who are wholly dedicated to Allah, blessed and exalted is He. 10. The 10th good habit, kasla, is modest humility to yoa, because that is the means by which he can construct the splendor of his degree, exalt his station, perfect his dignity and elevation in the sight of Allah, exalted is He, and in the eyes of his fellow creatures, and accomplish what he wishes to achieve in this world and the hereafter. This good habit, kasla, is the root, branch, and consummation of all acts of worshipful obedience, ta'at. It is the means by which the servant of the Lord can attain to the stations of the righteous, salihin, of those who are well pleased, rain, with Allah, exalted is He, in hardship and prosperity alike. This is the perfection of piety, taqwa. Modest humility, tawayyu'a, means that the servant never meets any of his fellow human beings without seeing that person as having some merit superior to his own. He will always say, perhaps he is better than I, in the sight of Allah, and higher in degree. If he meets someone junior to himself, he will say, this person has not sinned against Allah, whereas I have sinfully disobeyed him. If he meets someone senior, he will say, this person has served Allah before me. If he meets a learned scholar, alim, he will say, this person has been endowed with something I have not achieved, and he has attained to something I have not acquired. He has learned something of which I am ignorant, and he puts knowledge into practice. If he meets an ignorant individual, he will say, this person has sinned against Allah in ignorance, whereas I have sinned against him in full knowledge. I do not know what the final verdict on him will be, nor what it will be in my own case. If he meets an unbeliever, kafir, he will say, I do not know. Maybe this person will accept Islam and receive the stamp of approval for his good conduct. Maybe I shall turn to unbelief and be condemned for my bad behavior. This is the gate of tender loving care, shafaka, and fearful apprehension, wajal, and it is both the first and the final challenge presented to the servants of the Lord. If the servant conducts himself in the manner we have described, Allah will keep him safe from the perils and dangers. He will thereby attain to the stations of those who give sincere advice. Nasiha, for the sake of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. He will come to be included among the chosen friends, Asfiya, and loved ones. Abab of the All-Merciful Ar-Rahman. He will be numbered among the enemies of Iblis. The enemy of Allah, may Allah curse him. It is also the gate of merciful compassion, Rahma. In order to reach it, the servant must have cut the road of arrogant pride and the courts of vain conceit. He must have abandoned the degree of loftiness and avoided the degree of self-glorification in the sphere of religion din. In worldly matters, and with respect to the hereafter, it is the marrow of worshipful service, muk al-ibada, the ultimate honor of the pious abstainers, zahidin, and the emblem of the reclusive devotees, nazikin. In other words, there is nothing superior to it. The servant must now prevent his tongue from discussing human beings in matters of no importance, otherwise he will accomplish nothing. In all his conditions and circumstances, he must rid his heart of every trace of malice, rebelliousness, and arrogant pride. In private and in public, his tongue must be one and the same. In private and in public, his desire must be one and the same, as must his manner of speaking. When it comes to giving sincere advice, nasiha, all his fellow creatures must be one in his sight. He must not be someone who gives advice, yet speaks ill of one of Allah's creatures, or acts offensively toward him, or loves to listen to evil rumors, or takes delight in hearing wicked talk, for this spells the ruin of the worshipful abadan, the destruction of the reclusive devotees, nazikin, and the perdition of the pious abstainers, zahidin, apart from anyone whom Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, assists, through His mercy, to safeguard his tongue and his heart. Iblis is the personal name of the devil. Some Western scholars consider it to be an Arabicized version of the Greek diabolos, but the Arab philologists derive it from the root b-l-s, on the grounds that Iblis has nothing to expect, Ablisa, from the mercy of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. He is also called Ash-Shaitan, Satan, the devil, Adu Allah, the enemy of God, or simply Al-Adu, the enemy. Unlike the English word Satan, however, Ash-Shaitan is not strictly speaking a proper name. As A.J. Winsing points out in his article Iblis in the Shorter Encyclopedia of Islam, concerning some of the most important virtues, namely, 1. Absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul. 2. Goodness of moral character, huzn al-kulk. 3. Thankfulness, shukr. 4. Patience, sabr. 5. Contentment, rid. 6. Truthfulness, sidq. 1. Concerning absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul. As for putting all one's trust in the Lord, tawakkul, the basic guidance on the subject is contained in His words, Almighty and glorious is He. And when someone puts all his trust one man yatawakkul in Allah, He will be enough for him. Allahi afehu wa hasbuh. Quraan 65:3. And in His words, exalted is He. And put all your trust in Allah, wa Allahi afetawakkul. If you are indeed believers. Quraan 5:23, in kuntum mu'minin. According to a traditional report, transmitted on the authority of Abdullah ibn Mas'ud 30, may Allah be well pleased with him, Allah's messenger, Allah bless him and give him peace, once said, I saw the religious community's umam at the gathering place, Masim, and I noticed that my community Umadi, filled both the plain and the mountainside. So I was astonished at their number and their condition. I was asked, "Are you well pleased?" "Yes," said I. Then I was told, "Together with these, 70,000 will enter the garden of paradise without undergoing any reckoning. They do not play with fire. They do not look for bad omens. They do not practice subterfuge. They put all their trust in their Lord." On hearing this, Ayakasha ibn Misan al-Asadi stood up and said, "O Messenger of Allah, appeal to Allah that He may include me among them." So Allah's Messenger, Allah bless him and give him peace, said, "O Allah, let him be included among them." Then someone else jumped up and said, "Appeal to Allah that He may include me among them." To this he responded, "Allah bless him and give him peace," by saying, "Ayakasha has arrived there ahead of you." Abu Abd ar-Rahman Abdullah ibn Mas'ud al-Hadali, may Allah be well pleased with him, one of the earliest and closest companions of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. A man of lowly antecedents, he became an authority on the recitation and interpretation of the Qur'an, as well as an expert on Islamic law and the prophetic tradition. He died in age 32 or 33. The real meaning, hakika, of absolute trust, tawakkul, is delegating all one's affairs to Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, making a clean escape from the murky darkness and gloom of personal choice and self-management, and advancing to the arenas where the divine decrees, akam, and foreordainment, takdir, are experienced directly. The servant of the Lord must be convinced that there is no possibility of changing the allotment of destiny kisma, which means that whatever has been allotted to him cannot pass him by, and that he can never obtain what has not been allotted to him. His heart will then become reconciled to this, and he will feel confident in relying on the promise, wa'ad of his master, Mawla. He will therefore receive from his master, Mawla. Putting one's trust in the Lord, tawakkul, is actually the first of three stages, namely, 1. The basic sense of trust, tawakkul, then 2. The act of surrender or resignation, taslim, and then 3. The act of delegation, tafwi. The person who is at the stage of basic trust, al-mutawakkil, is one who feels confident in relying on the promise, wa'ad of his Lord. The person who is at the stage of surrender or resignation, sahib, at-taslim, is one who is content to rely on his knowledge, ilm. The person who is at the stage of delegation, sahib at-tafwi, is one who is happy to accept his judgment, hukm. There are many wise sayings on this subject. For instance, trust is an initial stage, at-tawakkul bidaya, surrender or resignation is a middle stage, at-taslim wasati, and delegation is a final stage, at-tafwi nihaya. Trust is the attribute of the believers, at-tawakkul sifat al-mu'minin. Surrender or resignation is the attribute of the saints, at-taslim sifat al-aliyah, and delegation is the attribute of those who realize and affirm the divine oneness, at-tafwi sifat al-muwahhidin. Trust is the attribute of the common folk, at-tawakkul sifat al-awam. Surrender or resignation is the attribute of the elite, at-taslim sifat al-kawas, and delegation is the attribute of the elite, at-tafwi sifat kawas al-kawas. Trust is the attribute of the prophets, at-tawakkul sifat al-anbiya. Surrender or resignation is the attribute of Abraham, at-taslim sifat. That is to say, the promise of blissful reward in the hereafter. Allah, exalted is He, has emphasized the truthfulness of His promise, wa'ad, in Qur'an 31:33, and of His threat, wa'id, in Qur'an 50:12-14. Ibrahim, and delegation is the attribute of our own Prophet Muhammad. At-tafwi sifat nabiyina, may the blessings of Allah be upon them all. The point of this last saying is that trust in the Lord, tawakkul, as a complete and perfect reality, hakika, was experienced by Abraham, the bosom friend of Allah, Ibrahim al-Khalil, peace be upon him, at the moment when he said to Gabriel, Jibril, peace be upon him, as for recognizing your existence, oh no. This was because his personal identity, nafs, had vanished without leaving a trace behind, so that he saw nothing together with Allah, exalted is He, other than Allah. Almighty and glorious is He. It was Saul ibn Abdullah, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, who said, the first stage in absolute trust, tawakkul, is where the position of the servant between the hands of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, is just like that of the corpse between the hands of the ritual washer of the dead Gassel, who turns the body this way and that as he wishes, while it has no independent movement or control of its actions. Someone who puts all his trust, al-Mutawakkil, in Allah, glory be to him, and exalted is he, is therefore in a state where he does not ask for anything, does not wish for anything, does not reject anything, and does not hold onto anything. In the words of another wise saying, trust in the Lord, tawakkul, is letting oneself go, istirsal. It was Hamdan al-Qasr, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him, who said, it is holding fast, I-Atism, to Allah, Almighty and glorious is he. Ibrahim al-Qawaz, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy. Abu Muhammad Sal ibn Abdullah ibn Yunus at-Tustari was a Sunni theologian and mystic. Born at Tustar, al-Awaz, in age 203/818 C, and died in exile at Basra in age 283/896 C. In an earlier chapter of the present work, Shaikh al-Qadir Jillani, may Allah be well pleased with him, has provided a detailed account of the rules and customary practices connected. Hamdan al-Qasr and Nisaburi, who died in age 271/884 C, was one of the three founding fathers of the Malamati movement. The other two were Abu Hafs Amr ibn Salma al-Haddad, d. age 270/883 C, and Abu Uthman Sayyid ibn Ismail al-Hiri, known as al-Wai, the preacher, d. age 298/910 C. May Allah bestow his mercy upon them. This is an allusion to Qur'an 3:101. Abu Ishaq Ibrahim ibn Ahmad al-Qawaz of Samara, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, a contemporary of al-Junayd and an Yuri, may Allah bestow his mercy upon them, was known as the chief of the trustful, Sayyid al-Mutawakkilin. He is renowned for his marvelous experiences during his long journeys in the desert. He died at Ray in age 291/904 C. Upon him, had this to say on the subject. The real meaning, hakika, of absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul, is the detachment of fear and hope from everything apart from Allah. Almighty and glorious is he. In the words of another wise saying, absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul, is living one day at a time, and dispensing with concern about tomorrow. It was Abu Ali Ar-Rabari, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him, who said, there are three stages in the development of absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul, namely, 1. When he is granted a gift, the recipient is grateful, and when he is deprived, he is patient. 2. As far the servant of the Lord is concerned, to be deprived and to be granted a gift are one and the same. 3. Deprivation combined with gratitude is what he likes best of all, because he is aware that this is Allah's preference. Exalted is he on his behalf. Ja'far al-Qaldi is reported as having said, Ibrahim al-Qawwas, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him, once said, as I was traveling along the road to Mecca, I caught sight of a wild looking figure. So I said to it, are you a jinn or a human being? It replied, I am a jinn, of course. So I asked, where are you going? The following conversation then took place between us. I am on my way to Mecca, said the jinni. What? Said I, with no provision for the journey, and without a camel to ride on? Yes, said the jinni, among our kind as well. There are those who travel on the basis of absolute trust in the Lord, Allah tawakkul. And what, I asked, is absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul? It is receiving from Allah, the jinni told me. Sal ibn Abdullah ibn Yunus at-Tustari, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him, once said, it is the conscious acknowledgement, ma'arifa, of the provider of the sustenance of all creatures, mu'ati arzaki el-makhluqin. No one is genuinely capable of absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul, until the sky in his sight is like brass, and the earth is like iron, so that rain does not fall from the sky, and plants do not sprout from the earth, yet between these two he is well aware that Allah will never forget to provide him with the sustenance he is guaranteed to him. In the words of another wise saying, it means that you do not disobey Allah, exalted is he, on account of your sustenance. As a certain wise man put it, in order to have absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul, it is sufficient that you seek for yourself no helper other than Allah, exalted is he. For your sustenance no keeper other than him, and for your conduct no witness other than him. It was al-Junayd, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him, who said, absolute trust, tawakkul, means that you devote yourself totally to your Lord, and that you turn your attention away from all those who are beneath him. In the words of an Yuri, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him. It means that you let your self-management become absorbed into his management, tabur, and that you are perfectly satisfied with Allah. As a trustee, wakil, as a manager, mudabbir, and as a helper, nasir. Allah himself, exalted is he, has told us. And Allah is sufficient as a trustee. Wa kafa billahi wakila. Quraan, 4 hours 81 minutes. In the words of another wise saying, absolute trust, tawakkul, is the state in which the humble servant, al-Abd adh is utterly content with the all-majestic Lord, ar-Rab. Al-Jalil, just as the bosom friend, al-Khalil, was utterly content with the Abu al-Qasim al-Junayd ibn Muhammad al-Qazaz al-Kawariri in Nayawandi, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, was the son of a glass merchant. He was a nephew of Sariya Sakati, and became a close associate of al-Muhasabai, may Allah bestow his mercy upon them. Renowned for the clarity of his perception and the firmness of his self-control, he earned a reputation as the principal exponent of the sober school of Islamic mysticism. His Razuail epistles consist of letters to private individuals and short tractates on mystical themes, some cast in the form of commentaries on Quranic texts. He died in age 298/910 c. Abu el-Hussein Ahmad ibn Muhammad and Yuri, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, was a native of Baghdad, although his family came from Khorasan. He was a pupil of Sariya Sakati and a faithful companion of al-Junayd, may Allah bestow his mercy upon them. A leading figure in the Baghdad circle, he composed some fine mystical poetry. He died in age 295/908 c. This is an allusion to the verse, ayah, of the Qur'an. And Allah is sufficient as a helper. Qur'an 4:45, wa kafa billahi nasira. All-majestic, al-Jalil, so much so that he took no notice of the attentive presence of Gabriel, Jibril, peace be upon him. To quote yet another wise saying, it means abstaining from self-motivated activity in complete reliance on the Creator, Khalik, of the earth and the heavens. Allah the Crazy One, al-Majnun, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him, was once asked, when does the servant of the Lord become someone who is absolutely trustful mutawakkil? To this, he replied, when he, as a person bin nafs, is a stranger among his fellow creatures, and when, in his inner feeling bilkalb, he is close to the truth, al-Haq. Someone asked Hadim al-Asam, the deaf, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him, on what basis have you developed this special condition of yours, this absolute trust in the Lord? Tawakkul. To this he replied, on 4 particular elements, namely, 1. I came to realize that my sustenance will not be consumed by anyone other than myself, so I should not be concerned about it. 2. I came to realize that my work will not be done by anyone other than myself, so I must be busy about it. 3. I came to realize that death may come suddenly and unexpectedly, so I must waste no time in order to forestall it. 4. I came to realize that I am in the sight of Allah, exalted is He, in every condition and circumstance, so I must behave with due modesty under His gaze. Walal al-Majnun, literally, the crazy one, but more appropriately the wise fool, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, is believed by some to have been the brother of Harun ar-Rashid, the Abbasid caliph who figures so prominently in the stories of the 1001 Nights Alf, Layla wa Layla. In the words of Sheikh Muzaffar Ozak al-Jarahi, the saint known as Balal the wise fool was a conscious spiritual guide. This noble person used to disguise his store of wisdom behind a pretense of craziness, just as clever people hide their buried treasure among ruins. He came and went undisturbed in the palace of Harun ar-Rashid, who would ask him all kinds of questions, seeking his guidance on affairs of state, while he protected the caliph's afterlife. Irshad, pages 324-25. Abu Abd ar-Rahim and Hadim ibn Aunwan al-Asam, the deaf, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, was a native of Balkh and a pupil of Shaikh al-Baqi, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him. He visited Baghdad and died at Washjard near Termid in age 237/852 c. His hearing was actually quite unimpaired, but a woman once broke wind while she was asking him a question. So, to spare her embarrassment, he said to her, "Speak louder. I am hard of hearing." Hatim then continued to feign deafness for almost 15 years, as long as the old woman was still alive. Abu Musa ad-Dabalai, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, from the city of Dabil, which is an Arabic name for the Armenian city of Twin. In a work completed in H. 375/C, the geographer al-Makdisi reports the existence of an active Sufi community in that city. It is reported that he said, "I asked Abd ar-Rahim and Ibn Yahya about absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul. So he told me, it means that, even if you were to stick your hand into the mouth of the great sea monster Tinin, as far as the wrist, you would fear nothing other than Allah." Abu Musa, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, went on to say, "I then set out to visit Abu Yazid al-Bastami, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, in order to ask him about absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul. When I knocked on his door, he said to me, 'Oh, Abu Musa, what did you find unsatisfactory in the answer you received from Abd ar-Rahim, that you should come and ask me the same question?' So I said, 'Oh, my master, open the door.' But he said, 'If you were coming to see me as a regular visitor, I would open the door for you. Take your answer from the door.' So I turned away and left with the answer, which was, absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul, means that even if the serpent that is coiled around the heavenly throne Arsh were to take an interest in you, you would fear nothing other than Allah." Abu Musa, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, then continued, "So I kept traveling until I came to the city of Dabil, where I took. According to the classical Arabic lexicographers, the word tinin is generally understood to mean an aquatic animal, great in make, terrible in appearance, long and broad in the body, large in the head, having very glistening eyes, wide mouth and inside, and many teeth. It swallows many animals, and the animals of the land and of the sea are afraid of it. When it moves, the sea becomes agitated with waves by reason of its great strength. In its first state, it is a malignant serpent that eats what it sees of the beasts of the land. When its mischief becomes great, Allah sends an angel that carries it away and throws it to Gog Yajuj and Magog Majuj. It is related of one that was seen to fall, that it was found to be about 2 leagues in length, of a color like that of the leopard, with scales like those of a fish, 2 great fins and form like those of a fish, a head like a great hill, resembling the head of a man, 2 long and great ears, and 2 round eyes. From its neck dangled forth 6 other necks, every one of them nearly 20 cubits long, and every one of them having a head like that of a serpent. In the context of astronomy, the term Tinin is applied to the northern constellation of the dragon. Abu Yazid Tafur ibn Asa ibn Sorashin al-Bastami, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, whose grandfather Sorashin was a Zoroastrian, was born in the district of Bistam in northeastern Persia, and it was there that he died in H. 261 or 264/874 or 877 C. His mausoleum still stands as a place of pious visitation. He is famous for the boldness of his utterances and is regarded as the founder of the ecstatic or drunken school of Islamic mysticism, as opposed to the sober school founded by al-Jillani, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, up residence for 1 whole year. Then I decided it was time to pay a visit, so I set out on the road to Abu Yazid al-Bastami. When I reached him, he said to me, "Now you have come to see me as a regular visitor. Welcome to the visitor. Do come in." So I stayed as his guest for a month, during which nothing ever occurred to me without his telling me all about it, before I had time to ask him. Then I said to him, "O Abu Yazid, I now propose to take my leave, so I request you to provide me with a useful lesson." To this he replied, "The useful lesson provided by creatures is not a useful lesson." So I understood this to be a useful lesson, and took my leave. According to a report from Ibn Taus al-Yamani, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, his father, Taus, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, told him, an Arab nomad, Arabi, once came to Mecca on a riding camel of his. He caused the beast to kneel down, and hobbled its feet with a cord. Then he raised his head toward the sky, and said, "O Allah, this riding camel as well as the load upon its back, is covered by your insurance, until I return to reclaim it." He then went off and entered the sacred mosque, al-Masjid al-Haram. Sometime later, the Arab nomad returned from the sacred mosque, al-Masjid al-Haram, to find that the riding camel had been taken away, together with the load on its back. So he raised his head toward the sky and said, "O Allah, nothing has been stolen from me, for nothing is ever stolen except from you." Taus went on to say, "While we were in this situation together with the Arab nomad, we suddenly caught sight of a man descending from the peak of Mount Abu Kubais. He was leading the riding camel with his left hand, while his right hand, which had been cut off, was attached to a cord around his neck. When he eventually reached the Arab nomad, he said, 'Here, take your riding camel, along with the load on its back.' I asked the man about his condition, so he explained, 'On the peak of Abu Kubais, I was approached by a rider on a gray horse. O thief,' he said to me, 'hold out your hand.' So I held it out, and he placed it on a slab of rock. Then he took another piece of rock and used it to. Abu Kubais, father of the small ember, is the name of the black basaltic mountain skirting Mecca to the east. Amputate my hand, which he then tied to my neck. Now go back down the mountain," he told me, "and return the riding camel, along with the load it carries, to the Arab nomad." The Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab, may Allah be well pleased with him, is reported as having said, "Allah's messenger, Allah bless him, and give him peace," once said, "If you really and truly placed all your trust in Allah, la tawakkaltum ala Allahi, hakadawakuli high, he would sustain you as he sustains the birds. They start the day with their bellies empty and end it with their bellies full." According to a traditional report transmitted by Muhammad ibn Ka'b on the authority of Ibn Abbas, may Allah be well pleased with him and with his father, Allah's messenger, Allah bless him and give him peace, also said, "If it would please someone to be the noblest of men, let him devote himself truly to Allah. And if it would please someone to be the richest of men, let him be more reliant on what is at the disposal of Allah and less reliant on what is at his own disposal." Umar ibn al-Khattab, may Allah be well pleased with him, used to quote these two verses of Arabic poetry as an instructive example. "Go easy on yourself, hawan alayka, for the outcome of all affairs fana al-amura is determined by God's decree. By amri el-ilahi makadiraha. If something is meant to go elsewhere, afalaisa by atika, it will never come your way, masiyufaha. But if it is yours by destiny, wala hariyin, from you it cannot flee. On kamakti. Someone asked Yahya ibn Muad, ar-Razi, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him, when does a man become someone who is absolutely trustful, mutawakkil? To this he replied, when he is perfectly satisfied with Allah as a trustee, wakil. Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be well pleased with him and with his father, was a cousin of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. He became a scholar of great renown, especially for exegesis, tafsir, of the Quraan. He died in age 68. Abu Zakaria Yahya ibn Muad ar-Razi, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, was a disciple of Ibn Karim. After leaving his native town of Ray, he lived for a time in Balkh, then moved to Nishapur, where he died in age 258/871 C. He is credited with the authorship of a certain number of poems. This is an allusion to the verse, ayah, of the Quraan. And Allah is sufficient as a trustee. Quraan for hours 81 minutes, waqafa billahi wakila. It was Bishr al-Hafi, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him, who said, one of them may say, I have put all my trust in Allah tawakkaltu. Allah, although he is actually telling a lie. For, by Allah, if he had really put all his trust in Allah, he would be perfectly content with the way Allah treats him. Abu Turab an-Naqshbi, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him, once said, absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul, means casting the physical body into servitude, abudiyya, attaching the inner feeling to the divine lordship, rububiyya, and having serene confidence in sufi, sciency, kafaya, so that one responds to receiving by giving thanks, and to deprivation by being patient. It was Dhu Inun al-Misri, the Egyptian, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him, who said, absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul, means giving up self-management. and divesting oneself of any personal claim to power and strength. Dhun, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, also said, to a man who asked him about absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul. It means detaching oneself from worldly lords, arbab, and severing all attachment to material means, asbab. The questioner went on to say, tell me more, so he added. It means throwing the lower self, nafs, into servitude, abudiyya, and removing it from the position of lordship, rububiyya. Abu Nasr Bishr ibn al-Harith al-Hafi, the barefoot, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, was born near Merv Cah 150/767 c. Converted from a life of wanton dissipation, he settled in Baghdad, where he became a serious student of the traditions of the Prophet, Allah bless him, and give him peace. But he then abandoned formal learning for the life of a wandering beggar. Destitute, starving, and barefoot, he acquired the nickname al-Hafi, but he nevertheless won both the admiration of Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, and the respect of the Abbasid Caliph al-Ma'munius. He died in Baghdad in H. 227/841 c. Dhun Abu el-Fai, or Fai, Thaban ibn Ibrahim al-Misri, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, was born at Ikmim in Upper Egypt, CAH 180/796 c., the son of a Nubian father. His life is shrouded in obscurity, in spite of the many legends related about him in detailed biographies by later authors. It can be stated with a fair degree of certainty, however, that he lived in Cairo and that he traveled extensively. We also know that he was arrested, like Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, for upholding the traditional Islamic doctrine that the Qur'an is uncreated, in opposition to the Mu'tazilite thesis that was espoused by some of the Abbasid caliphs. He was transported to Baghdad, released after a term of imprisonment, and returned to die at Giza near Cairo in H. 245/859 c. He also said, it means the cessation of ambitious designs, matamiye. As for the enterprising activity that is undertaken with the outer being, al-harakabi here, which is a way of describing material acquisition, kasb, conducted in accordance with the sunnah, this is not incompatible with the absolute trust experienced by the inner feeling, tawakkul al-qalb, after the servant of the Lord has come to realize within his inner feeling that the power to decide is the prerogative of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. There is no incompatibility between the two, because the location of absolute trust, tawakkul, is the inner feeling, and because it constitutes the actualization of faith, tahqiq al-iman. To reject the validity of material acquisition, kasb, would be tantamount to rejecting the validity of the sunnah, and to reject the validity of absolute trust, tawakkul, would be tantamount to rejecting the validity of faith, iman. If some difficulty is encountered in relation to the material means, asbab, it is due to the decree of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. And if something is found to be easy in that regard, it is due to His facilitation, Almighty and glorious is He. The limbs and organs of the physical body and all the external faculties here must therefore be actively involved in the instrumental process, mutaharika bis-sabab, in compliance with the commandment of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, while the inner being, B810, remains calmly reliant on the promise of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. Anas ibn Malik, may Allah be well pleased with him, is reported as having said, a man once rode into town on a fine she-camel of his, and he said, O Messenger of Allah, shall I just leave her unattended and put my trust in the Lord Adoha wa Adawakalu? So the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, told him, hobble her feet with a rope, and put your trust in the Lord Ayakalha Wadawakal. In other words, this statement refers to material acquisition, kasb, conducted in accordance with the customary procedures established by the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. Abu Hamza Anas ibn Malik, may Allah be well pleased with him, is one of the most prolific narrators of prophetic tradition. His mother presented him as a servant to the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, in whose service he remained until his master died. Anas himself lived onto a very advanced age. According to various accounts, he was somewhere between 97 and years old when he died, around age 91 to 93. In the words of one wise saying, he who puts all his trust in the Lord is like a baby, just as the infant is not aware of having anything else to turn to except its mother's breast. The completely trustful person, al-Mutawakkil, feels himself guided in no other direction except toward his Lord Almighty, and glorious is He. In the words of another wise saying, absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul, means the banishment of doubts and the delegation, tafwi, of one's concerns to the King of Kings, Malik al-Mulk. In the words of yet another wise saying, absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul, means relying with confidence on what is at the disposal of Allah Almighty, and glorious is He, and expecting nothing at all from what is at the disposal of human beings. This saying also deserves to be quoted. Absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul, means emptying the innermost being, sir, of any consideration one might give to the idea of resorting to litigation, takai, in the quest for sustenance. 2. Concerning goodness of moral character, husn al-khulq. As for goodness of moral character, husn al-khulq, the basic guidance on the subject is contained in the words of Allah Almighty, and glorious is He, addressed to His Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, in His book, which was sent down and revealed to him. And you are indeed wa'inaka, of a splendid character. Quraan 68:4, La Allah Kalukanayim. There is also the traditional report, transmitted on the authority of Anas ibn Malik, may Allah be well pleased with him, who said, someone asked, O Messenger of Allah, which of the believers, mu'minin, is the most excellent in faith, Aman? To this he replied, Allah bless him and give him peace. The best of them in moral character, Asanahum Kulkan. Good moral character, al-Kulk al-Lisan, is the most excellent of all the virtues of the servant of the Lord, and through it the essential natures, jawahir, of men are made manifest. The human being is privately disguised by his physical constitution, kalk, and publicly revealed by his moral character, kulk. To quote a wise saying on the subject, Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, has distinguished His Prophet and His Messenger, Muhammad, Allah bless him and give him peace, by endowing him with certain miracles, mu'ajizat, charismatic exploits, karamat, and exceptional virtues, fadil. Yet He has not praised him for any of His special qualities to the same extent as He is praised. The forms kulik and kulk are completely synonymous, both meaning moral character, temper, nature, innate peculiarity, natural disposition. While the form kulik occurs in this verse, ayah, of the Qur'an, the shorter form kulk is probably more commonly used. Him for his moral character, kulk, for he is said, more glorious is he than any other sayer. And you are indeed wa'inaka, of a splendid character. Qur'an 68:4, La Allah Kalukanayim. Several explanations have been offered, including the following. When Allah, exalted is He, extolled him on account of his moral character, kulk, He did so because he behaved with noble generosity in both the material and the spiritual realms of being al-Qanain, and because he was completely satisfied with Allah Almighty, and glorious is He. The character described as splendid, al-Kulik alayim, is that of someone who does not become involved in litigation, whether as plaintiff or defendant, because of his intense awareness, ma'arifa, of Allah, exalted is He. What it signifies is that he who has a splendid character is not affected by the rudeness of creatures, kalk, once he has become acquainted with the truth, haq. In the words of Abu Sa'id al-Kharaz, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, it refers to the character of someone who has no aspiration hima other than Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. The term mu'ajiza, plural, mu'ajizat, is applied to a miracle performed by a prophet, nabi, and is distinguished from the karama performed by a saint, wali, or righteous person, sali. As defined by the Islamic theologians, a mu'ajiza is an event at variance with the usual course of nature, produced by one who lays claim to the office of a prophet, in contending with those who refuse to acknowledge his claim in such a manner as renders them unable to produce the like thereof. In a lengthy discussion of the miracles, mu'ajizat, attributed to the prophets, blessings and peace be upon them all, Shaikh Abd al-Qadir, al-Jillani, may Allah be well pleased with him, has told us. It is also universally believed by the people of Islam that the Prophet Muhammad, Allah bless him, and give him peace, was granted as many miracles, mu'ajizat, as those bestowed upon the rest of the prophets, and more besides. Some of the experts in religious knowledge, al-Alayhim, have counted no fewer than 1,000 such miracles. Included among them is the Qur'an. Abu Sa'id Ahmad ibn Asa al-Kharaz al-Baghdadi, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, was a cobbler by trade. He met Dhu in Nun al-Misri and became a companion of Bishr al-Hafi and Sari as-Sakati, may Allah bestow his mercy upon them. The author of several books, some of which have survived to this day, he is credited with having formulated the mystical doctrine of Fana, becoming extinct to the realm of creation, and Baqa'ah, existing in perpetuity in the presence of Allah. While the date of his death is uncertain, it probably occurred between age 279/892 C and age 286/899 C. It was al-Junayd, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him, who said, I once heard al-Harith al-Muhasibi say, we have lost three things. 1. Good looks combined with chastity. 2. Good speech combined with honesty. And 3. Good brotherliness combined with loyalty. In the words of one wise saying, good moral character, al-Khulq al-Lisan, means attaching little importance to that which is withheld from you, and attaching great importance to that which is granted to you. To quote another wise saying, the mark of goodness of moral character, husn al-Khulq, is the prevention of serious harm and the toleration of nuisances. The Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, once said to his companions, may Allah be well pleased with them all. You will never succeed in comforting people with your worldly possessions, so comfort them with cheerfulness of face and goodness of moral character, husn al-Khulq. Abu Abdullah al-Harith ibn Asad al-Basri al-Muhasibi, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, is generally regarded as one of the most outstanding figures in the history of Islamic mysticism. Born in Basra in age 165/781 C, he was still at an early age when he moved to Baghdad, where he studied the traditions of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, became an expert in Islamic theology, kalam, and was closely involved with the leading personalities and prominent events of his times. He died in age 243/857 C, but his teachings and writings continued to exert a profound and far-reaching influence, notably on the famous Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, the author of Ihya al-Ulum. Many of al-Muhasiba's books and pamphlets have been preserved to this day. 2a. Concerning goodness of moral character. Husn al-Khulq, in relation to Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. In relation to Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, goodness of moral character, husn al-Khulq, means that you carry out His command, mince and respectfully observe His prohibitions. It means that you obey Him in all conditions and circumstances without believing that you are entitled to receive compensation from Him. It means that you surrender all that is decreed by destiny maktuar to Him without suspicious reservation. It means that you affirm His oneness without attributing partners shirk to Him. It means that you accept the truth of His promise, wa'ad, without any doubt. Somebody once asked Dhu in Nun al-Misri, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him of all people, who has the most to worry about. He replied, the one who has the worst moral character. Aswohum Kulkan. It was al-Hasan al-Basri, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, who said, in commenting on the words of Allah Almighty, and glorious is He, and your garments purify. Quran 74:4, Wathiyabaka Fatahir. That is to say, your moral character improve. Kalukaka. Fayasin. Someone said, in commenting on the words of Allah, exalted is He, and He has lavished wasbaga, His favors upon you, alaykum and ayamahu, both outwardly and inwardly. Yahiradin wabiatina. Quran 31:20. Al-Hasan ibn Abil Hasan al-Basri, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, is revered as one of the greatest saints of early Islam. Born in Medina in age 21/642 C, he was brought up in Basra, where he met many companions of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. He died in age 110/728 C. The favor conferred outwardly is the orderly arrangement of the physical constitution calc, while the favor conferred inwardly is the purification of the moral character kulk. Someone asked Ibrahim ibn Adam, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, have you ever felt really happy in this world? Yes, he replied, on 2 occasions. On the first occasion, as I was sitting at ease one day, a dog came along and urinated on me. On the second occasion, again while I was sitting at ease, a person came along and slapped me on the back of the neck. It is said of Uwais al-Qarani, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him, that, whenever he caught sight of young boys throwing stones at him, he would say to them, if you have nothing better to do, at least choose only little stones to throw at me, so that you will not make my leg bleed and prevent me from performing the ritual prayer, salat. It is said that a man kept heaping insults on Anaf ibn Qais, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him, tagging along behind him as he did so. Finally, when he reached the outskirts of the village, Anaf stopped in his tracks. Young man, he said, if you have anything else to get off your chest, you had better say it now, in case some of the local village idiots happen to hear you and respond to you in kind. Someone asked Hatim al-Asam the deaf, should a man maintain an attitude of tolerance toward every individual? Yes, he replied, except toward himself. According to a traditional report, the commander of the believers, Amir al-Mu'minin, Ali ibn Abi Talib, may Allah be well pleased with him, once summoned a bondsman Ghulam, but the young attendant failed to respond to his call. So he summoned him a second time, and a third, but still he did not respond. He then went to look for him, and Abu Ishaq Ibrahim ibn Adam ibn Mansur ibn Yazid ibn Jabir at-Tamimi al-Ajli, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, was born in Balkh of pure Arab descent. His life has often been compared to that of Buddha, since he is described in legend as the prince of Balkh who renounced his kingdom and wandered westward to live a life of complete asceticism, earning his bread in Syria by honest manual labor until his death in CAH 165/782 C. According to some accounts, he was killed in the course of a naval expedition against Byzantium. Found him lying asleep. Young man, he said, can you not hear? Yes, I can hear, came the reply. So he asked him, what induced you to refrain from answering my call? I felt safe from your punishment, he explained, so I decided to be lazy. On hearing this, Ali, may Allah be well pleased with him, told him, away you go, for you now are a free man, for the sake of Allah, almighty and glorious is he. The following sayings also deserve to be quoted. Good moral character, al-Khulq al-Lisan, means that you are close to people and a stranger to anything that keeps them apart from one another. Good moral character, al-Khulq al-Lisan, means putting up with whatever you are made to suffer because of the rudeness of your fellow creatures, Jaffa al-Kalk, and the verdict of the truth, Qda al-Haq, without resentment or dismay. It is written in the Gospel, Al-Angel, my servant, remember me when you are angry, for then I shall remember you when I am angry. A woman once said to Malik ibn Dinar, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him, O ostentatious hypocrite, Yamura Ai. So he said to her, O lady, you have discovered my proper name, which the people of Basra had somehow mislaid. Luqman said to his son, O my dear son, you must not acknowledge 3 people for what they seem to be, except in 3 situations. Namely, 1. The tolerant person, Halim, in a situation calculated to provoke anger. 2. The brave hero Shuja'e, in a situation of active combat. And 3. The good brother, Ak, in a situation where he is really needed. Moses, Musa, peace be upon him, said, O my God, Ya Allahi, I beseech you, let it not be said of me that I have what I do not have within me. So Allah, exalted is he, conveyed to him by way of inspiration, Aha Alai, I have not done that to myself, so how could I do it to you? Abu Yahya Malik ibn Dinar as-Sami an-Naji, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him, was the son of a Persian slave from Sajistan or Kabul, and became a disciple of al-Hasan al-Basri, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him. He is often mentioned as a reliable narrator of traditions of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, which he transmitted from such early authorities as Anas ibn Malik and Ibn Sirin. A noted early calligrapher of the Quraan, he died CAH 130/748 C. Luqman is commonly known as Luqman the Wise, Luqman al-Hakim, because Allah, exalted is he, has told us in the Quraan. And we did indeed give Luqman wisdom. While Laquati Adina Luqmana al-Hikmata. Quraan 31:12. 3. Concerning thankfulness, shukr. As for thankfulness, shukr, the basic guidance on the subject is contained in the words of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. If you are thankful, la in shakartum, I will surely give you more, la azadanakum. But if you are ungrateful, wallah in kafartum, my punishment is terrible indeed. Inna adhabi la shaddid. Quraan 14:7. This is reinforced by the traditional report transmitted on the authority of Ata'i, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, who said, I entered the presence of the Prophet's widow Aisha, may Allah be well pleased with her, and said, tell us about the most amazing experience you ever had in the company of Allah's Messenger, Allah bless him and give him peace. She wept at first, but then she said, was there anything at all about him that was not a marvelous wonder? He came to me one night and snuggled up beside me in my bed firashi, until his skin was touching my skin. But then he said, O daughter of Abu Bakr, let me go, so that I may devote myself to the worship of my Lord. She said, so I told him, I love your nearness, but I prefer to respect your dearest wish. I therefore allowed him, Allah bless him and give him peace, to take his leave of me. So he got up, found a skin container full of water, and performed his ritual ablution to wait pouring a considerable amount of water in the process. Then he stood erect and started to perform the ritual prayer, fa salah. He wept as he did so until his tears were streaming down onto his chest. Then he adopted the bowing posture rakat and shed more tears. Then he prostrated himself sajada, and again he wept. Then he raised his head and wept still more. He went on like this, Allah bless him and give him peace. At this point in the text, the reporter interjects, or she may have said, Lihafi, my bedspread, until Bilal, may Allah be well pleased with him, arrived on the scene. And so he told him about the ritual prayer, Salat. I then said, O Messenger of Allah, what causes you to weep, when Allah has forgiven you your earlier and later sins? To this he replied, Allah bless him and give him peace. Should I not be a thankful servant, Abd Shakur? Why should I not do it, since Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, has sent down to me the words of Revelation. Surely in the creation of the heavens in a fi kalki es samawati, in the earth, in the alternation wa lri waktalafi el lili, of night and day, wa nahari, and the ship that runs upon the sea wa elfuki lati tadri, with that which is of use fi lba ri by ma yinfao in nasa, to human beings, and the water wa ma anzalalahu, which Allah sends down mina es sama'i min ma'in, from the sky, thereby reviving faa haya by high elard, the earth after its death, baa to madihawa batha, and dispersing all kinds fi hamin, of beasts therein kuli daba, and the distribution of the winds, wa tasrify ariyahai, and the clouds set in orderly array wa ssa habi el musicari, between heaven and earth bina es sama'i wa lri. Surely there are signs for people la ayat and li common, who can understand. Quraan 2:164, Uakalun. According to those who specialize in ascertaining the actual facts, al-Tahqiq, the true nature of thankfulness, hakikat ash-shukr, is the acknowledgement of the benefaction of the benefactor in ayamat al-Mun'im, with an attitude of humility. In accordance with this meaning, Allah, exalted is He, has described Himself as being the most thankful one, as shakur in the widest sense, that is to say, in the sense that He rewards His servants for their thankfulness. For the recompense of thankfulness, jaziyah ash-shukr, is also called thankfulness shukr, just as Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, has said. And the recompense of an evil wajazo sadiyatan is an evil just like it. Quraan 42:40, sadiyatan mithlaha. It has also been said that the true nature of thankfulness, hakikat ash-shukr, is the act of praising the beneficent person muhsin by Bilal al-Habashi, may Allah be well pleased with him, was the first muezzin muaddin appointed by the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, to summon the Muslim community to the 5 daily prayers. He was an Abyssinian slave who had been ransomed by Abu Bakr, may Allah be well pleased with him, mentioning his beneficence, ihsan, the servant's thankfulness, shukr. To Allah, exalted is He, is therefore expressed through the praise He offers to Him, by mentioning His beneficence, ihsan, toward His servant. As for the thankfulness, shukr, of the Lord of truth, glory be to Him, toward His servant, it is expressed through the praise he confers upon him by making it known that he has acted beneficently for his sake. Furthermore, the beneficence, ihsan, of the servant represents his worshipful obedience to Allah, while the beneficence, ihsan, of the Lord of Truth, glory be to him, represents his bestowal of gracious favor enam upon his servant. When the thankfulness, shakr, of the servant is genuine, it is not only a matter of utterance by the tongue, but also the heart's acknowledgement of the Lord's bestowal of gracious favor enam arab. Moreover, thankfulness, shakr, can be subdivided into several categories, namely 1. Thankfulness expressed by the tongue, shakr bil lisan. This constitutes the acknowledgement of the benefaction and iyama with an attitude of humble acceptance, istikana. 2. Thankfulness expressed by the body and the limbs, shakr bil badan wa el arkan. This is the characteristic indication of loyalty and readiness to serve al-wafa'i wa al-khidma. 3. Thankfulness expressed by the inner feeling, shakr bil kalb. This requires a careful balance between the visible display of appreciation and the constant preservation of a sense of reverence. It has also been said that thankfulness of the eyes, shakr al-ainain, means that you overlook any fault you notice in your companion, while thankfulness of the ears, shakr al-adhunan, means that you ignore any fault you hear him accused of possessing. In the simplest terms, thankfulness, shakr, means that you do not disobey Allah, exalted is He, by misusing His gracious favors. Here is another saying that clearly deserves to be quoted. Thankfulness, shukr, may mean the thankfulness of the learned scholars, shukr al-alamin, in which case it will be among the subjects they discuss. Thankfulness, shukr, may mean the thankfulness of the dedicated worshippers, shukr al-abidin, in which case it will be a feature of their actions. Thankfulness, shukr, may mean the thankfulness of those who know by direct intuition, shukr al-arifin, in which case it will be expressed through their honest devotion to Him, Almighty and glorious is He. In all their states and conditions, it will be expressed through their firm conviction that whatever is good in their experience and whatever is manifested from them in the way of worshipful obedience, servitude, and remembrance of Him, Almighty and glorious is He, is entirely due to His enabling guidance, tawfiq, His gracious favor, His help, His power and His strength, Almighty and glorious is He. It will be expressed through their detachment from all of that and their total absorption fanane in Him. It will be expressed through their acknowledgement of their own inability, deficiency, and ignorance, and then through their humble submission to Him, Almighty and glorious is He, in all conditions and circumstances. It was Abu Bakr al-Warraq, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, who said, thankfulness for a gracious favor, shukran and iyama, means feasting one's eyes on the gift received while preserving a sense of reverence. As someone else once put it, thankfulness for a gracious favor, shukran and iyama, means that you regard yourself as no more deserving of it than a parasite to faili. It was Abu Uthman al-Hiri, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, who said, thankfulness, shukr, is the conscious awareness, ma'rifa, of the fact that you are quite incapable of thankfulness. Let us also consider the following wise sayings. Thankfulness for thankfulness, as shukr Allah sh shukr, is more complete than simple thankfulness, shukr. This means that you regard your thankfulness as the result of His enablement, tawfiq, and you have received that enablement on account of the gracious favors bestowed upon you, so you give thanks to Him for the thankfulness He has. Abu Uthman Sayyid ibn Ismail al-Hiri, or al-Hari, known as al-Wa'ai, the preacher, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, was one of the early sheikhs of Khurasan, along with Hamdan al-Qasr and Nisaburi and Abu Hafs Amr ibn Salma al-Haddad and Nisaburi, may Allah bestow His mercy upon them. He came to be regarded as one of the three founding fathers of the Malamati movement. He visited al-Junaid, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, in Baghdad, and died at Nishapur in age 298/911 C. Even in the days of my childhood, he once said, my heart was always seeking after something of reality. I was always convinced that the Islamic way of life held mysteries other than its external manifestations, enabled you to experience. Then you thank Him for the thankfulness upon thankfulness, shukr as shukr, and so on ad infinitum. Thankfulness, shukr, is the attribution of blessings to their master, Mawla, with an attitude of humble submission to Him. It was al-Junaid, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, who said, "Thankfulness, shukr, means that you do not look upon yourself as worthy of the gracious favor you have received." In several wise sayings, the meaning of the simple adjective shakir, thankful, grateful, is contrasted with the significance of the intensive form shakur, very thankful, most grateful, extremely appreciative. For instance, the person who is simply thankful shakir is someone who gives thanks for what is available majudi, while the person who is very thankful shakur is someone who gives thanks for what is unavailable mafqudi. The person who is simply thankful shakir is someone who gives thanks for the provision of benefit nafa, while the person who is very thankful shakur is someone who gives thanks for the withholding of benefit mana. The person who is simply thankful shakir is someone who gives thanks for the granting of gifts aa, while the person who is very thankful shakur is someone who gives thanks for trial and tribulation. Balale. The person who is simply thankful shakir is someone who gives thanks in response to immediate delivery bottle, while the person who is very thankful shakur is someone who gives thanks when delivery is subject to deferment matiel. It was Abu Bakr ibn Jadar, Ashibli, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, who said, "Thankfulness, shukr, means focusing attention on the source of the benefit, munaim, not focusing attention on the benefit, inayama, itself." Abu Bakr ibn Jadar Ashibli, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, was of Khorasanian origin, although born in Baghdad or Samarra. The son of a court official, he rose through the ranks of the imperial service. While in Baghdad for the occasion of his investiture as governor of Dimavend, he experienced conversion. He joined the circle of al-Junaid, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, played a leading part in the stormy history of al-Hallaj, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, and was committed to an asylum on account of his eccentric behavior. He died in age 334/946 C at the age of 87. Someone else had this to say on the subject. Thankfulness, shukr, means firmly securing the bonds of that which has been found, qaid al-majudi, and then hunting for that which is still missing, said al-mafqudi. It was Abu Uthman al-Hiri, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, who said, "The thankfulness of the common folk, shukr al-amma, is for food and drink and clothing, while the thankfulness of the elite, shukr al-kawas, is for the spiritual values, ma'ani, conferred upon their hearts. Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, has told us, and few of my servants wakalalan men are very thankful." Quraan 34:13, Ibadiyya Eshad Shakuar. The Prophet, David, peace be upon him, once said, "My God, Alahi, how can I thank you when my thankfulness to you, Shukri Laka, is itself a blessing from among your gracious favors and ayama, min and ayamika." So Allah, blessed and exalted is He, conveyed to him by way of inspiration, aha alih, now you have thanked me indeed. Alana, Huadi Shakarda and I. To quote another wise saying, if your hand is too short to extend remuneration, let your tongue dwell at length on the expression of thanks shukr. When Idris, peace be upon him, was given the good tiding of forgiveness, he is said to have asked for life. Why? He was asked, so he explained, so that I may be able to thank him, for I was previously working for forgiveness. The angel thereupon spread its wing and carried him up to heaven. It is said that one of the prophets and Ba'a, peace be upon them all, once passed by a small stone from which a large amount of water was gushing forth. He was astonished at the sight, but Allah caused the stone to let him know that it could speak, so he asked it about its condition. It told him, ever since I heard Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, speak of a fire of which Naran Wakadaha and Nasu. The fuel is men and stones. Quran 66:6, Wa el Hijratu. I have been weeping from fear of it. So that prophet, peace be upon him, offered a prayer of supplication, pleading with him to grant that stone asylum from the fire. Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, thereupon conveyed to him by way of inspiration, aha alih, I have already granted it asylum from the fire. That prophet then continued on his way. When he returned later on, he found that the water was still gushing from the stone, but even more copiously than on his previous visit. He was bewildered, but Allah, exalted is He, again caused the stone to let him know that it could speak. So he said to it, "Why are you still weeping when Allah has already forgiven you?" The stone explained, "That was the weeping of sorrow and fear, but this is the weeping of thankfulness, shukr, and joy." In the words of another wise saying, "One who is thankful, shakir, is in the presence of superabundance, mazid, because he is going through the experience of receiving gracious favor and ni'amah, for Allah exalted is He, has told us, if you are thankful, la in shakartum, I will surely give you more." Quran 14:7, la azidanakum. And one who is patient, sabir, is in the presence of Allah, taking shelter with Him, exalted is He, because he is going through the experience of suffering, trial, and tribulation. Balay. Allah exalted is He, has told us, surely Allah is within Allah, those who are patient. Quran 2:153, Ma'as sabrin. Praise, hamd, it has been said, is for the very breaths we breathe, while thankfulness, shakr, is for the blessings of the senses. In the words of the authentic tradition al-Qadir as Sahih, the first of those invited to enter the garden of paradise will be those who are constantly praising Allah, alhamdulillah. Praise, hamd, it has also been said, is for what He has prevented, while thankfulness, shukr, is for what He has brought into being. The following story was told by one of the righteous. In the course of one of my journeys, I caught sight of an old man who was far advanced in age, so I asked him about his condition. He responded by telling me, "In the early part of my life, I was deeply in love with a cousin of mine, the daughter of my paternal uncle, and she was equally in love with me, so it was agreed that I should marry her. When she entered my chamber on the night of her bridal procession zifaf, I said to her, 'Come, let us spend the whole of this night in worship, as a way of giving thanks to Allah, shukran lillah, Almighty and glorious is He, for having brought us together.' So we performed the ritual, prayer, salena, throughout that night, and neither of us paid any attention to the other. Then, when the second night came around, we spent the whole of it in similar fashion. This came to be our constant practice, so that now, after 70 or 80 years have gone by, we are still in that same state every night." His wife was with him at the time, so he turned to her and asked her, "Is that not just the way it is?" "Oh, so and so?" To this the old woman replied, "It is just as the old man told you." 4. Concerning patience, sabr. As for patience, sabr, the basic guidance on the subject is contained in the words of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. O you who believe, ya ayyuhalladina, endure with patience, amanasbir you. Outdo all others, wasabir you. In patient endurance, be ready, warabiti you. And observe your duty to Allah, wattaqallaha, in order that you may succeed. La'alakum tuflihun. Quran 3:200. And in His words, Almighty and glorious is He. And endure patiently, O Muhammad. Wasbir. Your endurance is only wama sabrka, by the help of Allah. Quran 16:127, Ilabillahi. As well as in the following traditional reports. According to Aisha, may Allah be well pleased with her, the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, once said, "Patience ought to be exercised at the first shock, inna as sabra inda as sadmatil." Ula. It is reported that a man once said, "O Messenger of Allah, my property is gone and my body has become sick." So the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, told him, "There is no good in a servant of the Lord, whose property does not depart, and whose body does not get sick. Whenever Allah, exalted is He, loves a servant of His, He is sure to put him to the test, and when He puts him to the test, He admonishes him to be patient." The Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, is also reported as having said, "In the progress of a man's development in the sight of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, there is a stage that he cannot reach by means of his own work." In commenting on the use of the word sadma, shock, assault, attack, as it occurs in this saying of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, the classical Arabic lexicographers observe that patience is usually the last thing to be exercised in a case of misfortune, but it is most recommended on the occasion of the sharpness or vehemence thereof. He must first suffer the pain of affliction in his physical body, for that is the only means by which he can reach it. According to one traditional account, Kabar, when the words of Allah, blessed and exalted is He, And he who does something wrong waman yumil suan will have the recompense thereof. Ujabai Quraan 4:123. Were sent down Abu Bakr, the champion of truth, as Siddiq. May Allah be well pleased with him, said, O Messenger of Allah, how can there be any hope of salvation for Allah, now that this Quranic verse, ayah, has been revealed? So the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, told him, Allah has forgiven you, O Abu Bakr. Do you not get sick? Does painful affliction not befall you? Do you not endure with patience? Do you not experience grief and sorrow? Well, these are the things for which you will be recompensed. That is to say, every affliction that befalls you will be an atonement, kafara, for your sins. There are actually three kinds of patience, sabr, namely, 1. Patience for the sake of Allah, sabr lillah, almighty and glorious is He. This is the kind of patience, sabr, that is exercised in the course of carrying out His commandments and respectfully observing His prohibitions. 2. Patience in bearing with Allah, sabr ma'allah, almighty and glorious is He. This is the kind of patience, sabr, that is exercised while undergoing the effects of His decree and His actions within you, which cause you to experience all kinds of hardships and adversities. 3. Patience in anticipation of Allah, sabr Allah, almighty and glorious is He. This is the kind of patience, sabr, that is exercised while waiting for that which He has promised in the way of sustenance, joyful relief, sufficiency, triumphant success, and reward in the abode of the hereafter. It has also been said that patience, sabr, can be divided into two types, namely, 1. Patience, sabr, exercised in situations where there is an active role, kasb, for the servant of the Lord, to play. 2. Patience, sabr, exercised in situations where he has no active role, kasb, to play. In the case of patience, sabr, exercised in situations where he does have an active role, kasb, to play, there is a further twofold subdivision, namely, 1a. Patience exercised in performing that which Allah, almighty and glorious is He, has commanded him to do. 1b. Patience exercised in avoiding that which Allah, almighty and glorious is He, has forbidden him to do. As for patience, sabr, exercised in situations where there is no active role, kasb, for the servant of the Lord, to play, this refers to his patient endurance of the suffering he must undergo on account of the judgment of Allah and His decree, in the form of trouble and pain experienced in both the inner feeling and the physical body. It has been said that those who are called patient, sabirun, are actually of three types, namely, 1. Someone who tries to be patient, mutasabir. 2. Someone who is simply patient, sabir. And 3. Someone who is very patient indeed, sabah. A man once came to see what he could learn from Ash-Shibli. May Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him. So he said to him, what kind of patience, sabr, is hardest on those who are patient? Sabrin. Patience in relation to Allah, as sabr fillah. No. Patience for the sake of Allah, as sabr lillah. No. Patience in bearing with Allah, as sabr ma'allah. No. Well then, what is it? Patience in enduring separation from Allah, as sabr anillah. At this point, Ash-Shibli gave vent to such a plaintive cry that his spirit was almost destroyed. It was al-Jillani. May Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, who said, the journey from this world to the hereafter is a trivial distance of 6 cubits for the believer mu'min to travel. The exodus from the realm of creation kalk in the direction of the Lord of Truth hak is difficult to accomplish. The journey from the self nafs toward Allah is extremely hard, but patience with Allah, as sabr ma'allah, is even more difficult. Someone asked him, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, to explain the meaning of patience, sabr. So he said, it is the swallowing of a bitter draught without displaying a frown or a scowl. Ali ibn Abi Talib, may Allah be well pleased with him, once said, patience, sabr, in relation to faith, aman, is in the position of the head. In relation to the body, it was Dhu Inun al-Misri, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, who said, patience, sabr, means refraining from acts of non-compliance, remaining calm when swallowing the lumps that form in the throat as a reaction to misfortune, and demonstrating spiritual affluence despite the advent of poverty in the sphere of material livelihood. The following sayings also deserve to be quoted. Patience, sabr, means coping with misfortune by remaining on your best behavior. It means being wiped out by misfortune, balwa, without showing any sign of complaint, shakwa. Patience, sabr, means keeping a healthy attitude in the presence of adversity, no less than in the presence of well-being. The most excellent recompense for worshipful service, ibadah, is the recompense for patience, sabr. Allah, exalted is He, has told us, and we shall surely pay those walanajiyana ladina, who were patient their wage, sabar adraham, according to the best bayasani of what they did. Quraan 16 hours 96 minutes, makanu yomalan. And He has also told us, Almighty and glorious is He. Surely the patient inama yuwafa will be paid their wages, sabiruna adraham, in full without reckoning. By Gary Hizab. Quraan 39:10. Patience, sabr, means remaining steadfast in loyal obedience to Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, and accepting the agonies of His affliction with a broad and expansive feeling. Author's note: according to some authorities, this saying has been attributed to the Prophet himself, Allah bless him and give him peace. It was Al-Qawas. May Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, who said, patience, sabr, means remaining steadfast in loyal obedience to Allah, exalted is He, in accordance with the statutes akam of the Book and the Sunnah. Yahya ibn Muad ar-Razi. May Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, once said, the patience of the lovers of the Lord, sabr al-muhibbin, is much harder than the patience of the ascetics, sabr azizaidan. How aston ishing it is that they can be patient at all. He then waxed poetic, as he declared in Arabic verse, patience is bearable in all other contexts, but with you it is unbearable. Let us also consider the following sayings. Patience, sabr, means giving up complaining. It means humble submission, istikana, and seeking refuge, istiada. With Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. It means seeking help, istiana, from Allah. The basic noun sabr, patience, means that no distinction is made between the state of grace and iyama and the ordeal of tribulation, mina, and that both are experienced with equanimity, sukun al-Qadir. The derived form tasabur, trying to be patient, means calmness in coping with misfortune, although the feelings are affected by the burdens of the ordeal. 5. Concerning contentment, rid. As for contentment, rid, the fundamental guidance on the subject is contained in the words of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. Allah is well pleased with them, Ra'iyallahu anhum, and they are well pleased with Him. Wa Ra'yu H. Quraan 58:22. And in His words, blessed and exalted is He. Their Lord gives them good tidings, Yubashirahum Rabbahum, of mercy from Him, and good pleasure, by Aramad and Minhu Waraiwanan, and gardens of paradise, in which Wajanad and Laham, they shall have lasting bliss. Quraan 9:21, Fiha Na'iman Yukum. Furthermore, according to a traditional report transmitted on the authority of Ibn Abbas, may Allah be well pleased with him and with his father, Allah's messenger, Allah bless him and give him peace, once said, the full flavor of true faith, Aman, is tasted by one who is content with Allah. Almighty and glorious is He, as a Lord, Rab. The Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab once wrote to Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, may Allah be well pleased with them both. The point I wish to emphasize is this: all goodness resides in contentment, rid. So if you are capable of being content, well and good. If not, you must be patient, fasbir. It was Qatada. May Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him. Abu Musa Abdullah ibn Qais ibn Sulaiman al-Ash'ari, may Allah be well pleased with him, was a loyal companion of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. He served as a general in many of the battles fought in the early days of Islam. In age 37, he was appointed as an arbitrator to represent Ali, may Allah ennoble his countenance, at the Battle of Siffin. He was also a distinguished scholar in the field of Quranic studies. He died ca. age 42. Abul Khattab Qatada ibn Di'ama ibn Qatada as Sad Usi, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, was learned in Quranic exegesis, tafsir, and Islamic jurisprudence, fiqh, as well as being an authority on Arabic poetry. He died in age 118, who said, in commenting on the words of Allah Almighty and glorious is He, and if one of them receives tidings wa'ida bushra ahadahum, of the birth of a female, bil-untha, his face remains darkened, yala wajuhu muswadin, and he is inwardly furious. Quraan 16:58, Wahyuwa came. This describes the attitude of those Arabs who attribute partners to Allah, Mashriki el-Arab. Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, has thus informed us of the badness of their attitude. As for the believer, Mu'min, he is worthily disposed to be content with whatever Allah, exalted is He, has allotted to him. The judgment of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, is better than a man's judgment on his own behalf, that which Allah has decreed for you concerning something you dislike, O son of Adam, may be even better for you than that which Allah has decreed for you concerning something you like. You must therefore observe your duty to Allah, exalted is He, and be content to accept His decision. Allah, blessed and exalted is He, has told us. But it may happen that you hate wa'asa and takriyu shayan, a thing that is good for you, wahuwa khairun lakum. And it may happen that you love wa'asa and tu'ibu shayan, a thing which is bad for you, wahuwa sharrun lakum. Allah knows, wallahu yu'alamu, and you know not. Quraan 2:216, wa antum la ta'lamun. That is to say, He knows, and you do not know, what is in the best interest of your religion, din, and your worldly life, for Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, has kept concealed from His creatures the things that are to their advantage. He has charged them with servitude, abudiyya to Him, by requiring fulfillment of the commandments and observance of the prohibitions of the sacred law, submissive resignation to that which is foreordained, maktuar, and contentment, rid, with the divine decree, qda, in every respect, whether it be in their favor or to their disadvantage. He has appropriated the consequences and the benefits unto Himself exclusively. Almighty and glorious is He. It is therefore necessary for the servant to be constantly engaged in worshipful obedience to his master, Mawla, to be content with whatever Allah has allotted to him, and to harbor no doubts about Him. As you should also be well aware, the amount of trouble experienced by any individual creature is in proportion to his quarrel with destiny, Qadar, over that which is foreordained, maktuar, his compliance with his own desire, hawade, and his lack of contentment, rid, with the divine decree, qda. Whenever someone is content to accept the divine decree, that person can enjoy rest and relaxation. Whenever someone is not content with it, on the other hand, his experience of misery and trouble can only be prolonged, and he will still obtain nothing from this world except that which has been allotted to him. As long as his personal desire persists in making its demands upon him, he cannot be content to accept the divine decree, because that desire is in contention with the Lord of truth. Almighty and glorious is He, and so his troubles can only intensify and multiply. The procurement of ease and comfort is the result of opposition to personal desire, hawade, because it is bound to involve contentment, rid, with the divine decree, qda. The procurement of trouble and discomfort, on the other hand, is the result of compliance with personal desire, because it is bound to involve contention with the Lord of truth. Almighty and glorious is He. So may desire not be there, and if it is, let us not be. Should contentment, rid, be classed as one of the spiritual states, awal, or as one of the spiritual stations, makamat? On this point, there are differences of opinion among the qualified scholars and experts in the spiritual path tariqah. According to the people of Iraq, it is one of the spiritual states. Awal. It is not subject, they maintain, to active acquisition kasb by the servant of the Lord. It is rather an occurrence or visitation nazila, a condition that settles for a while within the inner feeling, like all the other spiritual states, awal, then changes and passes away as another state arrives to take its place. According to the Khorasanis, on the other hand, contentment, rid, is one of the spiritual stations, makamat. They consider it to be the final stage of absolute trust in the Lord, tawakkul, so that it represents the ultimate degree to which the servant of the Lord can attain through his own acquisitive capacity, iktisab. It is possible to reconcile these two views by stating the cases follows. The initial stage of contentment, bidiyat arid, is subject to active acquisition, muktasaba, by the servant of the Lord, which means that It is one of the spiritual stations Makamat, but its final stage, Nihaya, is one of the spiritual states Awal, which means that it is not subject to active acquisition. In simple terms, someone who is content, Ray, is someone who does not object to the foreordainment, tactor, of Allah Almighty, and glorious is He. It was Abu Ali ad-Dakak, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, who said, contentment, rid, does not mean that you are not affected by the experience of trial and tribulation. Contentment, rid, simply means that you do not object to the divine decision, hukm, and decree, qda. The wise elders, Mashaikh, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon them, have often said, contentment with the divine decree, arid qada, is Allah's most splendid gateway, and it is this world's garden of paradise. That is to say, when someone is blessed with the honor of contentment, rid, he has already received the most abundant welcome and has been honored with the most exalted nearness. It is said that a pupil, Tilmid, once asked his teacher, Ustad, is the servant aware that Allah, blessed and exalted is He, is well pleased with him? No, replied the teacher, how can he know that, when His good pleasure, rid, is imperceptible? But the pupil said, oh yes, He does recognize it. So the teacher asked, how? The pupil then explained, when I find that my inner feeling is well pleased with Allah, exalted is He, I know that He is well pleased with me. So the teacher said, you have done very well, young man. It is indeed true that the servant will not be well pleased with Allah, unless the Lord of truth, glorious is His majesty, is well pleased with him. Allah, almighty and glorious is He, has told us, Allah is well pleased with them, Ra'iyallahu anhum, and they are well pleased with Him. Wa Ra'yu an H. Quraan 58:22. Abu Ali ad-Dakak, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, was the founder of a spiritual center in Nishapur called Kanakai Sarawi. He died in age 405/1014 C. One of his pupils, Abu Sa'id ibn Abi el-Khair of Mahanan Khurasan, was a man of great saintliness who met and corresponded with the master philosopher Avicenna ibn Sina. Another was Abu el-Qasim al-Kashari, the author of an important and frequently quoted treatise entitled Ar-Risalat Kushariya. That is to say, because of his good pleasure, rid, with them, they are well pleased with him. It is said that Moses, Musa, peace be upon him, once had a request to make of his Lord, almighty and glorious is He. So he said, my God, Allahi, point out to me a deed, such that, if I perform it, you will be well pleased with me. The Lord said, you are not capable of that. So Moses, peace be upon him, sank to the ground, prostrating himself, sajid, in humble submission. Allah, almighty and glorious is He, then conveyed to him by way of inspiration, Aha alai, O son of Imran, my good pleasure resides in your contentment with my decree. In a rid ai fi rid ka by qadai. Let us also consider the following wise sayings. If a person wishes to arrive at the stage of contentment, rid, let him stick to the course upon which Allah, almighty and glorious is He, has conferred His good pleasure, rid. Contentment, rid, is of two kinds, namely, 1. Ready approval of Him, rid by high, and 2. Resigned acceptance of Him, rid on hill. There is ready approval of Him as a manager, mudabbir, and there is resigned acceptance of Him with respect to what He decrees as a ruler, hakim, and as a judge, fazil. When someone is content, ray, it means that even if hell Jahannam were to be placed on his right side, he would not ask for it to be moved over to his left side. Contentment, rid, means the expulsion of disagreeable feelings from the heart, so that nothing remains except happiness and joy. Rabi'a al-Adawiyya, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon her, was once asked the question, when is the servant of the Lord content, ray, with the divine decree by al-Qada? To this she replied, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon her when He is happy with affliction, just as He is happy with gracious favor. It is said that Ash-Shibli, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, once uttered the expression, there is neither any power la hawla, nor any strength wala quwwata, except with Allah. Illa billah. In the presence of al-Junaid, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him. So al-Junaid, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, told him, in saying that, you are prompted by a feeling of annoyance. And the feeling of annoyance is due to the lack of contentment, rid. With the divine decree Qda. It was Abu Sulayman, ad-Durrani, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, who said, contentment, rid, means that you do not ask Allah to grant you the garden of paradise, and that you do not appeal to Him for refuge from the fire of hell. Dhu in an al-Misri. May Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, once said. These are three of the symptoms of contentment, rid. 1. The lack of personal preference in advance of the divine decree Qda. 2. The absence of bitterness in the wake of the divine decree. And 3. The arousal of love in the midst of trial and tribulation. He also said, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him. It is the happiness of the heart with the bitterness of the divine decree Qda. When Abu Uthman al-Hiri, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, was asked to explain the saying of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. What I ask of you is contentment, rid, in the wake of the divine decree Qda. He said, that is because contentment, rid, in advance of the divine decree Qda, is only the prior determination to be content, while contentment, rid, in the wake of the divine decree Qda, is the actual experience of contentment, huwa arid. As we learn from a traditional report, someone once told al-Hussein, Ibn Ali Ibn Abi Talib, may Allah be well pleased with him, and with Abu Sulayman Abd ar-Rahman Ibn Ahmad Ibn Atiyah ad-Durrani, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, was a pious devotee whose inclination lay toward extreme asceticism. He is renowned for his many memorable sayings. He died in age 205 or 215. Al-Hussein Ibn Ali Ibn Abi Talib, may Allah be well pleased with him and with his father, was the grandson of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. His father, that Abu Dar, may Allah be well pleased with him, used to say, poverty is dearer to me than affluence, sickness is dearer to me than health, and death is dearer to me than life. So he said, may Allah bestow His mercy upon Abu Dar. As for myself, I say, when someone relies upon the excellence of Allah's choice, he does not wish for anything other than that which Allah has chosen for him. Abu Ali al-Fudal Ibn Aii once said to Bishr al-Hafi, the barefoot, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon them. Both contentment, rid, is more meritorious than abstinence, zud, from this world, because when someone is content, ray, he does not wish for anything above his actual situation. The view expressed by al-Fudal is the correct one, because it refers to contentment with one's actual condition, arid bilhal, and all that is good resides in contentment with one's actual condition. Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, said to Moses, Musa, peace be upon him. O Moses, I have you, Musa, preferred you above mankind by my any estafeta Allah and Nasi messages and by my speaking to you, by Rizalati wa by Kalami. So hold that which I have given you, afakad ma'atidaka, and be among the thankful. Quraan 7:144, Wakan Mina S8 Shakaran. That is to say, be content with that which I have bestowed upon you. Do not go looking for another situation, and be among the Abu Dar Jundab Ibn Junadat al-Ghafari, may Allah be well pleased with him, was among the earliest to embrace Islam, and he came to be one of the most distinguished of all the companions of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. Noted for his humility and abstinence, he was so eager to acquire knowledge that he is said to have matched even Ibn Mas'ud, may Allah be well pleased with him, in religious learning, together with Abu Darda and Abu Abdullah Ad-Haifa Ibn al-Yaman al-Abaisi, may Allah be well pleased with them both. He was one of those companions who were called Sahib Sir and Nabi because of the secret knowledge imparted to them by the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. He died in age 31 or 32. Abu Ali al-Fudal Ibn Aii at Talakani, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, died in Mecca in age 187/803 C. Born in Khorasan, he is said to have been a highwayman at the beginning of his career. After his conversion, he went to Kufa, where he studied under Sufyan. Adh Thori, may Allah bestow His mercy upon him, and achieve considerable repute as an authority on the traditions of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. He is famous for his bold preaching before the Caliph Harun ar-Rashid, who called him the Prince of the Muslims. It is said that when he died, sorrow disappeared from the world. Thankful. In other words, be content with making the most of your actual condition. Hal. Likewise to our own Prophet Muhammad, Allah bless him and give him peace, he said, exalted is he. And strain not your eyes toward that wallah tamadana ainaka, which we have given ilama madana by high. For some pairs among them to enjoy, azwajan minhum, the flower of this world's life, that zarata el hayati di dunya. We may thereby put them to the test. Lean aftinahum fi Quraan 20:131. As well as giving this instruction to his prophet, blessing and peace be upon him, he also commanded him to make the most of his actual condition, hal, and to be content with the divine decree and bestowal of provision arid bil qada wa laa in his words. Exalted is he, and the provision of your Lord wa rizqa rabbika is better and more lasting. Quraan 20:131. Khairan wa abka. That is to say, that which we have bestowed upon you in the way of prophethood, nubuwa, knowledge, ilm, satisfaction, qana'ah, patience, sabr, authority in religion, walayat ad-din, and the role of exemplar qudwa, therein, is far superior to that which we have bestowed upon anyone other than you. All goodness therefore resides in making the most of one's actual condition, hal, in being content with it, and in refraining from taking an interest in any condition apart from it, because the only possibilities, as far as that other condition is concerned, are the following. 1. It is your own allotted portion kism. 2. It is the allotted portion kism of someone other than yourself. Or 3. It is not a portion kism allotted to anyone, but something that Allah, exalted is He, has caused to exist as a temptation fitna. If it is indeed your own allotted portion kism, it is bound to come your way, whether you wish for it or not. It is therefore inappropriate for you to exhibit bad manners and greediness in its pursuit, for that would be judged unworthy by the standard of reason, aql, and knowledge, ilm. If it is the allotted portion kism of someone other than yourself, you must not waste your time and energy on that which you cannot obtain, and which will never come your way. If it is not a portion kism allotted to anyone, but merely a temptation fitna, how could any intelligent person be content, and how could any sensible person consider it worthwhile to seek and attempt to procure a temptation for himself? Certain experts on the subject have said, contentment, rid, with the divine decree, qada, means that there is no significant distinction, as far as you are concerned, between what you like and what you dislike about his decree, almighty and glorious is he. One of them has said, it means patience, sabr, in enduring the bitterness of the divine decree, qda. Another has said, it means laying the palms of one's hands on the ground, i.e., prostrating oneself in the presence of Allah, almighty and glorious is He, and submitting taslim to His rulings, akam. Another has said, it means leaving it to the manager, mudabbir, to select the best option. Yet another has said, it means giving up personal preference, siktiyar. One of them has said, the people who really experience contentment, all arid, are those who eradicate personal preference from their hearts. This means that they accord no special preference to any of the various things they may want for themselves, nor to any of the things by which they intend to please Allah. They make no requests of Him, and they do not try to find out about a ruling hukm before it comes down from Him. So, when a ruling hukm does come down from Allah, inasmuch as they are not eagerly awaiting it, and have not tried to learn about it in advance, they are content with it and take pleasure and delight in it. The same person has also said, Allah has some servants who see it as a gracious favor bestowed upon them by Allah when the sentence, hukm, of trial and tribulation is imposed upon them, so they thank Him for it and accept it gladly. But then they come to realize, in the wake of their delight in gracious favors, that their preoccupation with the benefaction and iyama, instead of with the benefactor, munaim, amounts to a shortcoming. Their hearts are now preoccupied with the benefactor, munaim, instead of with the benefaction and iyama, and so the affliction runs its course over them, while their hearts are unaffected by it. Once they have settled into this spiritual station, makam, and have made it their permanent residence, their master, Mawla, will transport them to a level that is even loftier for them and more elevated than that, because there is no limit and no end to His gifts, almighty and glorious is He. At the very least, contentment must mean that one ceases to yearn for anything apart from Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. Since Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, has declared it blameworthy to yearn for anything other than Him, Almighty and glorious is He. Yahya ibn Kathir is reported as having said, I read the Torah, and in it I saw that Allah, glory be to Him and exalted is He, says, accursed is he whose reliance is placed upon a creature like himself. In one of the traditions Akbar, it is reported that Allah, glory be to Him, says, by my might, my majesty, my generosity, and my glory, I shall cut off with despair the hope of anyone who pins his hope on anything other than me. I shall cause him to wear the garment of shame among the people. I shall banish him from my proximity, and I shall cut him off from access to me. Will he go on pinning his hope in the midst of adversities on anything other than me, when adversities are under my control and I am the ever-living Al-Hay? Will he go on appealing to others apart from me? Will he go on knocking with his mind at the doors of others apart from me, when they are locked and their keys are in my hand? In another tradition, Kabar, it is reported that Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, says, whenever a servant holds fast to me rather than to my creation, that fact becomes known from his heart and his intention, Naya, so the heavens and the earth and all within them conspire to bring about his downfall, but I provide him with a means of escape therefrom. And whenever a servant clings to a created entity rather than to me, I cut away the cords of heaven from above him, and I turn the earth into a swamp beneath his feet. Then I bring him to ruination in this world, and I make him suffer misery therein. One of the companions, Sahaba, may the good pleasure, Raiwan, of Allah the Exalted be upon them all, is reported as having said, I once heard Allah's messenger, Allah bless him and give him peace, say, if someone takes pride in human beings, he deserves to be treated with contempt. In the words of another wise saying, if a person relies upon a creature like himself, he deserves to be treated with contempt. Because of his ambitious desire to get whatever he wants, he is prevented from consulting his inner feeling, distracted from his true aspiration, and exposed to degradation and abasement. Two things are therefore stacked against him, namely, humiliation in this world and remoteness from Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, without the addition of one single atom to increase his sustenance. One of the experts had this to say, I know of nothing more harmful to spiritual aspirants, muridin, and seekers, Taliban, than ambitious desire, Tama'e. I know of nothing more detrimental to their hearts, nothing more likely to make them suffer degradation, nothing more injurious to their inner feelings, nothing more likely to keep them far removed from their goal, and nothing more serious as a distraction from their true aspiration. As for why this is so, the reason is simply that it amounts to a form of polytheism, shirk, wherever they may be, because one of them has attributed a partner to Allah, Almighty and glorious is He, inasmuch as he has focused his ambitious desire, Tamane, on a creature like himself, who is powerless to cause any harm or provide any benefit, and incapable of giving or withholding any gift. He has thereby assigned the power of the king Malik to his slave Mamayuke. So what of his claim to piety, Wara'e? His claim to piety will not be recognized as genuine until he attributes all things to their owner, Malik, Almighty and glorious is He, then seeks to obtain them from Him, and does not seek to obtain them from anyone other than Him. As someone else has explained, ambitious desire, Tamane, has a root and a branch. The root of it is heedless neglect, while its branch consists of hypocritical ostentation, Ria'e, promoting an undeserved reputation, Suma'e, pretense and affectation, and a fondness for acquiring prestige in the eyes of the public. Jesus, A.S.A., peace be upon him, once said to the disciples, Hawarian, ambitious desire, Tamane, is the deadly enemy of inspiration. Why? One of the experts on this subject is reported as having said, it happened one day that I felt a strong desire for something belonging to this world, but then an invisible voice, Hadif, called out to me saying, Oh, you there? Since the free man with spiritual aspirations, al-Murid, can find whatever he seeks in the presence of Allah, it befits him to depend in his heart upon servile creatures, Abd. You should also know that Allah has certain servants, Abad, who are unconscious of the fact that ambition must be focused on the one who has the power to grant what they desire, until they receive the blessing of grace, barakah, from an unexpected source. Only then do they realize that the state of ambitious desire, tamane, is a defective condition among the spiritual states. It is a lower degree than all the degrees attained by those among the people of absolute trust in the Lord, whose knowledge is based on direct experience, al-arif and min al-atawakal. No trace of ambitious desire, tamane, can enter and settle in the heart of the spiritual aspirant, murid, unless it be on account of total remoteness from Allah. Almighty and glorious is He, due to His having focused His ambition on a creature like Himself, and because fear has not deterred Him from doing so, even though He is well aware that His Master, Mawla, knows absolutely everything about Him. 6. Concerning truthfulness, sidq. As for truthfulness, sidq, the basic guidance on the subject is contained in the words of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. O you who believe, be careful, ya ayyuhalladina, of your duty to Allah, amanatakallaha, and be with the truthful. Quraan 9:119. Wakayan umayas sadikan. And in the traditional report, transmitted on the authority of Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may Allah be well pleased with him, who stated that the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace, once said, when the servant of the Lord never ceases to tell the truth and makes truthfulness, sidq, his constant pursuit, he is eventually recorded in the sight of Allah as a champion of truth, sidq. But when he never ceases to tell lies and makes falsehood, kidb, his constant pursuit, he is eventually recorded in the sight of Allah as a professional liar, qadidab. It is said that Allah told David, peace be upon him, by way of inspiration. O David, if someone confirms the truth of my word, Sadaka, and I, in the privacy of his conscience, Saraira, I will confirm the truth of his word, Sadaqtahu, in the opinion of the creatures in his public life. You must know and understand that truthfulness, sidq, is the mainstay of the business, amad al-amr, the means by which it is brought to completion, tamam, and by which it is kept in good order, neem. It ranks second only to prophethood, nubuwa, as we know from the words of Allah, Almighty and glorious is He. And whoever obeys Allah wa man uta ilaha, and the messenger, therein wa ar-rasula faulaika, the company of those ma'e ladina anamta alayhim, to whom Allah has granted mina and nabiyina, gracious favor, the prophets, wa as-siddiqina wa shahada ai, the champions of truth, the martyrs, wa as-salihin, and the righteous, and the best, wa hazina ulaika, of company are they. Quraan, 4 hours 69 minutes, Rafika. The word siddiq, truthful, is the simple adjective corresponding to the noun sidq, truthfulness, while the term siddiq, champion of truth, is a more intensive form. The siddiq is someone who makes such a constant practice of sidq that it comes to be his regular habit and his natural disposition, and truthfulness, sidq, becomes the predominant aspect of his character. Truthfulness, sidq, means that no distinction is made between what is believed in private and what is professed in public. The person who is simply truthful, siddiq, is therefore someone who tells the truth in his verbal statements, sadaka fi equali high, while the champion of truth, siddiq, is someone who tells the truth not only in his verbal statements, but also in all his actions and states of being, sadaka fi equali high wa jami ai, af ali high wa awali high. In the words of one the wise, if anyone wishes for Allah to be with him, he had better make truthfulness, sidq, his constant practice, for Allah is with those who are truthful. Fa'analaha ma'as sadikin. It was al-Junaid. May Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, who said, the truthful person, siddiq, experiences spiritual transformation, yang kalabu, 40 times a day, while the hypocrite, mura'ai, remains stuck in one and the same state of being for 40 years. Let us also consider the following wise sayings. Truthfulness, sidq, means speaking the truth, al-qal bilhaq, even in situations of grave danger. Truthfulness, sidq, means ensuring the mutual consistency of private belief and public statement. Truthfulness, sidq, means keeping that which is unlawful, haram, from lodging in the corner of one's mouth. Truthfulness, sidq, means putting one's loyal commitment to Allah into active practice. Sal ibn Abdullah at Tustari. May Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, once said, the fragrant aroma of truthfulness, sidq, cannot be detected in the presence of someone who applies the oil of hypocritical flattery, to himself or to other people? It was Abu Sa'id al-Qurashi, may Allah the Exalted bestow his mercy upon him, who said, "The truthful person Siddiq is someone who is fully prepared to die, and who would not be embarrassed by any secret of his if it happened to be disclosed. Allah, exalted is He, has said, then long for death, fa tamanahu el-mata. If you're truthful folk." Quraan 2 hours 94 minutes. In kuntum sadiqin. These sayings also deserve to be quoted. Truthfulness, sidq, means genuineness in the affirmation of divine unity, sih hada tawhid, together with the sense of purpose cast. The real meaning of truthfulness, hakikat as sidq, is that you would always tell the truth, even in a situation of deadly peril from which nothing but lying could save you. 3 things are never lacking in the truthful person Siddiq, namely 1. Graceful charm, halawa, 2. Dignity, haiba, and 3. A lively sense of humor, malaha. Dhunn al, Misri 101, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, once said, "Truthfulness, sidq, is the sword of Allah. It cuts through anything upon which it is brought to bear." It was Sahl ibn Abdillah at Tustari, 102, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, who said, "The principal offense of the champions of truth siddiqin is the one they commit by conversing only with their fellows." Fath al-Masali, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, was once asked to explain the meaning of truthfulness, sidq. By way of response, he stuck his hand into the blacksmith's brazier, pulled out a piece of iron, which was being heated in the fire, and placed it on the palm of his hand until it cooled. "This," he said, "is truthfulness, sidq." When someone asked Al-Harith al-Muhasabai 104, may Allah the Exalted bestow His mercy upon him, to describe the distinguishing mark of truthfulness, sidq, he said, "These words of Allah exalted is He, occur Inq. 2 hours 94 minutes and 62:6. This saying calls to mind the English idiom, preaching to the converted. The truthful person Siddiq is someone who would not mind, because of the goodness of his own heart, if every one of his faculties moved out into the hearts of his fellow creatures. He does not like other people to notice all the minute details of his good work, but he does not object to their noticing what he does badly. If he did object to that, it would indicate that he would like them to regard him with excessive admiration. And this is not in keeping with the moral standards of the champions of truth, akhlaq is siddiqin. One of the wise once said, if someone does not perform the permanent religious duty, al-fari ad-daim, is performance of the temporary religious duty, al-fari al-muakkad, will not be accepted of him. When asked to explain what he meant by the permanent religious duty, he said, truthfulness, sidq. Let us give the last word to the wise man who said, if you seek Allah by means of truthfulness, sidq, He will give you a looking glass, a mirror in which you will see every detail of the marvels and wonders of this world and the hereafter. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. This brings us to the end of sufficient provision for seekers of the path of truth. Praise be to Allah, the Lord of all the worlds. About Shaikh al-Qadir Jillani. A brief introduction by the translator. The author's names and titles. A rich store of information about the author of sufficient provision for seekers of the path of truth is conveniently available to those familiar with the religious and spiritual tradition of Islam in his names, his surnames, and the many titles conferred upon him by his devoted followers. It is not unusual for these to take up several lines in an Arabic manuscript, but let us start with the short form of the author's name as it appears on the cover and title page of this book, Shaikh Abd al-Qadir al-Jillani. Shaikh, a term applied throughout the Islamic world to respected persons of recognized seniority in learning, experience, and wisdom. Its basic meaning in Arabic is an elder, a man over 50 years of age. The spelling sheikh and sheikh may also be encountered in English language publications. Abd al-Qadir, this is the author's personal name, meaning servant or slave of the all-powerful. The form Abdul Qadir, which the reader may come across elsewhere, is simply an alternative transliteration of the Arabic spelling. It has always been a common practice in the Muslim community to give a male child a name in which Abd is prefixed to one of the names of Allah. Al-Jillani, a surname ending in I, will often indicate the bearer's place of birth. Shaikh Abd al-Qadir was born in the Iranian district of Jilin, south of the Caspian Sea, in H 470/1077-8c. In some texts, the Persian spelling Jillani is used instead of the Arabicized form al-Jillani. The abbreviated form al-Jili, which may also be encountered, should not be confused with the surname of the Venerable Abd al-Qarim. Al-Jili, author of the celebrated work Al-Insan al-Kamil, who came from Jilin, the district of Baghdad. Let us now consider a slightly longer version of the Sheikh's name, as it occurs near the beginning of Al-Fath Arabani, the Sublime Revelah. Tayan, Sayyiduna Sh Sheikh Muhyiddin Abu Muhammad Abd al-Qadir. Rayallahu an. Sayyiduna Sh Sheikh, our master, the Sheikh, a writer who regards himself as a Qadiri, a devoted follower of Shaykh Abd al-Qadir. Will generally refer to the latter as Sayyiduna, our master, or Sayyidi, my master. Muhyiddin, reviver of the religion. It is widely acknowledged by historians, non-Muslim as well as Muslim, that Shaykh Abd al-Qadir displayed great courage in reaffirming the traditional teachings of Islam in an era when sectarianism was rife and when materialistic and rationalistic tendencies were predominant in all sections of society. In matters of Islamic jurisprudence, fiqh, and theology kalam, he adhered quite strictly to the highly orthodox school of Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Abu Muhammad, father of Muhammad. In the Arabic system of nomenclature, a man's surnames usually include the name of his first-born son, with the prefix Abu, father of. Rayallahu an, may Allah be well pleased with him. This benediction is the one customarily pronounced and spelled out in writing, after mentioning the name of a companion of the Prophet. Allah bless him and give him peace. The preference for this particular invocation is yet another mark of the extraordinary status held by Shaykh Abd al-Qadir in the eyes of his devoted followers. Finally, we must note some important elements contained within this even longer version. Al-Ghath Alim Sultan al-Aliyu'a Sayyiduna Sh Sheikh Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir Jilani al-Hassani al-Husaini. Rayallahu an. Al-Ghath Alim, the supreme helper, or the mightiest. Succor. Ghath is an Arabic word meaning 1. A cry for aid or succor. 2. Aid, help, succor, deliverance from adversity. 3. The chief of the saints, who is empowered by Allah to bring succor to suffering humanity in response to his creatures' cry for help in times of extreme adversity. Sultan al-Aliyu'a, the Sultan of the Saints. This reinforces the preceding title, emphasizing the supremacy of the Ghath above all other orders of sanctity. Al-Hassani al-Husaini, the descendant of both al-Hassan and al-Hussein, the grandsons of the Prophet, Allah bless him and give him peace. 2. Quote the Turkish author, Sheikh Muzaffar Ozak Effendi, may Allah bestow his mercy upon him. The lineage of Shaykh Abd al-Qadir is known as the Chain of Gold, since both his parents were descendants of the Messenger, Allah bless him and give him peace. His noble father, Abdullah, traced his descent by way of Imam Hassan, while his revered mother, al-Khair, traced hers through Imam Hussein. As for the many other surnames, titles, and honorific appellations that have been conferred upon Shaykh Abdul Qadir Jilani, it may suffice at this point to mention Al-Baz al-Ashab, the Gray Falcon, the author's life in Baghdad. Through the mist of legend surrounding the life of Shaykh Abd al-Qadir al-Jilani, it is possible to discern the outlines of the following biographical sketch. In H 488, at the age of 18, he left his native province to become a student in the great capital city of Baghdad, the hub of political, commercial, and cultural activity, in the center of religious learning in the world of Islam. After studying traditional sciences under such teachers as the prominent Hanbali jurist, Faqih, Abu Sa'd Ali al-Makarimi, he encountered a more spiritually oriented instructor in the saintly person of Abul Khair Hamad ad-Dabbas. Then, instead of embarking on his own professorial career, he abandoned the city and spent 25 years as a wanderer in the desert regions of Iraq. He was over 50 years old by the time he returned to Baghdad in H. 521/1127 C and began to preach in public. His hearers were profoundly affected by the style and content of his lectures, and his reputation grew and spread through all sections of society. He moved into the school madrasa belonging to his old teacher al-Makarimi, but the premises eventually proved inadequate. In H. 528, pious Donations were applied to the construction of a residence and guest house, Ribati, capable of housing the sheikh and his large family, as well as providing accommodation for his pupils and space for those who came from far and wide to attend his regular sessions majalis. He lived to a ripe old age and continued his work until his very last breath, as we know from the accounts of his final moments recorded in the Addendum to Revelations of the Unseen. In the words of Sheikh Muzaffar Ozak Effendi, the Venerable Abd al-Qadir al-Jillani passed on to the realm of divine beauty in age 561/C, and his blessed mausoleum in Baghdad is still a place of pious visitation. He is noted for his extraordinary spiritual experiences and exploits, as well as his memorable sayings and wise teachings. It is rightly said of him that he was born in love, grew in perfection, and met his Lord in the perfection of love. May the all-glorious Lord bring us in contact with his lofty spiritual influence. The author's literary works: al-Fath-Ar-Rabbani, The Sublime Revelation, a collection of 62 discourses delivered by Shaikh Abd al-Qadir in the years age 546/1150-1152 Arabic text published by Dar al-Albab, Damascus. Even a non-Muslim scholar like D.S. Margoliouth was so favorably impressed by the content and style of al-Fath-Ar-Rabbani that he wrote. The sermons included in this work are some of the very best in Muslim literature. The spirit which they breathe is one of charity and philanthropy. The preacher would like to close the gates of hell and open those of paradise to all mankind. He employs Sufi technicalities, very rarely, and none that would occasion the ordinary reader much difficulty. Mafut, utterances, a loosely organized compilation of talks and sayings by Shaikh Abd al-Qadir, almost equal in total length to Revelations of the Unseen. Fuh al-Gaib, Revelations of the Unseen, a collection of 78 discourses. The Arabic text, edited by Muhammad Salim al-Bawab, has been published by Dar al-Albab, Damascus. 1986, German translation, W. Braun. Die Fuh al-Gaib de Abd al-Qadir. Berlin and Leipzig, Walter de Gruyter and Company, 1933. English translations: 1. M. Aftab-ud Din Ahmad. Fuh al-Gaib, The Revelations of the Unseen. Lahore, Pakistan. S.H. Muhammad Ashraf. Representing. 1986. 2. Shaikh Abdul Qadir Jilani. Revelations of the Unseen. Fuh al-Gaib. Translated from the Arabic by Muhtar Holland. Houston, Texas. Albaz Publishing Incorporated, 1992. Jalal al-Qawatir, The Removal of Cares. A collection of 45 discourses by Shaikh Abd al-Qadir. Arabic text with Urdu translation. Published by Maktaba Nabawiyya, Lahore, India. Translated from the Arabic by Muhtar Holland. Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Albaz Publishing, Inc., 1997. In his article Abd al-Qadir, an Encyclopedia of Islam, also printed in shorter. Encyclopedia of Islam. Leiden, Netherlands, E.J. Brill, 1961. Sir al-Israr, The Secret of Secrets. A short work, divided into 24 chapters, in which the realities within our faith and our path are divulged. English translation, The Secret of Secrets by Hayrat Abdul Qadir Jilani, interpreted by Sheikh Tosin Bayrak al-Jarahi. Al-Alvidi. Cambridge, England, The Islamic Text Society, 1992. Al-Gunya li Talibai Tariq al-Haq, Sufficient Provision for Seekers of the Path of Truth. Arabic text published in 2 parts by Dar al-Albab, Damascus, India, 192 pages, plus 200 pages. Translated from the Arabic in 5 volumes by Muhtar Holland. Hollywood, Florida. Albaz Publishing Incorporated, 1997. Other works attributed to Shaikh Abd al-Qadir include short treatises on some of the divine names, litanies, arad/azab, prayers, and supplications, didawat/munajat, mystical poems, qasaid. May Allah forgive our mistakes and failings, and may He bestow His blessings upon all connected with our project, especially our gracious readers. Amin. Muhtar Holland. About the translator. Muhtar Holland was born in 1935 in the ancient city of Durham, in the northeast of England. This statement may be considered anachronistic, however, since he did not bear the name Muhtar until 1969, when he was moved by powerful experiences in the Latihan Kajawan of Subud to embrace the religion of Islam. Asterisk. At the age of 4, according to an entry in his father's diary, he said, to a man who asked his name, "Am a stranger to myself." During his years at school, he was drawn most strongly to the study of languages, which seemed to offer signposts to guide the stranger on his journey home, apart from their practical usefulness to one who loved to spend his vacations traveling, at first on a bicycle, through foreign lands. Serious courses in Latin, Greek, French, Spanish, and Danish, with additional smatterings of Anglo-Saxon, Italian, German, and Dutch. Travels in France, Germany, Belgium, Holland, and Denmark. Then a state scholarship and up to Balliol College, Oxford, for a degree course centered on the study of Arabic and Turkish. Travels in Turkey and Syria. Then national service in the Royal Navy, with most of the 2 years spent on an intensive course in the Russian language. In the years since graduation from Oxford and Her Majesty's senior service, Mr. Holland has held academic posts at the University of Toronto, Canada, at the School of Oriental and African Studies in the University of London, England, with a 5-month leave to study Islamic law in Cairo, Egypt, and at the University Kebangsaan in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, followed by a 6-month sojourn in Indonesia. He also worked as Senior Research Fellow at the Islamic Foundation in Leicester, England, and as Director of the Nur al-Islam Translation Center in Valley Cottage, New York. Asterisk. The name Muhtar was received at that time from Bapak Muhammad Subu Somohadiwa Jojo of Wisma Subud, Jakarta, in response to a request for a suitable Muslim name. In strict academic transliteration from the Arabic, the spelling would be Mukhtar. The form Muchtar is probably more common in Indonesia than Muhtar, which happens to coincide with the modern Turkish spelling of the name. His freelance activities have mostly been devoted to writing and translating in various parts of the world, including Scotland and California. He made his pilgrimage Hajj to Mecca in 1980. Published works include the following: Al-Ghazali, On the Duties of Brotherhood, translated from the Classical Arabic, by Muhtar Holland. London, Latimer New Dimensions, 1975. New York, Overlook Press, 1977. Representing 1980 and 1993. Sheikh Muzaffar Ozak Al-Jarahi, The Unveiling of Love, translated from the Turkish by Muhtar Holland. New York, Inner Traditions, 1981. Westport, CT, Peer Publications, 1990. Ibn Taymiyyah, Public Duties in Islam, translated from the Arabic by Muhtar Holland. Leicester, England, Islamic Foundation, 1982. Hasan Shushut, Masters of Wisdom of Central Asia, translated from the Turkish by Muhtar Holland. Ellingstring, England, Coombe Springs Press, 1983. Al-Ghazali, Inner Dimensions of Islamic Worship, translated from the Arabic by Muhtar Holland. Leicester, England, Islamic Foundation, 1983. Sheikh Muzaffar Ozak Al-Jarahi, Irshad, translated from the Turkish with an introduction by Muhtar Holland. Warwick, New York, Amity House, 1988. Westport, Connecticut, Peer Publications, 1990. Sheikh Muzaffar Ozak Al-Jarahi, Blessed Virgin Mary, translation from the original Turkish by Muhtar Holland. Westport, Connecticut, Peer Publications, 1991. Sheikh Muzaffar Ozak Al-Jarahi, The Garden of Dervishes, translation from the original Turkish by Muhtar Holland. Westport, Connecticut, Peer Publications, 1991. Sheikh Muzaffar Ozak Al-Jarahi, Adornment of Hearts, translation from the original Turkish by Muhtar Holland and Sixtina Friedrich. Westport, Connecticut, Peer Publications, 1991. Sheikh Muzaffar Ozak Al-Jarahi, Ashki's Divan, translation from the original Turkish by Muhtar Holland and Sixtina Friedrich. Westport, Connecticut, Peer Publications, 1991. Shaikh al-Qadir Jilani, Revelations of the Unseen, Fuh al-Gaib, translated from the Arabic by Muhtar Holland. Houston, Texas, Albas Publishing Incorporated. Shaikh al-Qadir Jilani, The Sublime Revelation al-Fad Har-Rabbani, translated from the Arabic by Muhtar Holland. Houston, Texas, Albas Publishing Incorporated. Shaikh Qadir Jilani, Utterances Mafyat, translated from the Arabic by Muhtar Holland. Houston, Texas. Albaz Publishing Incorporated. Shaikh al-Qadir Jillani. The Removal of Cares, Jalal al-Qawatir. Translated from the Arabic by Muhtar Holland. Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Albaz Publishing Incorporated.